Interesting. It doesn't let me to go to a video. I don't know. I could be a better board director if I know how to play with this computer.
Want to know why it's always the IT people that have the hardest time with this stuff?
Because the only two words we know how to spell is I and T.
All right, Director A, you're good to start.
Good
evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the Douglas County School District Board of Education meeting for June 9th at 5:02. We will begin with roll call. Director Chancho Shore.
Here.
Graziano.
Here.
Hanson.
Here.
Holtzman.
Here.
Lung.
Yeah. Finally here.
Time. Meek.
Here.
And Ray is here. We're all here. The Board of Education does have issues to discuss in executive session, a closed session to hold conference to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, including employment contracts and budget matters. During executive session, the board is not allowed to adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulations, or take any formal action. Given that we do have all 7 board members present, it requires a 2/3 affirmative vote to move into executive session. I would ask for a motion to adjourn our regular board meeting and move into executive session.
Move to adjourn.
Go to executive sessions.
Second.
Okay.
All right, so we'll say Graziano motioned to move into executive session. Director Lung seconded the motion. Our executive session will only include board directors along with our outside legal counsel, Kristen Edgar from Kaplan and Ernest. Is there any further discussion? Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray is aye. That motion passes unanimously. Board directors, it's now time to move to find your link for a secured executive session. And for those of you listening, we anticipate returning and convening our regular session at approximately 6 o'clock. See you then.
Okay, am I in the right place? Executive sections?
No, Kevin, this is the Zoom. You'll need to go to the Google.
Okay, just checking right now for all board directors.
I'm here.
Chris, are you back on? Chris or Mike or got him?
Yes, I can stop sharing if you're ready to resume.
Okay, give me a moment, please.
Chris, when I get a chance, I want to check the projection of my video.
Okay, we can do that just as soon as I bring this graphic down. I'll wait for the word from David.
Okay, let's go ahead, Chris.
All right, you're all up. I do not see Dr. Tucker, however.
Saying that you have to start. There we go. So you have to, let's see, start my video.
There you are.
All right, there he is. Hey, Dr. Tucker.
Hello, hello.
Good evening, everyone. We are reconvening our regular part of our meeting at 6 o'clock. Welcome back. We are now getting ready to move into a segment that we have missed Dr. Tucker for a long time, and that's getting a chance to celebrate our kids and our students. So I'm going to turn the next segment over to you to honor and celebrate some outstanding individuals that are in our student ranks. Go ahead, Dr. Tucker.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Ray, and to all of our directors and the many folks who are viewing tonight's board meeting. And Director Ray is absolutely right. This is the best part, the best segment of the Board of Education meeting. And that's when we have an opportunity to recognize our amazing students and amazing staff. So without any further ado, we'll get going. Again, good evening, everyone. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic and moving to virtual board meetings, we haven't been able to do our staff and student celebrations, and I have missed that, and I know our board of directors have missed it as well. So I'm excited to bring that part of our board meeting back this evening. During challenging times, we need to celebrate the great things that are happening in our district. I'm moving through these as quickly and as excited as I possibly can. But we do have a lot to celebrate this evening, so please bear with us. First and foremost, tonight we'll start by honoring some incredibly deserving class of 2020 graduates, our Betcher, Daniels, and National Merit Scholars. Let's start with our Daniels Scholars. Can we get the following amazing scholars online? We'll give them a minute or two to hop online. These are scholars that we're going to recognize through the Daniels Fund. First off is Aiden Injararan, Castleview High School. James O'Hare, Legend High School. Tatum K. Reading, Mountain Vista High School. Aiden, are you on yet?
Doctor, we don't see Aiden, but we do have Tatum and Jimmy with us.
Okay, please have them to stand by and we'll wait. We will wait on Mr. Inju Thorin. The Daniels Scholarship Program offers a comprehensive four-year college scholarship that provides financial and personal support focused on helping Daniels scholars succeed in college and in life. The Daniels Scholarship can be used at any accredited nonprofit college or university in the United States. So let's go ahead with James. I think, Mr. Sethi, you stated that James is on, Mr. O'Hara from Legend High School. James, tell us a little bit about you and what does the scholarship mean to you and to the folks at Legend High School, your classmates, and of course, your teachers.
Hi, yeah, my name is Jimmy O'Hare. I'm going to Colorado School of Mines next year, and I enjoy photography, playing guitar, and software development. And I hope to go to School of Mines and learn computer science. And then for me, I got the Daniels Fund, and it's just a great honor to me, you know, like I know that everybody has to pay a huge amount to go to college, and that's a huge financial burden. And I just really appreciate the fact that I, don't have to worry about that, and I can go into my life debt free. So I really appreciate that, and no, it's a huge honor. And I also just know that, like, it's a really good feeling to know that all that I've worked towards in high school has been recognized. Yeah, so I'm just really kind of proud of what I've done in high school, and I really appreciate the opportunity I've been given.
Okay, Jimmy, congratulations. And I know you're going to do awesome, awesome work at the College of Mines next year. So thank you. Mr. Sethi, do we have Tatum K. Reading on from Mount Vista?
Hello,
Tatum, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am doing just fine. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what does it mean to receive this outstanding scholarship, this Daniels Scholarship?
Absolutely. My name's Tatum. I'm going to Texas Christian University next year, and this scholarship means everything to me. Being named a Daniels Scholar is an absolute luxury because I come from a big family, and this opportunity wouldn't have been possible without the Daniels Fund. So I'm just so blessed with the gift of college.
Okay, very good, very good. Outstanding, outstanding. All right, let's move now. Let's
Dr.
see.
Tucker, we have Aiden now, so if you wanted to recognize
Okay, Aiden, we want you to tell us a little bit about yourself, but the first thing I want you to help us pronounce your name. I've been practicing all afternoon. Ingen Thorin, is that halfway right?
Yeah, it is Aiden Ingenthron, actually.
Ingenthron, there we go, there we go. Well, tell us a little bit about being a Daniels Scholar, what the scholarship means to you, and what are your future plans?
Well, for me, what ended up actually happening is because I got both the Daniels and the Betcher, I ended up having to turn down the Daniels scholarship, but I still think that the ideals that they stand for are very similar, and I share a lot of the values that they do. I care a lot about community and Colorado, and I think that both Betcher and Daniels Fund really, I guess, empower people who care to be able to do things and go further than they would if they didn't have that amount of support of both the communities and the financial support.
Okay, outstanding, outstanding. Well, hold on. I know you're going to receive the Betcher Scholarship, and we're going to recognize you here in a little bit. But again, congratulations to all three of you, our Daniels Scholars. I know you will have your head. So let's give them a round of applause, a virtual round of applause. I want to also congratulate on behalf of our board and our community to congratulate our high school principals, the teaching staff, support staff, and the support staff that these students here have at home. So a big shout out to Dr. Rex Core from Castle View, Mr. Jason Jacobs from Legend, and Mr. Mike Weaver from Mountain Vista. And again, all of the staff members who played and family support folks who played a part in the success of these outstanding scholars. So now, as Aiden said, let's move on to our Betcher Scholars. Once again, Aiden, round of applause to you. You did a good job of talking about the Daniels Scholarship. Now, what will the Betcher Scholarship do for you as you move on to the next phase?
Well, for me, I'm going to be headed off to Colorado College, and for me, the Betcher just really represents opportunity. It means that I can take classes that I want, push further, and really explore all that college has to offer without worrying about cost or limits like that. For me, the Betcher is going to allow me to not only get more involved in the Colorado community and I guess the college community as well, but also I guess end up giving back more to Colorado because of the opportunities that have been opened to me by Betcher.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you. Let's move on to our second Betcher winner. Mackenzie, board, and she hails from Castle View High School. Mr. Seth, is Mackenzie on yet?
Yes.
Okay, Mackenzie, tell us a little bit about yourself and what will this Betcher Scholarship, what does this mean to you?
Yeah, can you hear me? First of all, it told me my audio wasn't working.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Sounded
great.
good, Mackenzie.
Thanks, great. Sounds great. So yeah, I'm Mackenzie. I'm going to Colorado College. I'm planning on majoring in geology. I've always really been interested in science, and I'm just really grateful for this opportunity. I'm not sure that I would have been able to attend Colorado College, which has just amazing opportunities, especially in different science fields and such. I'm really grateful though, especially when I was kind of going to different events for the Betcher Foundation, like realizing that I was going to have a sense of community as well. There's a bunch of people that are Betcher scholars at Colorado College, and it just feels great to go into a school already knowing that you have a great support system and you have some great people to meet. I've done a lot of work with the Pine Ridge Reservation, and I really want to expand on that. And I think that that will be possible at Colorado College. So I'm really excited for that.
Very good, very good. Folks, there are 42 students across Colorado who were selected as Betcher Scholars. And guess what, folks? Your Douglas County School District has 3. So let's give all of our school community folks a huge round of applause, and especially our 3 honorees, Aiden, Mackenzie, and Jeffrey. Virtual applause.
Dr. We also have Jeffrey on the line if you needed him to speak.
Yes.
Hello?
Jeffrey, you want to go ahead?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Tucker.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I guess I'll answer the same question.
Okay.
Again, thank you very much for recognizing us today. And I think, I'll answer the stuff about me first. I do a lot of stuff with pottery. I'm a potter. I'm going to the CU Boulder School, and I'm undeclared there currently, but I'm working on what I want to do there. I run a charity for, I raise money for the Children's Hospital by selling my pottery. So that's one of the main reasons I probably got the Betcher's Scholarship, and I'm happy to continue doing that. And what I really like about the Betcher Scholarship, and I'm really grateful for this whole opportunity, is because not only do they obviously pay for a college, and that's amazing, but like Mackenzie said, it's also the community aspect, and just the people that I've already met through Betcher are just amazing. And it's really inspiring to see so many young people just working towards something, and it also like pushes me to do better as well. So thank you.
Okay. And Jeffrey, where are you headed to college in the fall?
CU Boulder.
Okay, CU Boulder. Okay. And James, where's James headed in the fall? Is James on yet? Mr. Sethi, has James joined us yet?
Jimmy says he was moved to the attendees as opposed to a panelist, but he's hearing you, Thomas.
Okay. Well, Jimmy, now tell us a little bit more about your plans. Just gotten this additional information about the Betcher Scholarship Program. It awards this program to our seniors. These are 4-year scholarships, and it includes virtually all expenses to attend the Colorado School of the recipient's choice, full tuition, fees, a book allowance, and an annual stipend for living expenses. Scholars are selected based on academics, service, leadership, and character. Jimmy, before we close out on the Betcher, I don't know if you can hear us or not, but tell us a little bit about why character. We see this country evolving. We're going through COVID-19. Tell us a little bit about why character and leadership, why those 2 things matter.
Well, I was actually one of the Daniel scholars, and
Okay.
no problem. But I would just say probably one of the biggest traits that are important during this time is just, moving on and rolling with the punches, I guess. Like our class is a perfect example that, our graduation got severely messed up, and it's still, up in the air as to some of the plans for that. So that was just very frustrating for a lot of people in my class. And I think just one of the biggest traits to help us get through that is just the ability to, roll with the punches and, just move on through this as much as we can.
Okay, good. Well, folks, thank you We congratulate all of you on your amazing accomplishments, especially during this historic, unprecedented time. And you've heard the word unprecedented used over and over again. And we know that these scholarships they're simply not easy to come by. And we really salute you. So thank you. Now we're going to go ahead, folks, and move on to celebrate some of our amazing teachers. This year, 9 Douglas County School District teachers received the Betcher Foundation's Teacher Recognition Award. So let's get these amazing teachers and their principals on the line. Mr. Sethi, we're going to give these folks here a couple minutes to hop on the line. Okay, we're going to start off first with Tia Yarlin and Monty Sutton, both from Castleview High School. Next, we have Kelsey Terra and Matt Leach from Douglas County High School. Deborah Lynch from The Highlands Ranch High School. Spence and Jody Lanterna Lewis from Mountain Vista High School. Susanna Petrie and Sine Popplewell from Rock Canyon High School. This annual award honors educators for their exemplary influence in educating some of the state's top students. And you just heard from the state's top students a few seconds ago. These teachers were nominated by their students who were finalists for the Betcher scholarships. So let's go around to each teacher. If you're here with us, would you say a few words about what this means to you? So let's start first with Tia, and then we'll go to Monty.
I was kind of shocked. I don't know if I feel like I did anything above and beyond. I'm in awe of Mackenzie and everything that she's done to support the young people on the reservation in Pine Ridge, South Dakota. And so to be recognized by her, that means so much. Everything else is kind of extra above and beyond. And I mean, I just love working with teens and seeing everything that they do.
Okay. And Ms. Jarian, we're also going to recognize your colleague next, Monty Sutton from Castleview. Mr. Sutton, are you on? Okay, now let's move. We're going to come back to Monty if he hops on, Mr. Sethi.
He just hopped on.
He
Just
just.
hopped on. Monty, what does it feel like to be recognized as one of these amazing Betcher teachers?
Monty, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Monty. How's it going?
Okay.
Very good.
It is a real honor to have taught these students of this caliber and just to be recognized for this, having taught for 40 years. And that, like Tia said, I think, it's still the thing I do day to day, but to be recognized for it is a complete honor.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you. Okay, let's hear now from 2 colleagues from Douglas County High School. Kelsey and Matt, are you on yet?
Yes.
Letra? Okay. Yeah.
I'll go ahead. Matt, I'll go and then I'll let you go. I just feel very grateful and honored to have been able to teach someone as vibrant as Jeffrey. I really feel like all I did was show up, call on and call out what I saw and kind of go along with what brilliance that he came up with. He's very creative. He's funny. One of the top students of my career and a reminder of just how brilliant this generation can be and how compassionate they are. And I feel like I learned as much from him as he hopefully did from me. And I don't know, I was sort of shocked as well, I think, because I feel like all I did was show up and do my job and he was there to sort of shine. And so I feel really grateful. It feels really good, I think, to just have a student point to me as someone that he appreciated, and it's very humbling.
Okay, very good. Well deserved, Kelsey. I know you say you were shocked, but it's well deserved. Mr. Leach.
Yeah, I was definitely did not expect it, and it was just so awesome to receive the notification. Jeffrey has been an amazing student, and he has definitely kept me on my toes for the past 2 years, asking insanely difficult questions. I try to push my students in physics as high as possibly can go. I even have them involved in experimentations with Fermilab and CERN and handling high-level particle physics stuff. And I think it's really challenging. And then he comes in and asks me questions that are even beyond what I'm used to. And I was like, oh my gosh. So it was, it's just been an absolute pleasure just to teach the highest caliber that we have at our school district. And it is so much fun to challenge them and then be challenged as well from them as well. It's just so, I think it makes us better teachers and keeps us pursuing to make our curriculum the best it could possibly be as well. So.
Very good, very good. Another tremendous honor. Now let's go over to the Highlands Ranch High School. Deborah Lynch, are you on yet?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
And thank you, Dr. Tucker, for the because we always capitalize the Highlands Ranch High School.
Well, tell us about this. I know you all are doing marvelous work over there at the Highlands Ranch High School. What does this honor mean for you and the entire teaching staff and support staff at the Highlands Ranch High School?
Well, just like the other teachers have said, I'm honored. It feels great to be recognized, especially this year. It feels especially nice to be recognized this year.
Yes.
But again, just like the other teachers, it's all about the kids. And this class of 2020 has been like a part of my heart since I first met them when they were freshmen. They're an amazing group at Highlands Ranch High School. And I was honored to be nominated by Zoe, who's an amazing kid. And, I'm just proud and grateful to be part of their journey, a small part of their journey. So thank you.
Well said, well said. Now let's turn now to Mountain Vista High School, where we're going to ask Shannon and Jody, Miss Jody Laturner Lewis to join us. Shannon and Jody, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, there's Jody. Do I see Shannon somewhere?
I'll go first then, Dr. Tucker.
Okay, sure.
I was nominated by Cassidy Christian, who I have known for 4 years as her speech and debate coach and her speech and debate instructor at Mountain Vista. Cassidy is one of the most versatile students I've ever had the pleasure of working with. She's very talented all the way through academics, through her involvement in the community. And I just was also very humbled by her nomination of me, because I know so many people have touched her life and have impacted her in many ways. And so I just feel very honored that she has chosen me to be the recipient of this. And I just know Cassidy will go and do great things. Speech and debate kids are probably the most amazing kids out there, because they have so much ability to advocate for themselves, for other people, and to do it so well, and to look at different perspectives, which in this day and age is such a treasure to have in our world when people have very limited perspectives. So I know Cassie's experience, not only academically as she represented Mountain Vista, but also in speech and debate, will carry her very far in this world. And I'm very proud of Cassidy Christian.
Very good, very good. Jody.
Thanks, Dr. Tucker. Just to reiterate, of course, what everyone's already said, I was really surprised and really humbled. I was chosen by Nithya Eswaran at Mountain Vista. And I mean, academically, I think she probably already knew about science more than me on the first day of my class. So I'm not sure. I think I learned more from her. But the thing I really want to just point out that I think is so important now more than ever is that, I mean, all of these students are exceptional academically. I mean, there's no describing really what they accomplish academically, but with Nithya and I think this is probably the reason that I'm so honored and humbled to be chosen by her, is that she's a kind, good person, a young woman of integrity, and someone who includes everyone, is kind to everyone, is generous with her, her knowledge, her time. I got to work with her in not only in class, but also in HOSA, which is the Future Health Professionals student organization. She was one of our officers. And so, just to be able to work with a human being of that caliber and then to be recognized by that person is really an exceptional honor. So I appreciate it very much.
Absolutely, and well deserved. And now, folks, we will round out our teacher recognitions with Suzanne and Sine from Rock Canyon High School.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. I am just so honored to, not very often in a teacher's career do you get to have a student for 4 years. And I was so lucky to have Zoe Zizzo as a student for all 4 years. And just, she pushed me to be such a better teacher. And when she would push me to do things and put me out of my comfort zone, and she was a science student, biotechnology, and did her own research and would come to me asking me to do things for her. And it's just been such an honor to have a student like her involved in my life, and one that I will never forget. And thank you also to the Betcher Foundation for recognizing for her hard work and my guidance through the last 4 years for her. So thank you.
Very good. All right.
We don't see Sine on the meeting yet.
Okay, I'll go ahead and extend a couple other congratulations, and we'll see if Sine hops on here. Huge congratulations to all of the teaching and support staff at those respective high schools, those 5 respective high schools, and certainly a huge congratulations to parents and to the amazing principals who helped lead those schools and assistant principals. Dr. Rex Core, Castleview High School principal, Tony Kappas, Douglas County High School, Dr. Chris Page, the Highlands Ranch High School, Mr. Mike Weaver, Mountain Vista High School, and Mr. Andy Abner, Rock Canyon High School. So let's give all these folks another virtual round of applause here. Mr. Sethi, has Sine joined us?
We don't see her, sir.
Okay, we're going to go ahead now and move to another set of outstanding scholars. Next, we honor our National Merit Scholarship recipients. Let's start with the National Merit Corporate Scholarship winners. Only 12 students in Colorado are being recognized for their educational excellence with corporate-sponsored National Merit Awards, and 2 are from the Douglas County School District. Andrew Burcham, Mountain Vista High School, Wesley Shy from Rock Canyon High School. We have Andrew on yet, Mr. Sethi?
We do not see either of them on the attendee list.
Okay, we'll come back. They're not on, we'll come back. They're probably getting ready for college. You know, they've worked hard and have this outstanding honor, so they're probably getting ready for college. So if Andrew or Wesley happen to join us, we will come back and hear from them as well. Okay, next, folks, we will honor our National Merit $2,500 winners. They are Allison O'Brien from Mountain Vista High School, Kayla Fairweather, Ponderosa High School, Jay Chohan, Rock Canyon High School, Felix Wilton, Rock Canyon High School, Grace Ryan, STEM School Highlands Ranch, and Melanie Cho, Thunder Ridge High School. Do we have any of those amazing National Merit winners with us, Mr. Sethi?
We do have a few, and we're bringing them in. Just give us 30 seconds.
Sure. While we're bringing those students in, I want to give you a little information about this program and these wonderful students. These 6 outstanding DCSD students are recipients of a National Merit $2,500 scholarship selected from a talent pool of more than 15,000 finalists. The National Merit Scholarship Corporation states that these students possess the strongest combination of accomplishments, skills, and potential for success in rigorous college work. Means these kids are smart. So we're going to go ahead and hear from some of these scholars. And I'm going to ask each one of them as they get their thoughts together to tell us what the scholarship means to them and where will they be attending school. Miss Allison, are you available?
Yeah, I am going to the University of Notre Dame next year to study some sort of engineering. And I don't know, the scholarship is pretty cool. It will definitely help pay for some expenses.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Great response there. What about Miss Kayla?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Kayla, where are you going to college next year?
I'm going to Colorado State University next year. And I think the biggest thing for me with this scholarship has just been the opportunity to meet other scholars. I've had the chance to meet some Betcher scholars, and I'm also a Montfort scholar at CSU. So with all of that, I think it's been great just to meet other students who are passionate and who kind of share that same interest in their fields of study. And I'm excited to get to work with a lot of those people over the next 4 years, both in and out of the classroom.
Okay, congratulations, well deserved. The next person I'm going to ask to make a few comments, that's Mr. Jay Chauhan. Jay seems like an old friend for the last couple of years. He's done some tremendous work along with many of our other students with the Student Advisory Group. Jay, what are your plans? Have you decided which college you're going to attend next year? And just talk a little bit about post-graduation.
Sorry. Hi, yes, I am going to Stanford University, and I'm probably going to major in some kind of comp sci and econ, but I'm not sure yet. And yeah, just being recognized means a lot in the support.
Okay. And I think, Jay, you may be joined this year with maybe two other Douglas County graduates who are headed off to Stanford. Let's hear now from Felix Smith. Felix. Are you with us?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Felix.
Yeah, so I'm going to the University of British Columbia next year, which is in Vancouver, Canada. And the scholarship means a lot to me because it reminds me how well I've been prepared by Rock Canyon High School. And it encourages me that I will be really well prepared for college and onwards from now on.
Outstanding, outstanding. Grace, are you with us?
I don't believe Grace is on the call.
Okay. Melanie, another one of our old friends. Melanie, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much for inviting me to this today, Dr. Tucker.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And again, thank you and your colleagues' work with the OASIS program. It has been a beacon. It's been a shining light for students, not only across Colorado, but across the country. And now more students know about the OASIS program and the importance of advancing student mental and social and emotional mental health. So thank you. So where are you headed next year?
So next year I will be going to Stanford University. I'll be seeing Jay there as well. And I'm really honored to be recognized as a National Merit finalist because I think this is a testament to how the educational system in Douglas County has improved over the years. And I truly believe that education is the key and power to change the world. And I think that all of us have that ability, and this is the first step forward. So I'm really grateful for the opportunities that you have provided, Dr. Tucker, as well as my wonderful teachers and administrators. I've never felt anything but support on my educational journey in Douglas County, and I'm glad to end my career at Douglas County with this note. So thank you.
Thank you, very good. So let's give these wonderful scholars another virtual round of applause. Okay, now we're going to move on, Mr. Sethi and our viewers here, to another group of National Merit scholars. It's our National Merit College sponsored scholarship recipients. So we're going to go ahead and ask Miss Ashley Kozlowski from Rock Canyon High School to join us, Vivian Zhang from Rock Canyon High School, and Reed Rohr from Thunder Ridge High School. Ashley, Vivian, and Reed, we're going to give you about 30 seconds to hop on. Mr. Sethi, have the students begun to hop on?
Yep, we have everyone, but Ashley, I believe Ashley is not joining us tonight.
Okay. As Vivian and Reed get ready to make a few comments about their scholarship and where they're going, I want to give you a little background information. Officials of each sponsor college selected their scholarship. So each sponsor selected the scholarship. They selected the winners from among the National Merit finalists who plan to attend their institution. These awards provide between $500 and $2,000 annually for up to 4 years of undergraduate study at the institution financing the scholarship. So let's go ahead and hear from these scholars. Vivian?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Tucker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're looking outstanding there and we can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So I plan on attending Texas A&M University next year on a full ride. So on top of the National Merit Corporation Scholarship, I was fortunate enough to get a full ride from Mr. Craig Brown, who's an alum from Texas A&M. And I plan on majoring in engineering and then minoring in some type of business. I don't really know what yet, but we'll see.
Okay.
I'm really grateful for this scholarship because, especially coming from out of state, it's given me a community and a family to go to at Texas A&M. Everyone I've talked to has already been so welcoming and so kind, so I'm really appreciative of having that family.
Okay, all right. So Vivian's going to be an Aggie next year. So where are you headed? Reed, are you with us?
Yes, my apologies. Can you hear me now?
That's okay. No, we can hear you now, Reed. How's it going?
Perfect. Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So I'm so grateful to receive the National Merit Scholarship from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and I will be studying biochemistry with hopes of becoming an emergency medicine physician. And I would just like to thank all of my teachers and school administrators from Thunder Ridge High School for a great education so far. So thank you.
Okay, outstanding. And Reed's going to be a Cornhusker. So folks, again, let's give these wonderful scholars a virtual round of applause again. Very good. Now, as I get ready to close, I want to thank the principals of these fine National Merit winners, along with all of the teachers and support staff, and of course, the parents of these outstanding students and their entire support system, because we know our parents and support system are really integral in terms of our students' outcomes. So again, huge thank you to those folks. And recognizing our principals, Mr. Mike Weaver, Mountain Vista High School, Tim Ottman, Ponderosa High School, Andy Abner, Rock Canyon High School, Leanne Wayman, STEM School, Highlands Ranch, and Nikki Ballou, Thunder Ridge High School. So a huge round of applause to those outstanding leaders of those great schools. And of course, let's give a round of applause to the amazing parents, as I said, of these students. What a great job you've done. And parents, I have to, yes, round of applause. Thank you, Director Graziano, because we know our parents at a moment's notice had to pivot from just being outstanding, great parents, guardians, and support systems to being teachers and helping our students cross the finish line this year. So again, thank you. Thank you for your dedication and investment in your students. This brings me to a conclusion of our student and staff recognitions. So happy, so I could barely contain myself today to have our students back, because that really reminds us why we're in this business. We're in this business here for our students, and we're here to support our staff. So great to recognize our students. So I'm going to turn it back over to our esteemed president, President Ray, who will recognize and thank some DCSD outgoing board committee members. President Ray.
Dr. Tucker, thank you. And I couldn't agree more. And I know on behalf of all of us that sit here on the dais on the Board of Education, we couldn't be more proud. This is the reason we jumped on this this role of being a board director, is to see just how incredible our Douglas County kids are. And what a reminder tonight. So I just want to, on behalf of all the board directors, thank all our students, all our teachers, our building leaders, because we know it takes everybody to have this kind of success. And I would just say to our students, make sure you let us know how things are going. This is not the end for you with Douglas County. We need to hear back from you about all the things you're doing to continue to make things different in our world. So please communicate back to us, because we certainly experience a great deal of joy tonight of just hearing all your stories and where you're headed. So thank you and congratulations. And as Dr. Tucker said, we also want to recognize some outgoing committee members. As you may know, our board has a network of people that help us make good decisions. We have 5 committees, including our student advisory group that we talked with a couple meetings ago, our long range planning committee, our district accountability committee, our fiscal oversight committee, our MBOC, our mill levy bond oversight committee. And so we wanted to take a minute just to recognize some of those committee members who have served on those committees in a volunteer role and given up of their time and sacrificed much to really help us, essentially help us make really informed decisions on the board. So tonight, we're just going to take a few minutes to recognize outgoing board or outgoing committee members. I'm going to start with our district accountability committee. We have 4 of those committee members who are leaving us for now. And we're going to say for now, because we know that once you get that taste of volunteering in this district, you just keep coming back for more. So we'll give you a little time to rest, but we hope that you return. But those 4 people that are leaving today are Stephen Ferrandino, Mark Harrell, Andy Jones, and Christian Phelps. And I'm just going to see, got them. Do we have all 4 of those people on right now from our DAC? I see. All right. So I'm going to so to those committee members, if you have any just quick words you want to say in terms of what it's meant to you to serve on this committee, and then we'll go on to our next committee. So I'm going to start with, is Stephen with us? Stephen Ferrandino? I don't see Stephen up yet.
He is not.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move down to Mark Farrell, who actually, Mark Harrell is actually a principal that has served on the committee. So he's not leaving the district, but we do want to hear from Mark in terms of what has it meant to be a representative on the DAC?
Well, Director Ray, I'm just so appreciative of the opportunity to be the principal's voice on that district level committee. But what I really stand in awe and amazement about is the parent and community members, 20, 30, 40 people that I've spent time with over the last 8 years doing that work. Much like the directors on our board who do this completely voluntarily with only the truest sense of service being their motivation. So I stand in awe of the volunteerism, not only from our DAC, but also from our directors on the Board of Education as well. So that is the true spirit of volunteerism.
Very good. Well, thank you for your service, Mark. Andy Jones has served as the co-vice chair. Andy, any quick words?
David, thank you so much. Tough act to follow when we see those amazing kids that have just been recognized for all of their work. And when I think back of how my 3 children came up through Douglas County schools, and my last one has finally graduated and off to KU, it just brings to my mind the importance of the parent involvement and the opportunity to serve in this role in the DAC, to be a voice for parents, to be a voice in the charter community has been an absolute pleasure and an honor. And you're absolutely right. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here.
Very good. Thank you, Andy. And thank you also for your dedicated service. And Christian Phelps.
Hey there. Thank you for the recognition. And it's been a pleasure to serve. I started as a parent representative for the Castle View Feeder and then transitioned to a community member. And just representing the community and having that voice, and it's been a pleasure to serve with everybody. And I'll miss being at the table, but I'm sure I will be still very involved in one way or another. Even though I don't have kids in the district, but I'm still a very active parent in the community. So it's been a pleasure.
Great. Well, thank you, Christian, also for your service. And we're giving you a virtual handshakes as well as visualize a certificate that's coming your way soon in the mail, because we definitely want to acknowledge your great service and just the impact you've had on our kids. We're going to move on now to our Fiscal Oversight Committee. We also have 3 members that are leaving. Dilpreet Jammu, Lisa Geringer, and Vince Perello. And I'm going to start with Dilpreet. I see Dilpreet there. Dilpreet, again, thank you for your service. And what words might you have in terms of what it's meant to serve on the Fiscal Oversight Committee?
You know, it's so funny, as I was listening to all the kids talking, I actually am truly amazed with what we've accomplished here at Douglas County School District. I started with a SAC at Mountain View SAC when my older daughter was there, and moved on to LRPC and then on to Fiscal Oversight. And it is truly amazing the talent that we've got. I look back to leadership from people like Richard Cosgrove, and of course from our current members of the team, Director Doan and Director Schlesinger. I think the number one thing for me has been the education, as in personal education and development, and just seeing how the financials of our district work, all the things that have to happen, and the tremendous amount of effort that's required. I'm just truly amazed. And I think the last comment I'll make is I have seen transitions occur, and I'd like to thank the board for the changes that you as a team have made. It's been phenomenal, and it is moving us in the right direction. I know we have some challenges ahead, and I'm glad to say I'm out of here. Have a good one.
Well, thank you. You can still be found, though. Remember that. All right, Lisa Geringer.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for having us. You know, it's been my pleasure to serve. I've been a member of Douglas County resident for the past 10 years. And I have a son that's entering 11th grade at the Highlands Ranch High School in the fall. And I started with as PTO treasurer back at Fox Creek Elementary for 3 years. And once my son moved on to Crest Hill, I needed some more finance to do. So I joined the FOC committee, and it's been an amazing experience. And I think we've accomplished a lot. I've worked with some tremendous committee members and staff. We've just had a tremendous ride the last 3 years. So I just want to say thank you, and you know, for having me, and it's been my pleasure to serve it.
That's great. Thank you so much, Lisa. So we're going to move on to another group, our Mill Bond Oversight Ad Hoc Committee, and we have Lacey Rupert who's leaving us. Is Lacey on?
Actually, we don't see her.
Okay. And I don't believe Dennis Houston is on either. Dennis was also on that committee as well. But we're going to then move on, and then we'll see if Lacey joins us here shortly. From the Long Range Planning Committee, we have Stephanie Stanley, who's leaving us. Stephanie, are you on?
And we don't see Stephanie either.
No Stephanie? All right. Well, I think that ends our list of committee members. And again, on behalf of all the board, we can't thank you enough for your commitment, your dedication. You have made a difference in the lives of our 68,000 students because of your work. And we thank you very much, and look forward to having our paths cross again someday. So again, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on with our agenda. So next on the agenda is to actually accept this agenda. We're moving right along. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
I move to accept the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Meek, seconded by Holtzman. Let's vote. Chancha Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Bray, aye. And that passes unanimously. Next on our agenda then is public comment. As we state every single time, we really value hearing diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout our community, specifically items listed on tonight's agenda and on issues that impact the educational needs of our students. Two policies guide how public comment is received by the board. Policy KE, public complaints, and policy BEDH, public participation on board meetings. Policy BEDH explains that since the board's responsibility is setting policy for the school district, members of the public should direct their comments to policy matters, and notes further that citizens are strongly encouraged to contact the teachers, building principal, or superintendent first with questions or concerns. Board policy KE outlines the process for responding to grievances and complaints and explains that the board believes that complaints and grievances are best handled and resolved as close to the origin of concern as possible. Therefore, we encourage the proper channeling of concerns. For example, concerns that involve a child should begin with the teacher, then the building administrator, then the director of schools, assistant superintendent, and superintendent before appealing to the Board of Education. Given that the remote nature of this meeting, there are some additional directions I would provide for you tonight. First of all, as has always been our practice, those wanting to make public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to 3 o'clock of the meeting. Those who are signed up by this time receive an email with directions for how to call in, and hopefully we've got some people waiting for us right now. Once you're called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. You'll be able to listen to the meeting by your phone, but you won't be able to speak until we've actually unmuted your phone. Please make sure that you're not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. Once I call your name, please state your name and ask if you can be heard, and then I will respond for you to continue. I would also remind commenters that we want to continue to maintain a decorum and mutual respect. And we would ask that speakers refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. It is also important to know that the board follows Robert's Rules of Orders to guide it in participating in an orderly and fairly conducted meeting. Under those rules, if a director calls for a point of order, all discussions and comments should stop so that a determination can be made as to whether a procedural rule or board policy has been violated. Therefore, if you hear a point of order made while you're making a comment, or if I interrupt, the speaker should pause until otherwise directed to continue. The speaker's phone will be muted until asked to continue. Each speaker, we allot up to 3 minutes to address the board, and please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in this discussion. So at this time, we will move on to public comment, and our first public commenter is Melody Jaw, and then Nadia Tenchiva is after her. So I'm going to just pause for a second to see if Melanie Jaw is on the phone.
Hello, can you hear me? This is
Yes,
Melanie
Melanie,
speaking.
thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melanie Zoe, and I am a recent graduate from Thunderbridge High School. You guys just saw me in the National Merit Scholar recognition. Today, I represent myself, my good friend Reed Rohr, and many youth in our community who are deeply outraged by the ongoing racial injustices occurring in our country. We greatly appreciate how Douglas County has taken the first steps in acknowledging the need for diversity in educational environments and curriculum. Our community's lack of racial diversity often limits the perspectives that students develop in the classroom and contributes to racial hostilities and microaggressions. We implore the Board of Education to take action to dismantle overt and covert racism in our community with the following recommendations. 1, add diversity and inclusion as a priority agenda item at the June 23rd board meeting. 2, establish an ongoing district diversity and inclusion committee of students, educators, and community members to review and improve K-12 curriculum to represent diverse cultural voices. 3, require all teachers and administrators to undergo implicit bias and anti-racism training so that they are equipped to facilitate conversations about race and offer equitable educational experiences to people of color. 4, mandate teachers and administrators address issues of racism and systemic injustice on a regular basis, for example, through homeroom curriculum and school-wide assemblies. 5, offer tactical resources for students to recognize racial injustice, report it to the right authorities, and advocate for their peers to promote allyship and collective responsibility. Our suggestions are just the beginning. To embrace the theme of growing together, we remind the board that now is the time to initiate swift and decisive action that creates a new generation of racially informed students and leaders. This change can only be achieved through concrete policies, continuous reflection, and student input. Well-intended plans are no longer sufficient. Please act now alongside your students who are demanding change. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Zoe. Appreciate your comments. Next on the agenda, our next commenter is Nadia Tanchiva. Nadia, are you on?
We do not have Nadia.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to skip Nadia for now, and then Chris or Gautam, if you'll let me know if she happens to join us. The next person on our list is Rhonda Thompson. Rhonda, are you there?
I do not see
All right,
Rhonda.
Okay, we're going to put a hold on Rhonda at this time. Taryn Castro, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Ah, yay. Yes, we can, Taryn. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you guys so much. And I am very new to the community. We moved from Oregon. So thank you for allowing this open forum. I am addressing the schools opening up without restrictions in the fall of 2020, going into the 2021 school year. The ongoing closures have been detrimental to the health and well-being of the children of this community. And I would stress that we open up without restrictions moving forward. Our health systems are ready to handle anything that could potentially come up. And we are seeing now that kids are lower risk and that keeping schools closed have not been shown to save lives. I also urge the board not to require PPE for any parent, any student or any teacher. That should be left up to the parent and or the teacher for those PPEs. Online instruction cannot be replaced or cannot replace in-class instruction and in-class experience. Speaking with your last woman who was speaking or a student who was speaking, my daughter is a person of color, and having the ability to have a teacher relationship in this community is critical. And I hope that we can continue those relationships with our students and our teachers. The closures exacerbate already existing inequalities that I think sometimes we forget in our community here in Douglas County. So I would like to be able to really stress that the situation right now of virtual learning does leave some of our children behind, whether it's a socioeconomic inequality and or able-bodied or differently abled children or neurologically different children. It does leave children behind, and that is an unacceptable way of approaching education in Douglas County. Lastly, I am a working parent. I think a lot of people here are working parents, and it becomes absolutely impossible to homeschool our children and to the level that we know we need to and provide for our children. That is all of what I have to say, and I hope you take everything into consideration. I realize how challenging this is for you, and you guys as leaders are making the best case to open our schools, and I really do appreciate it, but please listen to the parents and the students that are out here to allow them to go back to school without restrictions and participate in education in every way possible. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Castro. Nora Altman is next, and then Rachel Yamakowski. I know I'm butchering your name, Rachel, if you're listening already, but Nora is next, and then Rachel after Nora. Is Nora Altman with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nora, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for the initiative to create a task force for school reopening and for your email from June 3rd condemning racism and social injustice. I speak to help guide your difficult decisions on budget prioritization by sharing my perspective as a mother and as a member of the leadership team of Douglas County Coalition for Youth Health. I attended a CASA webinar where it was said that the work towards effective reopening of schools included assuming that every kid would come back with some degree of trauma. Some simply related to the abrupt nature of school closure, others with added trauma from the ripple economic and social impacts. I also attended a seminar hosted by the National Association of School Boards, where the panelist Randy Ross explained society is experiencing a double tsunami. The first one was COVID-19 pandemic. The second tsunami is the one that has made translucent the violence and the crashing nature of fear and anxiety due to racial inequalities. I choose to see these tsunamis as opportunity for change, because to me, the holes in the fabric of our society were exposed a year ago when I went through what was then the first tsunami in our district, the school shooting at STEM. Other than tragic loss of lives, what these events have in common is the enormous traumatic impact in the lives of young people. Through my own family experience, I have reached the conclusion that it's not possible to recover one child from trauma without addressing the quality of the interpersonal interactions within the whole school and the whole district. But one doesn't need to subscribe to that experience to acknowledge that once kids come back, each with their own non-zero degree of trauma, it will be impossible to support each child's mental health individually. Luckily for us, research suggests that we can support kids by creating a shared meaning that will help us turn trauma into collective resilience. We can do it, as you stated in your email, through your vision of growing together and building schools and classrooms where our students experience acceptance and a sense of belonging, regardless of race, color, national origin, ancestry, creed, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender expression, identity, or disability. Thanks to the work this district has been doing, we already have the framework. Building healthy school climates is implemented in our school through the work of counselors for prevention. I have said it here before, but I can't stress enough the importance that systematic approach towards resilient building that I have encountered at Crest Hill through the work of its principal, Sid Rundle, and the Counselor for Prevention, Megan Tran, and the frameworks developed by the district has had towards my child and my own recovery from trauma. I speak here in anticipation of what cuts may come, asking you and schools to please cut anything else, but do not cut costs on a consolidated district approach towards youth mental health and the building of the protective factors that give kids sense of belonging. It is the smoothest path toward implementing COVID-19 changes, fixing racial prejudice and trauma recovery to each of our kids so that they can each resume academic learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Altman. Rachel Yamiolkoski is next, and then after her is Jennifer Iverson. Rachel, are you on the line?
I am. Thank you so much, and you did a fine job with my name.
Well,
Thank you.
it didn't feel like it, but thank you. Go ahead.
I'm the parent of 2 children from Douglas County school districts. Both of them have, they're both twice exceptional. So I wanted to just speak with you today, speaking on the topic of children with disabilities and specifically children with autism. And I wanted to bring this perspective that comes from a person named Pete Warmby. He's an autistic person, and he had a lot to say that really resonated with me and also some parents of autistic children. Here's his tweet. So if you're an autistic student and suddenly everyone's talking about going back to school, let's walk in some shoes of theirs. Autistic students will have had a wide variety of experiences during this lockdown period. Some bad, others good. One thing many of them will share, however, is that they'll finally have adjusted to the new school-less reality. It takes time for most autistic people to adjust to a new routine, and the experience can be traumatic. Parents will have seen this secondhand, children themselves firsthand. Couple this with fear of the virus, adjustment to lockdown was hard. However, one thing lockdown did benefit from was a near universal sense that it was the right thing to do. Many autistic students, aware of the growing crisis, will have seen the need, and this may well have helped the transition, especially for older students. The difference now that we're coming out of lockdown is that there's a palpable disagreement and also a lack of clear logic in the decision to return children to school. Autistic students will look at the situation, ask why, and get no good answer. This is not a good way to deal with autistic folk. If you want us to do something uncomfortable, you'd better have a damn good reason for it. Otherwise, we will be perennially unimpressed. But that's where we are right now. Some autistic people seem to have a different risk assessment mechanism to neurotypicals, a tendency to be more pessimistic and less prone to magical thinking, i.e., the I'll be fine. The idea of returning to school for no good reason will not fly with them. For the last few months, autistic students of a certain age will perhaps have learned a lot about the dangers of coronavirus and will be scared of returning to an environment that seems to be dangerous to them. This will be a big issue moving forward. Not only are we expecting autistic children to tear themselves abruptly from a new routine they've only just become accustomed to, we're expecting them to ignore their own rational fears. It's not a good look. The understandable fear of returning to a dangerous environment will be compounded by the fact that the school's regular routines and structures will be absolutely gone, done away with, replaced by new structures and routines. This is a nightmare for most autistic children. The info on these structures will be either shared with autistic students in advance, in which case they will panic and possibly refuse, or worse, be a surprise when they go back their first day. To put it shortly, getting children back into school is a big job that really needs its own focused planning and resourcing. That's what we're going to need to do in Douglas County to get our children with autism back into school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yamialska. Appreciate that. Jennifer Iverson, and then Randy Curtis. Randy Curtis is after Jennifer. Jennifer, are you on? Not hearing Jennifer. Randy Curtis, are you on? All right, and I'm going to double check and just double back to, do we have Nadia or Rhonda?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, up, yeah, there's Jennifer. I'm going to go ahead and Jennifer, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Tucker. My name is Jennifer Iverson, and my son is a proud and spirited Falcon at Highlands Ranch High School. He is a student with autism, diagnosed at the beginning of 8th grade. I'm a very involved member of our community, especially in regards to special education. I've listened to the BOE meetings. Being informed, I do realize that there are many hard choices DCSD must make for the coming years ahead. I am saddened by the cuts to our funding and the impact it will have on our community. I reviewed the budget, and I was alarmed when I saw the cuts for special education department. When reading the impacts these restrictions would incur, I was flabbergasted. I quote, "District will not meet maintenance of effort requirement and will need to pay the shortfall back to the CDE in 2022. District risks non-compliance with the federal and state rules and regulations, which can result in lower AU determination ratings, state corrective action, state withholding of federal funds, and increased litigation against the district." For those who may not comprehend the magnitude of those statements and the line it crosses, I'll try to make it more clear. The Individuals with Disability Education Act, IDEA, is the nation's federal special education law that ensures public schools serve the educational needs of the students with disabilities. The United States Department of Education did not approve any waivers that would dissolve this responsibility. Schools are required by IDEA to provide a free and appropriate public education to students with disabilities. Our district is plainly saying that they are aware of this federal law and are willing and resolved to break it. This choice does not reflect the ethics and values needed at this time. I am not convinced that this reduction will actually save anyone money. The district recognizes the increased risk of litigation. I can already see within the impact statement several violations to IDEA, including placement, student support, predetermination, and least restrictive environment. Our district lost a monumental Supreme Court case with a typical budget. The impact statement made implies a hopefulness that parents and guardians will not understand their children's rights. It preys on those without the time or ability to learn what IDEA may mean to an already vulnerable population of disabled students. In difficult times such as these, we are called to emphasize the morals that we stand for and model for our children. We need to hold on to those qualities that are so basic to our nation. Can we truly afford to make these cuts knowing the real risk of breaking state and federal laws? Is this the example we want to send to our children? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Iverson. Randy Curtis, are you on the line? Okay, one more loop back to Nadia or Rhonda.
Can you hear me, Director
there's
Ray?
Randy. Yep, Randy, I've got you. Go ahead.
I am live. All right.
Yay.
My name is Randy Curtis. I am a proud parent of 2 amazing Douglas County students, one a proud Falcon. I'm also an advocate for students with special needs. My story of becoming an advocate started with my highly gifted son, who also happens to be a student with high functioning autism. My son has both an IEP and an ALP. We would learn about his autism as he entered 8th grade. I feel it necessary to speak tonight. However, honestly, I would prefer to be in an IEP meeting right now. I usually find myself advocating for students, not for the adults who work for the students or work with the students. I want to recognize that without the special education teams, the needs of our students, of the students I advocate for, would go unmet. They are critical. The district is looking at making deep cuts, and I hope they are looking in the right places. I encourage you to continue to ask the difficult questions as you look at each school and the population they serve. If a school serves more students with special needs, then I can see the necessity for admins or more admins and staff. If they serve more neurotypical students who demand less services, then they should be making more cuts in their budget. Now for my favorite topic, special education. Special education is made up of specialized teams who serve a unique student population. These teams have members who have specific training and extensive knowledge. A couple of examples are the autism and behavioral teams. Specifically, the autism team understands autism. They consult with the school and can train teachers and staff members how to teach a student with autism. This is a small team with a huge impact. I have worked with this team, and without their expertise, many students with autism would have been misidentified. I'm concerned that after 5 months of isolation, a majority of all of our students will be returning to school with unknown needs. General education teachers will struggle to support them, including our students with unique needs. Gen Ed teachers will need the SPED teams more than ever. I'm equally concerned about all of our students, including our neurotypical students. As our community prepares to go back to school, we will need to be ready to do things differently. Our students are not the same people that went on spring break. We will need to approach all of our students with a new understanding and a fresh perspective. We may need to take a few weeks to get to know them, practice mindfulness, and develop a community approach. Lastly, in tonight's agenda, I noticed that the Douglas County principals completed a survey. I recommend you review this survey with caution, as it does not appear to have included feedback from teachers or staff. Why did our teachers leave, or why did our leaders leave them out of this critical conversation? Would the results have been the same? Please continue asking the difficult questions and do what is right for all of our children. Thank you for volunteering your time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Again, just circling back, Nadia or Rhonda? And hearing that neither of them showed up, we will go ahead and close a public session. Do want to just, again, commend our speakers for their words tonight. Please know that they will definitely be pondered and contemplated as we move forward with the budget items tonight, including, I know Ms. Zoe talked about social injustice and condemning racism, and certainly this board and our superintendent made a joint commitment to make that our focus. And so Ms. Zoe, if you're still on, I would encourage you to send us your letter because some of the recommendations you made, I would like us to make sure to use that as a framework for following up to that. But everybody else know that as we move on to our agenda, we will certainly continue to address your items. Excuse me. Next on our agenda sorry about that, is our consent agenda. We have 5 items on our consent agenda, including the lease extension with the RTD at Northeast Elementary, resolution regarding a waiver of bid requirements related to the disposition of dedicated school sites, a relocation for EDCSD, the approval of the end of the year 1920 fiscal budget, and then personnel changes. Is there a motion to accept and adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
I didn't see a second. Who was the second? Elizabeth. All right, very good. So we got motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Director Hansen. Let's go ahead and vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hansen.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye, and that passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is to adopt the unofficial minutes. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt the minutes.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Long. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hansen.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
And Ray is aye. That passes unanimously. All right, next on our agenda is to get some updates. Dr. Tucker, you've been kind of busy these last couple of weeks. So
yeah, just a little busy.
We're looking forward to your updates. So we'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, we've been extremely busy, but a huge thank you to members of our crisis team, which is comprised of the district's cabinet, also Director Ray and Director Holtzman. Thank you for your service on that crisis team, as well as the input from our EDOS who will join us along with Mr. Payne. So we've been busy. Three things I want to quickly talk about, and I may bring in a couple people to add a little bit more depth to what I'm discussing. The first thing I want to discuss is our Restart and Recovery Task Force. I want to thank the nearly 2,000 people who applied for the task force. And we obviously have some focus groups, about 10 or so plus focus groups that are looking at some themes that I see not only having an impact in the Douglas County School District, but having an impact with school districts across America. So certainly want to thank those folks, and we're going to engage those nearly 2,000 people in some way as well. And certainly want to thank our Chief Academic Officer, Marlena Gross-Taylor, for helping us get that initiative started. Just a couple quick comments before I ask Marlena to add some more depth to what I'm saying. As we lead up to the final decision, and I want to emphasize that no final decision has been made. We certainly enjoy the feedback and the comments that folks are providing us, but I am just totally pleased to engage nearly 2,000 people made up of administrators, parents, teachers, community members, support staff, and of course, our healthcare professionals who simply have provided a great deal of research in terms of the steps that we will take as we create a restart and recovery plan that will serve as our guide or our framework for our schools in our district to regain educational achievement in the Douglas County School District. So again, extremely proud of that, and just letting this process naturally evolve. We didn't create a plan with a few people in the room and said, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is probably truly a one-of-a-kind process, certainly at this scale in the country, as I talk to my connections across the country in terms of what they're doing as they plan for a restart and recovery. Each situation is going to be different from district to district in terms of what their recovery, restart and recovery plan looks like, which simply means that what we're doing here in Douglas County may be different than what our neighbors are doing. Doesn't necessarily we're doing things right or doing things wrong. And it may look different from different regions across the country. So I want to make sure that we keep that in mind. And what we do will not be universal. It won't be homogeneous, again, when we look at what other school districts are doing. Some of the trends that I have read about, I have observed, and I have discussed with my colleagues across Colorado and across the country. I'll be real quick here. Some things to think about. Again, no decisions have been made. Social distancing, what will that look like when we open up in the fall? Will we observe social distancing? What about PPE? That's that personal protective equipment. As the speaker talked about, will we require people to wear some type of mask or face covering? Temperature checks and other health screenings, will we require those types of things? Will there be some type of testing available in the next couple weeks or next couple months, or some type of robust treatment available? Sanitizing. The district has been doing an amazing job since back in March in terms of keeping things sanitized in the district. What would that look like when we enter schools? And speaking of entering schools, how will we come back? What will school look like? We can either come back totally in person. It could be a blended model, or it could be, it could be totally online. Again, we don't know. We're going to, listen to our healthcare experts, and then we move to who decides. Not only is the healthcare experts, but it's also our governor and our health officials. It's not solely the district's decision right now. It's the governor's orders and the public health orders, along with recommendations from our health experts. Again, we'll work through that as well. And the final thing that every school district in America is contemplating, and we're going to talk about that tonight, is that is the impact on state funding. So now I'll ask Mrs. Gross-Taylor to please give us some additional insights, some brief insights in terms of where we are in the second week of our Restart Recovery Plan, our committee.
Hi, Dr.
Taylor,
Tucker.
Chief Academic Officer for our district. Marlita, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay, Director Ray?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for allowing me to share just a little more detail around our process here. Again, like Dr. Tucker shared earlier, we are so thankful for all of our 2,000 applicants that wanted to be a part of this, and we're excited to have a way for everyone to participate. So this week alone, even as of today, we've held over around 5 or 6 large input sessions with some of the thinking that our task force focus groups have come up with over the last week or so, and we'll continue that this week. Our current timeline for our task force work is for all of those larger input sessions to be completed by the end of the week. And then the focus groups will take that information that they've received from those larger input groups, as well as our DCSD remote learning survey, and finalize what their recommendations are. We will be able to present to the board on the June 23rd meeting what the task force recommendations are, all the way from calendar to staggered entry for in-person. We will have to have several contingencies, again, not knowing where we will be this time in July or this time in August. So our focus groups are planning for a few different scenarios that we know of as of now, but they're also willing to maintain this group if needed, if additional direction from the health department, from the governor comes down and we need to make any last minute adjustments to the plans that we have. We also will be sending a survey out to all of our community members, our students, our staff, around what the task force recommendations are, particularly around that staggered entry. That has been probably the area that has been of most concern with our parents and our families, around how many days a week we can have school, how do we do so with the social distancing, that's guidelines that are currently in place, and also the class size limits of 10 right now. So we understand that is definitely a topic that a lot of our parents and our students are concerned about. So we will be sending that survey out. We are also preparing to have virtual learning or e-learning in each of our buildings as a contingency as well, because we do recognize that some of our students may not be able to return if they're in that high risk category. So there are multiple moving parts in this process, as I know those of you that are listening and those here on the board understand. And so we are honored to have the task force to help us through that. We have also added a tab on our website because we've had so many questions, which I think is absolutely wonderful of, well, who is on the task force? Who is serving? Is my voice being heard? Do we have working parents? Do we have, do we have a diverse group of people on each of these task force? So that list is actually available where you can see who all of our focus group members are, as well as who's the larger input group members as well. It's been wonderful conversations with each of the task force focus groups and the larger input sessions that I've been able to just peek into just to hear. And I am actually excited by the commitment of our community to really lock arms together to come up with a plan that has different contingencies and to make sure that we are doing everything possible to give our kids a wonderful education that Douglas County is known for, and as our honorees today shared about. So we want to make sure that that does continue. And finally, DC Oaks is one of our alternate high schools, and so their calendar actually starts a little earlier. They're the only school that's on a slightly different calendar, and they start in July. So part of this process has also included making plans for what school will look like under the current guidelines and restrictions that we have, as well as if anything is lifted, if a miracle happens, we have a vaccine and all those things, what that would look like. So those students can start in July as well. So that will be the details of that will be part of that larger June 23rd meeting. And I just want to recognize our DOS Corey, as well as Derek, the principal there, for really putting together a great plan to make sure that our students and our staff are safe.
Right. Very good, Marlena. Thank you. Again, I want to emphasize this, that we are still working our way through this. And from my perspective, there's no school district in America that's better positioned than the Douglas County School District to take this on, especially with us casting this wide net to value the opinions of so many of our people, so many of our key stakeholders. So again, thank you for that. And I ask our folks to continue to have a little bit more patience with us during this unusual time. Speaking of this unusual time, Mr. O'Hara, Jimmy O'Hara from Legend High School, we heard from him earlier as one of our scholars we recognized, talked about the impact of not having prom and graduation, how this has impacted their senior year. But I want to remind our people, we are committed to having some semblance of an in-person graduation. As you know, we have the last full week of this month in June reserved. The Tri-County Health Department has approved our in-person variants. I'll be getting some information out to all of our parents here very soon, giving them an update. And this is just a quick recap of what's happening. We're working with Tri-County Health and the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to get a variance approved for some semblance of an in-person graduation that would involve family members and friends. And so we're waiting for the Colorado Health Department to give us an update on that. I also have our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Ted Knight, online, who's been actively involved with our principals and with our directors, and also along with Director Ray, who's been a huge help as we navigate these conversations with our county folks. So Ted, can you give us a quick update?
You bet. Thanks, Dr. Tucker. Yeah, we have been in constant communication with the Tri-County Health Department, as well as our county commissioners, as you stated. And we still have in-person graduations tentatively scheduled for the week of June 22nd. And we look forward to hearing back from the Colorado Department of Health via Tri-County Health Department any day now.
Okay. And we have the variances already submitted. And so Ted, certainly I want to thank you for that. And then, as I said earlier, our Douglas County commissioners for assisting us in that endeavor. And lastly, folks, to round out my update, I want to talk a little bit about our return of in-person athletics and co-curricular and extracurricular activities. We know the importance of educating the whole child and how important it is that we maintain students' involvement, not only in the classroom, but also on the band practice field. Ensure that our cheerleaders are out getting ready for fall sports, and ensuring that our other co-curriculars are up and running. Our athletic teams are ready for the fall. So I'm going to ask Mr. Cheney, our district-wide AD, to give us a quick update on our in-person return to athletics and other activities, and what those protocols potentially could look like. And I think our target date is either the 15th of this month or later on this month. And again, we want to thank our student athletes, parents, and community members for being patient with us. Mr. Cheney.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're excited. As you know, that the student athletes and coaches and our community members, a lot of them are anxious to get back and get back with just each other. And it's not really a preparing for next year. It's just to get them back with some normalcy and get them going again. So we have worked with obviously the health agencies. We worked with CHASA, National Federation of High Schools, other school districts, district leadership, and we've come up with a plan for this summer. It's a gradual return to play protocol. It'll start, hopefully we're shooting for June 15th, which is Monday. Hope we'll have everything in place by then. If not, we'll certainly start the following Monday, June 22nd. It'll involve some pre-screening with student athletes when they show up. And again, this is for activities as well. Marching bands and such, they're anxious to get going too. So, we'll follow guidelines, for example, 10 inside and 25 outside, and keep them in the same pods. So they're with the same coach and same kids for at least 2 weeks. And then there'll be no changing for that. The screening piece, the attendance piece. So for the contact tracing, if something were to come up again, we'd have levels for that. So again, just real excited to get going again. I know our coaches, community members, parents are chomping at the bit. There's certainly a lot more details I could share, but just know that obviously the safety of our students and staff and doing what we can, following guidelines, there's our main priority, and hopefully we'll get that in place next Monday, and had a lot of people helping with that. So that's kind of where we are with our return to play for summer 2020. And then in the fall, CHASA has a re-socialization committee working to see how activities and athletics will work in the fall. Whether it's back as usual, or if there's some amendments to how the sports will look, or some safety precautions. So certainly working with our state governing body on that part of it for the fall. So that's it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cheney, huge thank you to you, our great coaches, and our sponsors of our other co-curricular and extracurricular programs. And I know that they're excited to get back out there. As I said, I know our cheerleaders, our color guard, band, and other fall activities are ready to get started. So thanks for updating us, and we look forward to future developments. President Ray, directors, that wraps up my report, and I'll we'll be quiet until we get ready for the budget presentation.
Very good, Dr. Tucker. Thank you. Dr. Tucker, I know you also mentioned, I think summer programming was on the agenda too. Did you want to make any mention of that?
Yes, we are in the, I'll use BASE for an example. We are in the process of getting BASE started for this summer, starting July 1st in some semblance. And we're just, Mrs. Elmore is excited about getting that started. And summer school, we're still doing remote summer school for right now. And as we continue to receive updates and guidance from our local health experts, we will be flexible and nimble as well. So this also includes, you're right, any of our summer programming as well as our athletic programs. And you'll more within the next couple of weeks. I'll ask just briefly here, I know Mrs. Ingalls is available. Nancy, would you like to give us a quick update?
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Can you briefly repeat your question for me?
Yes, I want to just giving folks a quick update on our summer programming, LAC base, and any other summer programming we have for our students.
For those of you listening, this is Nancy Ingalls, our personalized learning officer. Nancy, you are a little faint, so you may want to lean into the microphone.
Thank you, President Ray. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
You're welcome. So our extended school year services for students with IEPs who qualify for extended school year are underway currently. Those are being delivered remotely, similar to the way services were delivered for students this spring. We have close to 200 students who are participating in extended school year services, and all of their services and activities for this period of time in the month of June are individualized based on their personal IEP goals. In terms of BASE, I wonder if our Chief Academic Officer can help give a little bit more information. But currently our BASE staff are providing some virtual enrichment opportunities for our students kindergarten through 6th grade. Those have been promoted by the district through social media and our communications formats. And I'm not sure if Ms. Gross-Taylor might have anything to add regarding the BASE activities.
Yeah, and I was going to ask if Marlena had a couple closing comments, or Ted Knight, our Assistant Superintendent.
Thanks, Nancy. So for BASE, you really covered it. We are offering virtual options right now because that is still a need for many of our families. And then as we look at how we can come back in the summer, in July, as I mentioned with DC Oaks, they're having to start school in some shape, form, or fashion. BASE is definitely a part of that process as well. And we hope to have, to be able to offer BASE in July in person, even if it's on a limited basis, but also continuing that virtual piece as well. And the only closing comments that I have about really the entire process is just to remind everyone that's listening that everyone that might be on different Facebook groups and hearing this and that, we are all working together as district leaders across the Front Range. I sit on a state group every week for several hours. We are trying our best to make sure we're aligned as much as possible because we are all facing the same issue of how to do this to meet the needs of our students and going back to school in the fall. So even though our plans may look slightly different, we are all working together as we figure out contingencies for so many unknowns. Also, BASE will begin, I apologize, July 6th with some level of in-person, July 6th, in compliance with the licensing by the state. So that will happen July 6th, and we will be sure to continue to communicate that what limited seats we are able to have with the current restrictions.
Okay, I think that wraps it up. Marlena and Nancy, thanks for adding some more detail to that and working cross-categorical, if you will. So certainly appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. I know we have some directors that have some questions. Director Hansen?
Sure.
Thank you, President Ray. I want to just first off clarify, did Ms. Gross-Taylor just say that we would have a plan ready for review to be shared by July 6th?
She was making reference to BASE. The reentry recovery plan will be presented on 23 June. BASE will open in some fashion on July 6th.
Okay. And then I just have one other question for you. As the secretary for the board, I have the privilege to see a lot of the correspondence that comes to us as a board. And one of the questions that I'm frequently getting that I'd love your input on is how can our families have a voice in this process if they are not a part of the task force? What is your preference for me to share with them a meaningful way that they can contribute?
Well, certainly the survey. I mean, we certainly want parents to complete the survey, and please feel free to email Mrs. Gross-Taylor directly or any members. Once we have all the names and memberships of those committees, posted. If it's a concern that the community member has relative to one of those committees, email anyone on that committee with his or her concern. And Director Hanson, thank you for addressing concerns that parents have. I do as well, but our goal is to continue to broaden our net in terms of communicating with our public.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Directors, any other questions regarding Dr. Tucker's update? Director Meek?
Regarding the plan on June 23rd, that's only 2 weeks away. Is it the intention that we would be approving a plan on the 23rd, or is it an update? What's the timeline look like?
Okay, I'll ask Mrs. Gross Taylor to come back, but the intention is to update the board on the major components of the plan and where we are. Because remember, this is a very, very fluid situation right now. Things could change between June 23rd and the start of school second week in August. So again, I would caution our people to understand it's fluid, and then on the 23rd is primarily an update on where we are. The governor, his updates have been, different, a bit infrequent from time to time. And so we're just asking folks to stay fluid and flexible. Marlena, do you want to talk a little bit more about the timeline and how this situation, our plan, our guide could shift? We know CDC put out some guidelines within the last couple of weeks that we're watching very carefully.
Yes, so again, on June 23rd, the task force will be presenting their recommendations of their work to the board. And those recommendations will include a couple of contingencies. Just because we are unsure, it is impossible to say at this moment what it will look like in August. So you will see that at that board meeting, and you will see the different contingencies. So that way, while we're planning, we are already on the balls of our feet, ready to pivot in whichever way the health department and the governor guide us to do.
Thank you for that. Having listened to the governor yesterday speak to the state board, and his comments around most likely most schools will be back in largely normal fashion. He made several comments, another one around accommodating students who may be learning remotely as well. And some of those seem a little challenging to do given some of the health requirements.
You're absolutely right, Director Meek, because just recently, and this is not a critique, just recently, the governor's last statement that I heard was that be prepared to have a plan to go to utilize a remote or blended program, I should say. And so again, that's a testament to us having to be flexible in terms of how we're going to educate our kids. And the whole, I guess the gist of all of this is that this committee of nearly 2,000 folks and then community members providing their input, they're very much welcome input in terms of what their thoughts are, maybe some things that we haven't really thought through. And it's just, again, a testament that we have to be ready to change and pivot at a notice. That also means being able to pivot if these cases were to spike during the school year. And again, as I said, I don't think there's a place around here that's better prepared to do this than the Douglas County School District. Obviously, we want to, and I want the community to know this from the bottom of our hearts. It's easier for our kids, our staff, and for everyone involved for us to start on the normal schedule in the fall.
Thank you. And I think I brought it up at the last meeting around trying to understand budget needs in order to accommodate the different contingencies. And, I think that's a huge challenge for us right now, but I'm sure it's what you're working on. And then Mr. Cheney's comments on CHASA and it looking at fall sports. I know I've received a lot of questions around cost savings around high school sports if we're not going to be able to have high school sports. And I'm just wondering if there is a timeline on what that conversation or decision might be made.
Yeah, I read many of the updates from CHASA. I don't think that there's a timeline, and that's why Mr. Cheney was very intentional in partitioning this reentry for athletics and other activities summer and then fall, because CHASA is going to convene this task force to look at reentry in the fall. So right now, the only plans that CHASA, from my perspective, the only plans that they're working on, the organization is working on, is for the summer conditioning and getting kids ready for the fall, and then that group will come back. In regards to the budget, we will have a budget available for the board for the 3 different options. You'll have the budget. We'll discuss the budget tonight in terms of what things will look like with a normal operating start. We'll have a budget for a blended model, and then we'll have a budget for an e-learning or online model. As I cautioned before, and I'll caution tonight, and then again, we really don't know exactly what the final costs are going to be. We don't know what funds that are available, but we certainly would appreciate advocacy with the CARES dollars and with the COVID dollars, that we can extend them beyond December. It only makes sense to me. And I've done some advocacy with that. And so we will present that budget, but it will be a forecast. We can, and I think that's the right thing to do, but you also, at the end of the day, it's the money that you have presently that you'll have to spend to address schooling in either of the other 2 options.
All right, directors, any other questions? We do want to move on to the agenda items. Director Holtzman and Director Chancho Shore. Director Holtzman, is that a no?
Sorry, having trouble unmuting. I just wanted to follow up on Director Meek's original question, which was the timeline for board approval. I know in a prior presentation that the board has been given, I know that the board will be asked for approval, and that's part of our responsibility. I'm assuming we'll be approving a primary plan and contingency plans, because things could change. But is there a timeline for when those plan and contingency plans need to be approved, just so that that they can start implementation at some point? Like, what is the time when our teachers and our principals need to be able to begin implementation, even knowing they may have to pivot? I guess that was the question.
Well, I don't know if Chief Academic Officer Marlena Gross Taylor or I were articulated it well enough. On the 23rd, we will ask the board to approve our restart and recovery plan, which has the different contingencies in it. I think you're asking, when will we know what option we're going to have? Is that your question?
No, you just answered it.
Okay, thank you.
I just didn't know what the expectation was for board approval, but the 23rd sounds like
yes
for the contingencies, and I understand that. So that's all.
Okay, thank you.
And Director Chandrashore, does that answer your question as well?
That was the exact same question. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And just to clarify, Dr. Tucker, I know there's some people wondering about graduation. The variance that's been applied for is really to have as traditional of a graduation as possible, which not only includes all our graduates on the field at the same time, but it also includes spectators in our stadium, of course, allowing us to stage our stadium so that social distancing and safety mechanisms are put in place. But just so the community knows, that really is what we're after, is to have a in-person, as traditional as possible graduation with those couple of those features. Is that correct?
You're absolutely correct. And again, certainly want to thank you and Director Holtzman for your advocacy and your conversations with our county commissioners to get these variances, not only pushed for the Douglas County School District, but other school districts, the private and parochial school districts as well, and our charter schools in Douglas County. So we're all going, this tide is going to raise all of us in terms of having a more traditional in-person graduation, as you put it.
Absolutely. Very good. And thank you again, Dr.
Thank
Tucker,
you.
for all those
Absolutely.
updates, and looking forward to June 23rd. It's another big meeting, it sounds like.
Yes.
A lot of big topics that we'll be addressing and discussing. So at this time, board directors, I'm going to suggest we take a virtual break and return in approximately 10 minutes. I see that we're being entertained by the Lung family.
See your wife now come over to join you, okay?
It's always a party at the Lung house.
And my daughter is next to me. Say hi to President Ray.
I'm creating something.
Uh-oh. All right, Chris, are we about ready to go back on? Looks like you've stopped sharing your screen. Directors, we're back on to reconvene our second half of our meeting. Just looking to make sure that we're all accounted for. Looks like we are, except for Dr. Tucker, and I assume he's on his way back as well. So next on our agenda are there's Dr. Tucker. Good evening, sir. Is to look at these policies that have actually been on our agenda since way back in January. Is when we really had a first reading of these policies. They've been vetted by our employee council. They have been placed in a manner for our community to also provide feedback as well. And the majority of these policies follow under the category of being policies that are legally required but have been missing from our manual. And so that's one of the reasons why we need to get these done. I know the board came to consensus that we would delay the continuation of our overhaul work on policy. But I think what we want to do is that whenever there is a policy that's legally required that is missing from our manual, we still need to feel obligated to take care of that, just so that we're in compliance and so that we're making sure that that we're doing what we're supposed to do from a statutory perspective. So anyway, I want to just move through these pretty quickly, like I said, because they've been out there for so long. We've had plenty of time to study them. Our legal counsel, both Mary Clemish and Brian Condon, have done a great job vetting these for us and providing tweaks to them as needed when they receive feedback from both us and the employee council. So I'm just going to dive right in, unless Mrs. Clemish or Brian Condon, if you're on, any quick overview statements you want to make before we dive into these?
No, this is Mary Clemish. Thank you very much, and good evening, directors. I just want to say to ditto what you've said, all of these policies have been reviewed by employee council. The very first one you're going to review, policy GCO regarding evaluation of licensed personnel. This is the third reading for the board with respect to this policy, and I'd be happy to answer any questions with respect to each policy individually or preface a review, whatever you would like for me to do in that regard, Director Ray.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Clemish. And again, for the public, Mrs. Clemish is our general counsel that represents our school district. And yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just go and dive into each policy individually, ask questions if necessary, and then we'll quickly move on to motion. So policy GCO is the first one. It's regarding evaluations of licensed personnel. Are there any questions for Mrs. Clemish regarding that? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and I will entertain a motion to adopt this policy.
Motion to adopt the policy.
Second.
I think it's a motion made by Graziano, close second by Holtzman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. And that policy now is adopted and passes unanimously. Next on our list is board policy GCKAA, which is a second reading also, dealing with teacher displacement. Specifically, it governs these teacher displacements in terms of program-based decisions that result in non-probationary teachers losing their school assignment, not their job, but these are specifically for those circumstances. Any questions to legal counsel regarding policy GCKAA? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve policy GCKAA.
Second.
Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
and Ray is an aye. That policy is now adopted. Motion passes unanimously. Next is policy GCQA, instructional staff reduction in force. This governs an instructional staff reduction in force. And again, as we've stated in all these policies, it's required by law. And it has up to this point been missing from our manual. Any questions regarding this particular policy? Any questions? Seeing none, motion please.
I move that we adopt policy GCQA.
Second.
Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Again, passes unanimously. This policy is now adopted. Next on our list is GCQF, discipline, suspension, non-renewal, and dismissal of licensed staff. Are there any questions? Regarding this policy governs the discipline, suspension, non-renewal, and dismissal of licensed staff. Pretty much a straightforward replication of what's written in state statute. Are there any questions regarding this policy? All right, seeing none, motion please.
Move to approve
Second.
GCQF.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Lung. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Ray is an aye. Motion passes unanimously. This policy is now adopted. Next policy is GBEA, staff ethics and conflicts of interest. This policy actually does exist in our current manual, but has not been revised since October of 2005. So we are updating this policy again to align with statute as well as to reflect council's recommendation and employee council as well. Any questions regarding this policy? All right, seeing none, motion.
I move that we approve
Go ahead.
policy GBEA.
Okay, motion's made. Director Long, I'm going to say you're a
Second.
All right, very good. Motion's made and second. Any further discussion regarding this policy? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
and Ray is an aye. Motion passes unanimously. That policy now is adopted into our manual or revised and updated. Next policy is GBEB, staff conduct. This policy was last revised in December 2018. It is now written so that it is applicable should a charter school or should a charter school not waive out of this policy. This policy now is applicable for them as well. And so that was the main things that we've updated since the 2018 revision. Any questions regarding this policy? Seeing none, motion.
Move to accept policy GBEB.
Second.
Graziano motioned, Holtzman seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Ray, aye. That motion passes unanimously, and that policy now is updated. Next policy is GBEBA, staff dress code. Addresses employee dress code, rule-making authority, and is required by law. Any questions regarding that policy? Seeing none, motion?
I move we approve GBEBA.
Second.
Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Ray, aye. That motion passes, and that policy now is adopted. Next policy is GBEC, alcohol and drug-free workplace. Again, this policy has been in our manual, but has not been revised since August of 2003. And this policy contains rules prohibiting employee alcohol and drug use and is required by law. Any questions? Seeing none, motion?
Move to approve policy GBEC.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Lung. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Ray, aye. And that motion passes unanimously. And last on our policy is GBGB, staff personal security and safety. It was last revised in 2001. It is also required by law. Any questions regarding GBGB? I kind of like saying that name, by the way, GBGB. Sorry. Any questions? All right, let's have a motion.
I move to approve policy GBGB.
All right. Motion made by Holtzman. I think Graziano was wanting desperately to put a second in there, so I'll acknowledge him for a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore,
Aye.
Graziano,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Holtzman,
Aye.
Lung,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
and Ray is an aye. That motion passes unanimously. Board directors, congratulations. We wept through some agenda items within 5 minutes. I'm very proud of us. But I also want the public to know that we have really spent a lot of time on this policy work through work sessions, through first readings, through vetting. So I also don't want the public to assume that this is something we take lightly. We certainly feel good about this project. And directors, we have now another full section of our policy manual done. The G section is finished. So we are, I think, at the 3/4 mark of having 75% of our policy overhaul is now completed, thanks to a lot of hard work over the past couple of years. All right, we're going to move on and move into the big topic for tonight, which is to continue our discussion around the proposed budget for 2020-2021. And Dr. Tucker is going to lead us with some friends of his into a work session format for us to have conversation as we continue to move towards our deadline, which is June 23rd, when we need to adopt a proposed budget for 2020-2021. So Dr. Tucker, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Ray, and all of our directors and the many folks who are still up with us tonight listening. This is an extremely difficult conversation that the Douglas County School District has to have, like school districts across, public school districts across our country. Before I do that, I want to welcome our new Chief Financial Officer, Kate Kataska. She's coming with us with experience in the private sector, as well as 10 years working in an upper level position in a neighboring school district. On June 5th, I did send out her bio, and we're just excited to have Kate come and join us. But as we've said multiple times, Colleen Doan and Jana Schlesinger have really put us in a great position. And I want to give those two ladies a final round of applause for really their tremendous work that they've done during this unbelievable time. And this is an unbelievable conversation to have right now. I remember coming into the district in 2018, and we were looking at our financial situation and our need for support. And our taxpayers came through for us. Majority of our taxpayers came through for us, and we greatly appreciate that. And we had no idea, 2+ years later, that COVID-19 would come and visit our shores. And we were not dealing with COVID-19, we wouldn't have this conversation right now. We would be in pretty good shape. And so this is a difficult conversation. It's probably one of the toughest conversations I've had, but I'm also extremely proud to work with our Board of Education, to work with our liaisons in our board committees, like our FOC, who that's given us tremendous advice, our Long Range Planning Committee, and other groups. And we're very happy to have them. And obviously, we welcome the input from our community. But we're going to need this input from everyone in the village to address our budget situation. With that said, I'm extremely proud, not only of the folks I mentioned, I'm proud of our teachers, I'm proud of our support staff, I'm proud of all of our leaders. I mean, they've done tremendous work, and I'm proud of my DOS and cabinet members. Although we only have 4 DOS per se and 10 cabinet members, they have done tremendous work to help provide input in the budget, to help alongside of that provide us with a plan to get us started back to school in the fall. So I'm very proud of you, and I'm proud of the work that you're doing. And I know throughout this challenge here, we'll get through this. And our main goal, folks, really has been to keep as many of these potential cuts out of the classroom. I mean, that's where the action happens. That's where the teaching and learning happens. It happens in the dadgum classroom. And so that's our job, to try to prevent as much as this as possible, to ensure that we're giving our kids a great education. You heard from numerous of our scholars today. And if we're not doing that, we're giving our kids a second-rate education, and our kids don't deserve it. And I know our community members don't want that for our kids as well. So our efforts has been around to keep these cuts out of the classroom, try not to do any harm to our students, to our teachers, our support staff, and our administrators. And we are mandated to have a balanced budget. And I'm going to tell you that's what we're going to present to the board. And I know the board will do its deliberation and trying to keep the cuts out of the classroom. And so it's a difficult time. And you'll hear from our 2 interim CFOs. You'll hear from department leaders who will walk us through our department budgets. And we'll also talk about what these cuts mean to our schools, or potentially could mean to our schools. My guess is that things will change between the 23rd, now and the 23rd, and the 23rd after that. Let's hope that our budget at the state level will continue to improve and look favorable for our district. But I'll certainly tell you, things are going to look a little different from us financially. When you look at what we're modeling and what we have to close, it's a challenge. It's a tough challenge, but we have people who are going to help us ensure that we're taking care of all of our kids. We're taking care of our at-risk and our most vulnerable students. We're going to continue to provide a great education for our gifted students. We're going to ensure that our students who have IEPs, that we're going to ensure that we provide them with a free and appropriate public education. You heard one of our speakers say that earlier. Folks, we're not going to shortchange our kids. We didn't come here a couple years ago to shortchange kids and not provide them with a FAPE. We're going to ensure that we do that. It's the moral thing to do, and we're duty bound by law to do that. But we're going to go ahead and hear from our two interim CFOs and some of our department cabinet members and some of their department leads to briefly talk about the budget. What are some of the things that they see that could be potentially cut without hurting our kids, and what this means for our building. So again, directors, thank you for this opportunity. And I want to thank our community for this opportunity as well. It's a difficult time, but thanks for the opportunity. Colleen and Jana.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker, for that introduction. Everyone, my name is Colleen Doan. I'm one of the two interim chief financial officers and our director of budget for DCSD. I will start to share my screen to go through some high-level updates before we get into the department details. All right, so what we'll be discussing this evening is an update on the School Finance Act to begin with, because it was introduced in the legislature this past week. And so we have some exciting updates to share on that. We will go into the revision of the staff recommended budget cuts. So this is the revision from the presentation on May 26th. We're introducing a new option, which is an early retirement option for our employees. And I'll be handing it over to our Chief Human Resources Officer, Ms. Thompson, at that point. We'll then transition into our department budgets, as Superintendent Tucker was referencing earlier, and that will be a collaborative presentation by multiple parties. And then I'll come back to close it up with an update on the 3-year forecast, given all of the information. So to begin with, on the update to the School Finance Act. As I mentioned, the legislature resumed their session this past month. They resumed their session on May 26th. And this past week, actually, on June 4th, they introduced the School Finance Act. So that's House Bill 20-1418. And within this, there are a few key items that will affect all school districts in Colorado and that are important for Douglas County School District. So first, that base per pupil was set to $7,084, which is based upon the 1.9% inflation rate. This means that this is the bottom level, that base level for all school districts in Colorado. You don't fall below the base. That's protected by the state's constitution. They have, within this introduced legislation, repealed some appropriations or reduced funding for a few select grant programs. Upon reviewing the list, there were none listed there that we were contemplating including within our proposed budget. So I'm not anticipating a major impact for us on those. But that doesn't mean that down the line, as there are amendments made to the School Finance Act, that there won't be a grant program included in there that does specifically affect DCSD. And then the last piece was the School Finance Act did state that, as previously anticipated, that the READ Act funding would be based on the 2018-2019 enrollment, meaning that the READ Act funding that our schools will receive, both our neighborhood elementary schools and our charter schools that serve elementary age populations, will be the same as the dollars they received in 1920, assuming that that is retained within the School Finance Act by the time it becomes law. So the new pieces that happened over the weekend, which is why there was an update provided to this presentation yesterday, is that the fiscal note was released by Legislative Council staff on Friday evening, and that included the amount for the budget stabilization factor. So the budget stabilization factor really is key in understanding exactly how much money we're going to have, because we can go through all the different components of how the formula is built, but until we know what that total cut's going to be, there's really no way to know specifically what that per pupil revenue is going to be for the school district. So they set the budget stabilization factor and did not have any impact to other factors. So in a previous version of this presentation, I said that there was a potential for a cost of living factor adjustment that was pulled out of the initial introduced legislation. It doesn't mean that it can't be put back in via an amendment by either the House or Senate, but it was not in the version on Friday. And so the reduction to total program through the budget stabilization factor was set at $612 million. This means that that budget stabilization factor is essentially doubling from 1920 to 2021. So that total budget stabilization factor is set based upon the introduced legislation at $1.18 billion. We have not seen a budget stabilization factor this high in the last decade. So this is huge dollar figure for school districts in Colorado. However, as we run these numbers through and look at what it means for Douglas County School District, it actually is still more favorable, though, than what we were originally contemplating last month, based upon that May forecast with the $3 billion revenue deficit for the state of Colorado. So after that fiscal note was released, the Colorado Department of Education released preliminary number runs on Saturday. So this means that they run all of the school districts through the formula so that we know how, if the legislation were to become law based upon how it's written, exactly how much would be funded. So just a refresher, when we were here last month, we projected a deficit range of 30 to 60 million and modeled per pupil revenue cuts of 9, 12, and 15%. Based upon these new numbers from the CDE, that sets the per pupil revenue at $7,749 per student. That's a decrease of $469 from the previous fiscal year. And so that is a projected budget deficit of $31 million for all of DCSD, inclusive of charter schools. So that equates to approximately a 6% reduction in per pupil revenue. So you can see that that's lower than the ranges provided before. When we combine in our mandatory expense increases and just look at the impact to our district-run schools and programs, it's also 31 million. So the reason why those two numbers presented on the slide are the same is because the charter school share of the budget deficit and the loss of PPR is roughly the same amount as those mandatory expense increases. That's simply a coincidence. That's just how the math worked out. So based upon that information and the feedback received from the last Board of Education meeting, we have revised our staff recommended budget cuts and revenue increases. So the request from the Board of Education, there were two main themes that we've taken into and putting into this presentation. That was that we need to have a less impact on our most high risk and vulnerable student populations, combined with deeper department cuts, and then also no structural changes to the site-based budget or changes to our carryover policy. The Board of Education also asked for more information on 3-year forecasts. And as already discussed this evening, the contingency plans for opening with a hybrid and an e-learning model. Those two latter items will be briefly discussed at the end of this, but that will be the focus on the June 23rd presentation, as we'll be focusing on these first 2 points in tonight's presentation. So as we look forward into how we have revised our recommendation to account for these requests, we have removed various items from the previous recommendation. So the first one is we are no longer considering restricting the site-based budget carryover at 3%. This means that carryover will, if this staff recommendation is approved by the Board of Education, will be calculated and awarded back to schools in September, as usual, according to current practice and policy. We have also eliminated the other reductions within the SBB that were separate from the per pupil amount. So that means we're no longer considering a separate reduction to the assistant principal support at high schools. or reduce special programming support to schools that receive that allocation. This means that those allocations are no longer called out or earmarked as a part of the cuts within it. We also are no longer recommending a separate reduction in force for school staff to match enrollment reductions, because that would have a greater impact upon our classrooms. And then there's a small one, but we've reduced the district provided. We've eliminated the contemplation of reducing district provided cell phones as well, and we'll be advocating for any change in cell phone policy. So with these changes, we will be focusing on the impact to school budget reductions being through the site-based budget pupil allocation. This means that the adjustments to funding for schools will be all through the per pupil allocation as part of our weighted student funding formula recommendation I'll go through in a couple of slides, which is aligned with the work on the equitable distribution of resources strategic plan component. And this will allow for the decisions on how schools will implement their cuts to be made closest to the students by those schools versus the decisions on what is reduced from school budgets to be made centrally by someone within the central administration. So to look at these cuts visually, I've prepared 3 pie charts here based upon the range from 30 to 40 million in budget cuts. But since we have updated information as of this last Saturday, I want to focus on those first 2. So this shows you that the proposed budget reductions are spread across multiple areas within the school district, with the smallest impact being on our schools to keep the cuts as far away from the classroom as possible. So I want to walk through the pie chart first and then focus on the dollar amounts a little bit. So the red section, that smallest part, that is the site-based budget pupil allocation. So that's between 10 and 11% of the total cuts. The next smallest part are the furlough days. That will be discussed on a future slide, but that ranges between 11 and 14%. The next one is the other cuts. That's the items mentioned in the asterisk below. The largest ones there are those use of reserves. This may have somewhat of a downstream impact on schools or may affect things that are located out in schools, but not within their SBB, not within the classroom. It would be ancillary programs outside of the classroom. And then the largest area of cuts, that green section, that makes up anywhere from 50 to 53%, depending upon the dollar amount, is our cuts to our central departments and our district-wide budget. We will go into all of these in greater detail later. So to focus now on, I've highlighted and kind of circled in red those first 2. That's because from the information that we have received in the last couple of days, we are anticipating that the district share of the cuts is going to be 31 million. So that's 23.1 million from the per pupil revenue reduction, keeping in mind the total amount for district run plus charters is 31 million, plus adding in those mandatory expense increases that have been mentioned a few times now, knowing that we need to, in order to have a balanced budget, we need to account for those. So that's where we're falling in between those options. So as it is very close to that 30 million, I would focus on that 30 million as kind of that percentage for now, because it's just $1 million higher than how that breakout is on that far left pie chart. So going into the school piece on how to do the weighted student funding formula. So like I mentioned, we want to have the decisions made closest to the students because we believe that the schools make the best decisions for their students. We also either want to make the most equitable decisions to align with what has been asked of the Board of Education and to align with the vision of the school district with our equitable distribution of resources strategic theme. So a way to do this is to have a weighted student funding instead of a flat per pupil reduction. So this means that higher percentages of various indicators of high-risk vulnerable student populations are paired with lower per pupil reductions. So to put it in other ways, it means if you have a high-risk population at your school, your budget cut is going to be smaller than a neighboring school that may not have that same student population. So we're looking at 5 different indicators of high risk and vulnerable student populations for the implementation of the budget reduction. So those are students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, and it's the qualification. So it's at the K-12 level, students on an IEP, students on a 504 plan, gifted learners, and English language learners. So this work has been started by our budget steering committee on the overall redesign of our site-based budget for the 21-22 school year. So as part of our strategic theme on equitable distribution of resources, we've convened a steering committee to work through this, that they've been working on a greater redesign of the SVB since January. And these indicators are very much aligned with the work that they're doing. I don't want to put the cart before the horse though and jump straight into that, because that work that that group is doing is really focused on the following school year. And they'll be coming back to the Board of Education in the fall with more information about that. I just wanted to point out that how we are proposing implementing the school cuts is aligned with the work that this group is doing already, so that it's already incorporating some of their vision. That steering committee includes a group of principals at all levels and all regions within our neighborhood schools, as well as various academic leaders within departments. So we have also presented this information to our principals recently. So each of our principals can see what the implementation of this would look like for their specific school. And they're being given an opportunity to work with a model of their site-based budget that will show this implementation so that they can already start planning on what this would look like if these cuts were to be implemented and approved by the Board of Education. So furlough days, as I mentioned, was another one of the options. So we have revised this from what was previously presented to have it in 2 different sections. So all staff furloughed 2 days in the 2021 school year. This will not affect instructional days, meaning it will not affect the classrooms. So the previous recommendation was all staff 3 days. And then what we've done is central administrators, so this includes the superintendent's cabinet and department directors, will be furloughed an additional 3 days on top of the 2 days for all staff. This will not affect school-based administrators, such as our principals and assistant principals, or any other central office staff, such as our classified staff or professional staff that are not considered director level or above. The specific dates for furlough days or the implementation process is still to be determined in collaboration with legal counsel and human resources. So the last slide before we take a break to talk about this, ask any questions on this first section, are those other cuts. So that was that next section, second largest grouping before department cuts. So this is just to remind the public and the Board of Education what items were included within that. So the goal again was to reduce reductions that to minimize the impact on students. So many of these have been scaled down from some of the previously contemplated amounts, but the concepts are still the same. So there are expense cuts. Those are our building closure days, overtime and additional pay, reduced transportation for field trips and all athletics at all levels, eliminating mileage reimbursement that mainly goes to department staff, and reducing allocation to high schools to support athletic transportation. I want to just clarify that is not an SVB allocation, that is directly to our athletic programs. We have a use of reserves, so drawing down our unassigned in our TABOR and BOE, and I apologize, there was a line missing on this slide. Contingency should be included in there as well. And then the revenue increases for transportation, instructional fees, increasing corporate sponsorships for stadiums, increasing fees for athletics, an anticipated revenue from a charitable giving related to COVID, and increasing facility rental charges. So the little footnote here on the reserve piece is that want to caution the public that there is a high chance of a mid-year rescission to the School Finance Act, which means that they would go in and make a cut to funding mid-year, and we would then need to lower our budget further. So because of this, at the lower level, the $30 million estimate, which we now know to be more likely based upon introduced legislation, we have a lower use of unassigned and contingency reserves included within here, knowing that if there's a mid-year recession, we will probably have to go and use some of those reserves to keep those cuts out of the classroom and out of our staff. So before moving into the early retirement option, I wanted to pause here and see if there are any questions on this first part of the presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Doan, for that overview and those beginning slides. One question, then I'll open it up to directors. I love that you use the word more favorable, because, you know, certainly it is more favorable in terms of the circumstances we're dealing with in terms of budget reductions. But I'm wondering about the philosophy, or if you could talk about this a little bit more, and this may be a Dr. Tucker question as well. When we're modeling for a 6% reduction, which is still a significant reduction, and then we just heard you say, you know, we can anticipate a rescission mid-year. Is there a reason why we're modeling only at a 6% as opposed to going higher, anticipating that there's a rescission and anticipating that we'd rather not be in a position after the year begins to actually have to go back and make modifications? So could you talk a little bit about the philosophy behind the 6% as opposed to going to a higher percentage of reduction?
So we'll see if Superintendent Tucker, if you wanted to address that first before I speak to it.
Sure. The rationale behind modeling of 6% or 9% is that we're being fluid in terms of how these numbers are becoming more favorable to us. As the board members know, we do have models set at 9, 12, and 15%. And a little later, Colleen and Jana will talk about those specific cuts once we get to those department cuts greater than 6%. But again, this is the latest information that we have for right now. And we'll be presenting some additional numbers to the board on the 23rd. Colleen?
Thank you for that. And if there's anything in particular, directors, that you want to see at a greater level of detail, I'm happy to answer any of those questions.
Yeah, and I would just reiterate that I think, Dr. Tucker, I understand the reasoning. I understand that we're fluid, but I think there's going to be some of us out there that are going to say, why not take a bigger hit now, and knowing that it's going to get worse, as opposed to simply staying safe with the current, you know, more favorable situation. So I think that's the difficult question that I think that our public's going to be asking us, as well as I think directors are going to want to know. So that's, I think you've answered that, but I would just follow up with that comment. And I'm breaking my own rule because I should be only asking questions, and I apologize to the other directors. Directors, what questions do you have regarding this presentation so far? What questions do you have? Director Holtzman and then Director Meek.
So my questions are about slide 10 and the weighted student funding formula. And I know that you talked about the the work of the budget the steering committee, I think it might be helpful if, and I know you explained this to me earlier, if you could explain, you know, where those percentages came from. And then I think it might also be helpful if you could talk about how that might look differently at different schools. I think I remember you saying that it would be about an average of $100 per pupil cut to per pupil allowance that's given to the SBB. So I'm wondering what that $100, and I know that's an average because as you'll explain, the weighted formula would look a little bit differently at different schools because of this. What is $100 cut? I mean, I'm guessing it's not, is it 6%? Because that's the PPR cut. But what is that PPA cut, I guess is my question. So I asked several of them. If you want me to, I can remind you.
Not a problem. So to begin with the first question on the percentage breakdown of the various indicators and how those were derived, we looked at which ones had the greatest influence on the classroom. So with discussion with a few individuals determined that the free and reduced lunch number of students had the greatest impact on your classroom. So we wanted to weight that one the highest, followed by students on an IEP. And so that kind of started that distribution of the weights of the various indicators. Going into the differentiation for schools, what it could look like is if you have, we'll just take an elementary school as an example. If you have an elementary school that has a high free and reduced lunch population, let's just say 25%, a high number of students on an IEP, just 20% of their students, and a high number of English language learners, let's say 20% as well, they would have a lower per pupil cut than another school that may have, let's just say 5% free and reduced lunch, 10% of students on an IEP, and 5% English language learners. So that cut at school A could be $75 per pupil, and the cut at school B could be $110 per pupil. So we've weighted it so that they average out depending upon the levels. If we go back to this pie chart slide, you can see that at the different options, the 3 million, 4 million, 4 million, 4 million, they weight to different averages. So at the $30 million, where the SBBPA cost roughly $3 million, that cut to the SBBPA, that's at an average of $75 per student across all levels. So due to economies of scale of number of kids, that's a different total dollar amount when we're talking a small elementary versus a large high school. But it would be roughly the average of a $75 per student for kind of your middle of the ground school. And I apologize, I forget what your next question was.
I think you've mostly answered it. I guess maybe it would be helpful to know also at the 35 and the 40, what that average would be. And then I may just be not getting it, which is highly possible. Does that $75, does it translate into a per pupil allowance percentage, or is it not possible to do that because of the different sizes of schools? I'm just looking for that percentage for PPA.
That percentage is approximately 1.5% to 2%, depending upon the level, because we have different SBBPA amounts for our elementary, middle versus high. So it's substantially less as a percentage for each school than what we're modeling and recommending as our budget cut percentages to our departments.
Yeah, that was exactly my question. So the only other question would be, what would that average be at the $35 million and the $40 million overall budget reduction if you're able to give that? Like that $30 million cut, it's an average of about $75 a student. Do you have the numbers for the other ones?
Yes, the others were at a $100 for that middle one, 35, and then it was $125 per student at that higher one, 40. So it says on this slide 4 million each, but those are rounded, so there is that slight difference between the two. And one thing I neglected to mention that I do want to emphasize is, in addition to the site-based budget pupil allocation reduction, we'll be withholding some funds to reallocate out to schools as additional highly impacted dollars, because we know that not every school is unique, and not every school fits perfectly into a bucket of funds or, a specific plan. And so there may be schools with other unique circumstances outside of these indicators we've identified that will need additional funds that cannot afford, without impacting their classrooms, to take on cuts. So we'll be holding back some dollars to put some dollars back into schools if they are unable to afford, based upon the staffing that they need for their school and for their classrooms, those cuts.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate this weighted student funding formula and the way it really does do exactly what we ask, which is to look at our at-risk students and make sure that we're paying attention to those needs, especially right there at the school level. So I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'm going to actually go right down the dais with questions, just so I make sure I've gotten everybody a chance to get their voice or their questions answered. So Director Graziano, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions?
Not at this time, no.
All right. Director Chancho Shore.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stone. That was interesting, and appreciated the emphasis on the PPR adjustments for student funding proposal. The only question, and I don't need this answered at this moment, but at some point in time, the amount that schools are now to use to increase for curriculum purchases, I'd like to know the difference between, or in that amount, as compared to this this particular per pupil PPR adjustment.
I just want to make sure I understand your question accurately. So you'd like to know at a future date how much the schools are spending on curriculum purchases compared to these cut amounts. Is that correct?
Yes, the new curriculum purchases that they're expected to expend for this year, and how that will be in balance for the new adjustments. But also, I do want to express my appreciation for looking at these adjustments in a weighted student funding proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Chancho Shore. Director Hansen, any questions?
I have what's hopefully a simple question. On slide number 12, where we have revised staff recommendations for other cuts, I'm just curious when we will see numbers and when we will talk about specifics with regards to some of the revenue increases specifically.
So the numbers included here are the same amounts that were presented on the low end in the May 26th meeting. So a few of those items from the May 26th have been eliminated from the list, but of the ones that are remaining, it's the low end of the range from May 26th. And did you want to know the specifics on the incremental increase in the fees on those revenue increases? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, I was looking at this as more of an abstract. These are some additional ideas that we can utilize to balance the budget. I didn't realize there were specific numbers that were tied to each individual line item. So I can go back through and look and see from the previous presentation. I do think it would be really helpful, though, in our final meeting on the 23rd to see exactly what we're talking about, because I don't remember a lot of the details from some of those revenue increases specifically.
Okay. Yes, we can put all of that detail in writing for the June 23rd. To speak to those just briefly, The increased fee for transportation would be to go from 50 cents per ride to $1 per ride. The increased instructional fees would be raising that by $15 at each level, elementary, middle, and high. Increasing corporate sponsorships would be to have corporate sponsorships at all 3 of our stadiums. Currently only Echo Park is sponsored. The increasing fees for athletics would be to increase the participation fee for middle schools by $20 per sport and for high schools by $30 per sport. And the increased facility rental charges would be a range of 5 to 10% increase in the rates.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you, Director Hansen. And Ms. Doan, just a side comment regarding the question around revenue. I know we had some concerns raised about transportation fees and how that will be enforced, specifically from some of our bus drivers who feel like that we don't have a system in place that necessarily enforces the collection of those fees. And so again, just as a side note, if we can have somebody from transportation help us understand how that will be enforced so that we indeed are seeing the revenue increase where you think it should come from. So Director Long, any questions?
Yes, and again, I want to echo the same appreciation that you take into the board's directions on assigning different at-risk populations, lesser cut. My question is that the state funding and your assumptions in your cut, does the state or DCSD assuming that we are going to have a normal school setting come August, namely we're going to have the same number of students going back to the classroom like the year before, or that take into the consideration that we may need to keep some social distancing in our classroom when we make this budget cut assumption?
Yeah. Director Long, the current budget is based on us resuming school in a normal fashion in the fall. On the 23rd, we will present some as close as possible or better than hypothetical budgets for what this would mean for starting with a hybrid model where kids are attending and in person and online, and C, where our students are being engaging in remote or e-learning. So we'll have those 2 options. The current budget right now is based on normal in-person instruction, and the state has not modeled or provided any money for any school district for in-person or hybrid. We've just talked about the possibility of it.
So the state's assumption is also based on regular return to school.
Yeah. The current budget is based on funding, is based on us starting school in the fall. However, the governor has said on a couple of occasions, we may need to be prepared for a blended approach. And then we just heard just tonight that the governor said we may be prepared for a regular returns. Yet in either of the 3 options, there, we don't have any additional funds for that. Colleen,
my second question is in number 10, you lay out several factors. Does that take into the considerations that the severely student is probably take more resources than the mild or medium lead student? I mean, you only have IEP, but in terms of special ed student, the funding requirement is very different, depends on the kind of lead that they have. And also, our student populations at Eagle Academy, those are more high risk alternative school student, or like our online student at EDCSD. Did this formula take into the considerations of the student in those categories to make sure that their funding will not be because they also consider at risk. I mean, when I vote for that last board meeting, they also are in my mind when we're looking at this budget cut.
Certainly. So to address your first question related to special education, we are not recommending any changes to our current staffing ratios for special education at our schools, which means that the additional staff that they'll receive for severe needs programs, effective needs programs, any of those would not change. So there's still that differentiation in terms of the non-discretionary staffing support that our various students on IEP receive dependent upon the severity of their need. When it comes to additional support for the whole school to account for the differences of where those students may fall in their needs, that's one of the reasons why we have that additional highly impacted dollars to withhold. There may be unique circumstances where there could be two schools with the same number of students on IEP, but most of those schools, most of the kids are mild moderate, while the other, most of those kids there may be a higher percentage that have severe needs. That type of thing would be taken into consideration when allocating out the additional highly impacted dollars that we're holding back to give on specific unique circumstances. And then, so hopefully that helps address that piece of your question. And then can you refresh my memory? I apologize on the second question.
My second question is related to the alternative school student.
Yes, thank you.
Online school student, because sometimes they probably need a little bit more resources for that.
So our alternative schools are funded using a zero-based budget. They do not have a site-based budget using the same formula allocations as our neighborhood schools. So what we've guided the alternative school principals on is that as they're planning for budget reductions, to be looking from a percentage standpoint of 1 to 3% right now, so that it's aligned from a percentage standpoint to those averages that we're looking at for all of our neighborhood schools, averaging out at that $75, $100, or $125. We will individually go through each of those alternative schools and look at their unique situations on what level of cut would be appropriate for their school based upon their various student indicators.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Doan. Director Meek, questions?
First, Ms. Doan, thanks so much. It's clear that so much work has gone into reflecting the feedback that we provided last time. Around the weighted student funding area in particular, I just remember in the past with downturns in the economy, schools that could fundraise really had an advantage. I wonder if that has been something that's been considered as to taking into effect into some kind of weighted student funding, a community's ability to fundraise.
Yeah, I will jump in on that. We have not touched and don't plan on touching any monies that schools and parents have raised, whether it's the PTAs, PTOs, or other parent groups, because we simply don't know what their abilities to raise funds, to collect fees, or what have you will be from year to year.
Okay. And then next, I think it was slide 12, where Director Hansen was speaking to having the content added. I had the same exact question. My hope, though, is we could put this out before the next board meeting where we're adopting the budget, so people can react to this who may not have the past content. So I just don't know if that's something we might consider doing in order to help the public understand what is being proposed, because I think that would just help with transparency. Director Lung's comment on student numbers, I think where I was going, and I don't know if this was Director Lung's line of thinking, have we heard from families who have said I do not intend to send my child back, or I only want to use online. And I just don't know if we have that kind of feedback that would influence some of our numbers.
To answer your two questions, in regards to the slides and numbers, if I'm not mistaken, our finance folks created these different recommendations with tabs on them in a previous presentation. You would click on the tabs and you would see what the dollar amounts are. So we do have that. We can put, I mean, because this is really simplistic here, we can add number figures here without the tabs, but we have, again, there are dollar figures to each one of these items that are out there in a previous board presentation. In regards to the survey, we're working closely. Marlena's department is working closely with Matt's department over an assessment to create a survey to ascertain what parents' thoughts are about their children returning. So we're on top of that. And I don't know if Matt is not unmuted right now, but if he can perhaps jump in either now or later when he does his bit on his department budget cuts regarding where we are with that survey. So I don't know if he wants to jump in now or later.
Absolutely. Can you guys all hear me?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds, since we know that's coming up in our presentation for your feedback, if we can put a placeholder in that, Director Meek, just to come back with that survey results, because I think that'll give Director Meek some more information and some more need for some clarification of what she's asking for. So if we could hold off on that. Director Meek, any other questions?
Yeah, just real quick. Are we anticipating an increase in at-risk students, and is that built into our budget numbers?
It is not built in to the budget numbers here. The initial preliminary number runs from CDE are using the 1920 at-risk numbers as well. So the funding is going to depend upon how all of that flows out at the statewide level as well. But this isn't assuming remaining the same percentages.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Meek. Let's, Mrs. Dunn, let's move on to your next topic.
All right, so I'm now going to turn it over to our Chief Human Resources Officer, Amanda Thompson, to walk through our early retirement option.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share additional information with you. So we wanted to provide you an update regarding our current early retirement eligibility survey that is out and amongst our licensed staff. Started last Friday, and it is open through this Friday, actually. And specifically, the two additional options for eligible staff, so when we say eligible, we're saying retirement eligibility, would be offering an enhanced leave payout. So our current leave payout is at $48 a day, up to 130 days. This would be increasing it to $100 a day at 130 days maximum. Or looking at providing a health insurance premium supplement for their utilization towards post-retirement health benefits. That would be accessible through our district or Paracare or other resources for them to obtain benefit. Right now, we are in the data gathering stage of gathering interest in terms of those staff eligible. So as of, I want to say Monday, we already had over 900 individuals of our licensed staff that had responded. As we gather those results, we will utilize that in order to estimate costs of implementing either on a small pilot-wide or a large basis potentially in order to ensure there are cost savings. So as we gather this information, we want to ensure we're continuing to work with Matt, Mr. Reynolds, and also our finance team and our new CFO for her follow-up and ultimate recommendations, looking at doing this into future school years. Next slide, please. So in terms of cost savings and factors, so know that we're working with Para in terms of retirement eligibility. We are not able to confirm all of our employees' number of years in para, knowing that for some it has been during their time in DCSD, and for others it has been inclusive of other para eligible employment. And so we will be able to confirm with para, we've already put in that request as to the number of employees that we have are retirement eligible, to give us that better confirmation as well. Again, we thought we would start with licensed in an effort to really work on those a smaller group of employees, although this is a large group of employees, but a portion of our staff, in order to estimate pretty easily on those cost savings, so that we can look at that as a revenue type increasing opportunity in the future. So what we would be looking at is the salary of those that were interested, so those retirees, and then the assumed salary of either not replacing the position, dependent upon the factors, or the new hire that would come in. Other assumptions that are made is that, this is a one-time implementation, in terms of it's not like we may have had previously in the past, where that retirement payout, we still have some individuals who we are paying out from that previous retirement incentive. And again, we will know through our survey results, and in working with our finance team and with Matt and the assessment team, what the cost savings could be. Next slide, please. And know that right now, we, according to our initial data that we're waiting to verify through para, we do have around 111 licensed employees who, based on basic para retirement eligibility guidelines, would be eligible. And they make over $80,000 a year. And each employee accepting the offer, it would be a max of around 10K to 13,000 with the offering. And we are happy to have Jana provide some additional details. And the savings would be an assumption based upon the differential in salary from the person retiring and the position being filled. And then potentially, as you look at those years to come, it's those cost savings over time of that salary differential. And again, it's just that looking at salary replacement at that lower rate and really looking at our data. So we want to thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you and look at how we can support our retirement eligible employees, and also support our district in potential cost savings measures. Jana, did you want to share anything, or Mr. Reynolds?
You did a beautiful job, but I'd love to help answer any questions that are out there.
Good, directors, any quick questions regarding the this particular strategy that we're looking at? And you're gonna have to jump. I see Director Long, and then was that Director Holtzman also maybe? So nope, just Director Long. Go ahead, Director Long.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentations. When I was serving the DAC decades ago, the district is doing something similar to that. So I have two concerns with this. One, are we actually saving money initially? Because if my recollections is correctly, we actually need to pay more money when we need to do this sort of separations, right? That's my question number one. My second question is, how would that affect?
Hang on, let's give him a chance to answer one question at a time. So the first question is the front end cost, because I know beforehand we were told that there was like a $10 million front end cost. But I think Ms. Thompson, these are different kind of strategies.
Thank you very much, Director Ray. You are correct. So I will have Jana jump in and talk from the financial side. But yes, these are different options than what was previously utilized years ago. And years ago, it was an ongoing payment, and Jana can go into detail on that, where this is that one-time payment. Thank you, Jana.
Yeah, correct. So when we first talked to you about early retirement incentives, we compared it to what was done 10 years ago, and it's not cost effective, and is it going to work for us in today's time? And so that's why we took that off the table. So when this example came to us from the board to look into, as we dug into the numbers, it is cost savings, or it will be cost savings as we dig into the data and make sure that we select our population correctly to ensure that we are saving funds. So, for example, if we're targeting some of those higher paid employees, we will look at, is that a place that we either would look to not fill that position, or might be able to fill it at a lower rate in the future, because these are some of our employees who have been around in the school district. So we will look at those as we look to implement any kind of retirement incentive option. But the surveys are really going to tell us a lot about who's interested.
Thank you, Ms. Fleischner. All right, Director Lung, question number 2.
No, I mean, I want to go back to number 1. So are we going to have a large amount of initial cost if we implement that?
So the initial
first year?
I'm sorry, the initial cost is only going to be $10,000 to $13,000 max per employee. And so if we look at that as a one-time cost, and then the cost savings could be $80,000 a year for their salary, and that would be an ongoing savings, that would be a beneficial savings for us.
Okay, you're still talking about the long run. I'm talking about the first year.
Yeah, so even that first year, the difference would be the $80,000 that we save that first year and the $10,000 that we pay out. So there would still be a $70,000 savings that first year, assuming they did that health incentive of $10,000.
Okay, I only ask one more questions. Okay, is how does it affecting the morale of the staff? Because I remember that decades ago, what we experienced at that time is the most qualified and the most experienced staff, and the one who can find a job elsewhere are the one who leave the school district. Not the intended target at that time, which is so my question is, how they're affecting quality of our staff and the morale of our staff. Thank you.
Well, Director Long, in all honesty, I don't think we've done a survey to ask how people feel about this. So I think you're asking a question that's probably impossible to answer.
Well, I'm just judging based on what happened 10 years ago, okay? Because the one that left the district, and I don't care what survey result we're going to get, because if you let the people take the buyout, would we repeat the same issues that
right.
The most experienced and the most qualified staff who can find a job somewhere is going to be the one to take the buyout? Because I'm not quite sure how you could implement a system who say that I only want the desired staff to leave, and the one that we want to keep, I cannot let you to leave.
I think you've inserted a concern there, Director Long, and I think it's heard and well noted that compared to what you've experienced 10 years ago to what this might do, you're concerned about staff morale. So I think that's heard loud and clear. Are there other quick questions regarding regarding the retirement incentives? All right, let's move on. Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Mrs. Doan.
All right, thank you. So we're going to now transition into the main focus of our presentation tonight, which is our department budget cut detail. So before I open it up to Dr. Tucker to introduce the subject and walk through his department, I want to just explain a little bit about how those numbers are generated and what level of detail each of our department leaders will be presenting. So for each department, we'll be presenting a chart with dollars and percentages included within it, as well as the impacts to those departments. So what we're looking at is we're starting with the 1920 budget, which was the adopted budget, plus any salary or benefit increases that already occurred in July of 2019, minus any department-specific revenue, because We want to look at just what's that net impact, that net cost to the general fund. The next column is the proposed budget as initially presented on April 21st to the Board of Education, minus any of that department specific revenue. So it's looking at that budget that we first came forward with in the department walk forward. The next column, dollar reduction, those are additional dollars reduced in the proposal from each specific budget. So they are dollars in addition to any cuts that have already been made. So another way to phrase that or look at it is you can take the 2021 proposed budget column minus the dollar reduction column, and that gives you the dollar values that we are recommending in this presentation. And that gets you to the last column, which is that percent reduction. So that percent reduction is taking in that dollar reduction as a percentage below the 1920 budget. So be happy to address any questions when it comes to the specifics of those calculations. And as I turn it over and open the other presentation that Dr. Tucker will lead off, just wanted to mention each of the superintendent's cabinet will explain the following items for their department. So the role of the department and their impact on the classroom, any overview of their staff function roles, a summary of their proposed budget reductions, and then a summary of the impact of those reductions on schools. So I'm going to transition slides now. So just one moment, please.
Mrs. Doan, were you waiting for me? I just had to step out. I apologize.
No, it's not. I'm pulling up another presentation. So
All right.
Just one moment,
I
please.
looking, I thought, oh shoot, I stepped out at the wrong time.
All right. So we'll now transition into those department budget reductions. So I'll turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Thomas Tucker.
Okay, thanks, Colleen. I think you really captured the purpose of our presentation tonight by our cabinet members and certainly by some leads in those departments that our cabinet members work alongside with those leads. And folks, you're going to see some pretty steep cuts and recommendations for steep cuts well beyond the 6% as well. I certainly ask when we get over to CIPG and curriculum, we're very appreciative of the board and the community in that for our K-8, our folks, I know Director Chancho Shore raised this question here about what will be their curriculum spends. Well, because the board appropriated $4 million in curriculum spends, and this is actually turning out to be putting us in a great position where buildings are not using the site-based budgets next year. They don't have to unless they elect to purchase things or their PTAs or PTOs decide to purchase additional curricular resources. They don't have to. Everyone will have the use of updated curriculum across the district. So again, I want to thank the board and our community through 5A5B for providing that. And primarily, when you look at my budget, you'll look at administrative support positions as well as supplies. And you'll see there's an impact of a 15% budget reduction. Will reduce supplies for the office, educational service supplies, eliminate all travel for the superintendent. That's with a 15% reduction. The only travel that will be taken care of will be any mandated travel that I have. So that will look at that from that direction. Also, what is not mentioned in here is the elimination of my ability to really help out some of our really important groups. We do have an equity committee that will be working closely with our strategic plan in the last 2 previous years, I've been able to take funds out of my budget to help out our equity committee. That will be almost impossible to address, as well as one of our directors mentioned our alternative programs. I've been able to, from my department, to assist our alternative programs with special events that they want to have, like a prom. We've been able to pay for that for them as well. And Colleen, I can't see the numbers with what I have projected. Would you show the numbers? Would you walk through the numbers for me? Maybe I need to move.
Certainly. So the reduction to the superintendent budget is $98,775. That is below the budget presented in April. So that's that 15%. And then additionally on this slide, the Board of Education budget, they have elected to reduce $22,400 for legal services and travel registration for the board directors. And that is a year-over-year decrease of 53%, predominantly because it is a non-election year for Board of Education directors, and that was the majority of the decrease already included in April.
Yeah. And also in addition to reduce legal services, travel, and registration for directors as well. Okay, any questions about the superintendent's budget? I know, David, you wanted us to present each area, departmental area, and then answer any questions. I don't know if anyone has any questions about my budget.
I think we're good. I think want to thank Director Lung and Mrs. Taylor also for working over the board budget that also shows an additional reduction from where it was before, just to, again, show that we all want to share in the burden of reduction. So I don't think there's any questions at this time. Let's go ahead and move on to CIPG. Oops,
I just want to make a comment that the board is cutting over 13% of the budgets. We, all the board director, take a collective sacrifice. We do not earn anything serving in here, and many of them actually use their out-of-pocket money, to drive from one place to another, spend their own money for the meal, lodging and things like that. And I want to commend my board member collectively, not only serve for free, but are willing to take their own money to serve, the board, and not getting any reimbursement back. And so we can cut more than 13% of the budget for that. I think I want to acknowledge the collective sacrifice of my colleagues, stood side by side with our wonderful employee and our student who also take a hit of that. I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Director Lung. All right, let's move on to the next department.
So our next department is going to be presented by our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Marlena Gross-Taylor.
Okay, so I have 5 departments under my teaching and learning umbrella, and so I will go through each one of these and share what the cuts are and the impact of those pieces. I also have our directors that are also ready and available to answer any additional questions that you might have as well. So they'll be ready at the end of my piece of the presentation. So the first slide for curriculum, instruction, and professional growth. As you can see here, the mission of CIPG is truly to provide the aligned, comprehensive PK-12 curriculum, facilitate the PD, support curriculum instruction standards and resources, and provide other services that may not be known, as such as the mandatory training, student-teacher mentoring, mentor training, relicensure, transcripting, textbook adoption, novel adoption, as well as PLS support in our curriculum councils, which we were very excited to bring back this year from response to our strategic plan. We have, as you see here, placed a reduction of 19%, and the impact to our students would be eliminating instructor pay for cohorts, so limiting the ability for our teachers to increase the tools in their tool belt as they instruct our students, reducing additional duty instructor pay for those curriculum councils that I mentioned, which were a huge ask from our stakeholders in our strategic plan, reducing the pay for our student teacher mentors, our specials and elective support, which again was also something that came through very loud and clear in our strategic plan, to have some support for our specials and elective teachers, as well as our summer summit and our art show. The 19% budget reduction would also require a reduction in funds of any outside consultants, much like Dr. Tucker mentioned that he provides for equity. We do the same for our summer summit, for leadership, and for teachers. It would require a reduction in FTE of 2.0. It would also eliminate funds for supporting literacy training for 45 hours in literacy that the state is now requiring for relicensure. It would eliminate PD opportunities for our CIPG department, as well as reduce their travel as they go to schools to support an embedded support for induction, mentor coaching, and staff development, as well as reducing our supply budget. And finally, reducing personalized learning instructor and supply pay for the mandatory training such as CPR, CPI, autism training, et cetera, and the purchase of those related materials. As we go to the next slide, for our support staff and professional development, this department takes care of all of our PD for our classified staff, which compromises over 4,700 stakeholders and over 254 different job categories. As you can see here, the reduction is at 15%. That reduction would require a reduction of 1 FTE, which is 25% of this department. It would also reduce the instructional support of our EA4s, which works primarily with our special education students, decrease the necessary student support, and could be possible lack of compliance in this area with that reduction. Specialized instruction with this percentage would also occur. It would impact our ability to recruit, develop, and retain new instructors. And also, if you recall on our strategic plan, the last theme was to support, recruit, develop, and retain all of our staff, and new staff. So this would impact that. Critical reduction in the number of school sites participating in the classified mentor program as well with this reduction. And there is also a quote there from a mentor supervisor that participated in this particular program, and it reduced our coordinators' ability to increase their learning. This department does help with many of those mandatory trainings that's required, again, particularly by our SPED department, so we can make sure that everyone is in compliance. I do want to note that during our COVID shutdown, this group also organized 142 different classes, over 274 sessions, and almost 5,000 of our classified staff participated in those. So wanted to note that. Next slide, please. This slide here indicates what the impact will be with the 15% budget reduction for our District Library Media Center, our DLMC. The library program, of course, is essential to all of our schools as that promotes literacy and research, reading advocacy as well. Through programming, teaching, and learning, they provide direct support and professional development for our library staff, and they also this department also tries to fill in, and they actually do a pretty good job of filling in the gaps, being that most of our classified librarians are at the elementary level, and at the secondary level, they're actually licensed. So they help fill that gap for our classified staff that are doing that job at all of our elementary schools. A reduction in this area would eliminate all paid training and PD opportunities for our library programming staff. So for this particular staff, it would also reduce the amount to purchase electronic resources, novel sets, and many of the resources that our teachers had access to, especially during the COVID-19 shutdown at spring break. It would eliminate some other critical needs and supplies, as well as collections that we do on behalf of ELD, GT, SEL, assessments, SPED assessments, and other collections. So this department helps to house those and organize those and deliver those. It would eliminate the mileage, which would of course impact the ability to have the face-to-face one-to-one training of our library staff at the school level. And again, particularly our elementary staff, as those are classified positions instead of licensed position. It would also require a reduction of 6.75 FTE as well. Next slide. For English language development, you will see here that it shows a 6% reduction. With this 6% reduction, it is different from our other departments. We are aware of ELD being a federal program and being in compliance with that. Our ELD program takes care, of course, of our English language learners, which is definitely one of the vulnerable groups that we have in our district of students, and we want to make sure that we're meeting their needs as best as we can. An impact with a 6% budget reduction would impact our students, because our training that's required to maintain your ELD license, relicensure, normally this department helps offset that cost and pay for that cost, providing those 45 hours for ELD PD, which is required in order for our ELD teachers to have that certification and to teach those students. Also, our schools would absorb the cost for substitutes for those required district ELD trainings. That is, again, once again, a federal program. So our schools would have to absorb those costs. It would severely impact our operational budget, which does eliminate those school-specific support partnerships that have been offered in the past, and that have led to the award that our director of ELD, Remy Rummel, and her team actually were recognized for and received a cash reward for that we have used this current year. It would also include a 0.5 FTE reallocation of our itinerant ESL teachers to SBBs for our alternative programming. All right, our next slide, please. So this slide talks about our reading recovery program. Our reading recovery program, the reduction here would be at 15%. Our reading recovery program identifies and plans for serving highly impacted at-risk K-3 students who are in need of literacy interventions. This program has been a huge piece of the success of us maintaining our scores that we have and even improving our scores that we have, particularly with our K-3 students. A 15% reduction would be greater than the reading recovery operational budget. It would eliminate our operational budget and would require a reduction in FTE. I would like to note that a reduction in FTE for this particular program would mean that there would be a loss of our reading recovery teacher leader position, which is required by the state to have your reading recovery program. That would eliminate our 30 teachers. We have 30 teachers right now spread in our elementary schools that provide that support. And so without having that reading recovery teacher leader position, then we would not only not have a reading recovery program, but we would lose designating those teachers for those positions there. It would eliminate PD opportunities, including the national expert, literacy lesson, data entry, modeling of lessons as well. Eliminate professional development for that reading recovery teacher leader. And we would have to get a waiver from the Reading Recovery Institute if we eliminate the PD for the Reading Recovery teacher leader. And we only have one in our district. And it would also eliminate ongoing consumable supplies for teachers. Again, to note, reducing our district funded teacher leader would create that ripple effect of eliminating title funded teacher leader position. Title has rules, of course, that those funds must be used to supplement, not supplant. Next slide, please. All right, so this is our last slide for my department, is our gifted and talented. Of course, the mission of our gifted and talented department is to serve and meet the needs of our students that fall into that category, including those that are twice exceptional, working along with our SPED department to make sure that their needs are met as well. This department would have a 6% reduction. And with that 6% reduction, the impact would be that schools absorb more costs for the professional learning and materials, for our equitable identification and service delivery practices. And schools would assume those additional costs for that. It would reduce the professional learning for our school staff and limit equity of access and opportunity for all of our students, including those twice exceptional and other typically underrepresented populations. Schools would also have to absorb some of those costs of materials. And again, we are getting into that equity piece with some of our schools not having the budgets, particularly our elementary schools, to be able to do those things. It would reduce the feeder and lead support of the school-based staff and also reduce stipends for the school staffs. And it does jeopardize compliance with statute and increase risk of non-compliance. And just to note that our SPED department, they have ALPs. SPED is a part of our special education. I mean, GT is part of our special education, so they are under those same guidelines as our students with IEPs. So the reduction in this department is less than you see in the other departments that I have.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure if you want to ask questions now or at the end, but that is my departments.
Is that the end of your departments, like Marlena? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. So, yeah, let's ask some questions. Ms. Gross Taylor, my first question is FTE. If we could go back to slide, I think it's 5 of this slide deck, or where you have the descriptors of your different departments. Yes, thank you. So how many people do we have in CIPG right now, FTE wise?
I'm sorry, hold on, I did not include that. Give me just a second. I want to make sure I give you the correct number.
Thank you.
And what is your next question while I'm getting that number for you?
Yeah, and it's going to be FT, because I know we've got it listed for ELD and we've got it listed for gifted and talented. So my first question is going to be that. I have to be honest, I'm still a little confused about, and maybe this is a Dr. Tucker question or Mrs. Doan question, but my understanding was that when we were bringing department budgets back, that we weren't just doing a universal percentage for every department, that we were going to differentiate some things and that we weren't going to do a standard reduction just because of, like Mrs. Gross Taylor mentioned a couple times, is that it throws us out of compliance if we take that reduction. So I guess I need to understand, are these recommendations because of that universal percentage increase, or are these recommendations that the department leads and the cabinet members say, yes, this is something we can figure out?
Yeah, that's the latter part. Director Ray and other directors and our folks who are still on with us, you will see a variation of different department cuts. You'll see cuts from 6% all the way up to 25%. So it's the latter of what you said.
Okay. Because I'm seeing in the majority of departments that Ms. Gross Taylor presented, it's a 15% with a couple of exceptions, but this reflects that differentiated approach to say that some departments can take a bigger hit or up
Correct.
to that 15% where others needed to take a less of a hit.
That's correct. And that's what she's demonstrating. And you'll see that from each one of our presenters and leads here this evening.
Okay.
And Director Ray, so the total for CIPG that we have, and this would include our admin team as well, is 16 to support our close to 5,000 teachers.
Okay, very good. And then the and I'm sorry, I should talk. And the professional development, non-instructional.
Oh, sure.
That's 4. Is that 4? Because I think you said that would be a reduction of 1 FTE, so it must
be
4. Okay.
That's 4, and they support the other half of our employees. So over 4,000, those 4. Yes.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Directors, other questions? So we'll just kind of do a flip of the dais since I jumped in first. Director Meek, questions?
No questions.
No questions at this time. All right. Director Lung, questions?
Yes, on page 7. Well, professional training is very important for all the staff to be able to do a good jobs and continuous educations. And we have such a large cut on the professional training. Is there any more cost-effective way to deliver those training with partnering with outside organizations? I think this year we did some. Would that prove to be beneficial for employee and cost saving wise? Do we also save costs, or that is not something that is worth to pursue? So the employee can still have training and then we can deliver it into a more cost-effective manner. Thank you.
Sure. So great question. When we think about the sheer size of our district and the amount of training that's required, and I know I touched on this when we had our curriculum spend conversation as well around this, there are times when we definitely, particularly like with our curriculum spend, we will bring in, because that's part of it, trainers from those particular vendors, but we also have to train in instructional practice, best practice, research and evidence-based practice. And part of that piece, Director Long, is also having embedded professional development as well as on-site professional development. And so we want to make sure that we're able to meet that as a teacher. And some people are surprised, like, oh, you were a teacher? Yes, that's how you have to be to get this particular position. And best practice indicates that when you're able to have folks come in and mentor and coach you while you're in the classroom, model lessons with you, be by your side. If we were to pay that, to outsource that to all of our teachers, it would far exceed what the salaries are for our department as it currently is. We know that sit and get is not the best PD, and that's something that the CIPG department, as well as our PD department, really pride themselves on making sure that we're continuing not only that connection with folks that we train, whether they're teachers or classified, but that we're able to provide that support where we're alongside them as well.
All right, Director Holtzman.
Yeah, thank you for the information. And I appreciate what you're saying about what research says about the best ways to learn, the best ways to offer professional development. I also appreciate that we're in a unprecedented budget time. And so I respect that. And I'm also looking at where the cuts come closest to our students. And when I look at the CIPG department, most of the cuts that have been described seem like they're cuts to schools in terms of making supplies of materials or cutting instructor pay or special duty pay for teachers that are participating in curriculum councils and cohorts and student teacher mentors. So I'm concerned because I look at other departments, or other sub-departments, I guess, within teaching and learning. And I see that they're much smaller, and that they work directly with students. For instance, English language development and GT, they've transformed. I mean, I think you pointed that out over the past 5 and 6 years, respectively. You know, they've overcome areas of non-compliance. They've grown to meet student needs in a much better way. And I just feel like it's simply not acceptable to jeopardize progress in these 2 areas where we've come so far. And I see that for those 2 small departments, as well as reading recovery, they're small, they're essential, they have direct student contact. And it concerns me that, you know, that we could not only not meet student needs in we've worked really hard to get where we are, but that we could go backwards. So I just have to say that I really think some of those larger areas, I think the recommendations need to be reevaluated. Because for instance, ELD and GT, it's my understanding, they both provide a great deal of professional development for those specialized services. We haven't talked about special education yet, but I think there's money in that budget to provide PD for special education. So those specialized kinds of areas, we do have money in those small budgets in the case of these 2, and then the larger budget of special education that cover that. And combined with what I've heard from the great feedback we've gotten about online professional development, I'm just wondering if we couldn't find some more cost savings in terms of continuing, even though I know that, you know, in-person is valuable, but continuing a lower cost way of implementing kind of general professional development. And also, quite frankly, our schools are still doing a lot of it. We're still in the process of that strategic plan. And so I know that they are still doing a lot and they are capable. So it's uncomfortable for me to put this out there because I know that every dollar represents a student or an employee. And these are difficult things to talk about, but I just need to tell you what I'm seeing there and let you respond.
Okay, thank you for that. I will say too that, you know, I love the points that you pointed out as far as, you know, GT and ELD and even SPED having to provide, you know, specialized services for that group. But one thing I would caution everyone that's listening, while we want to make sure, of course, and a lot of this by federal mandate, that we're meeting the needs of those identified groups, we also have to make sure we're meeting the needs of our general education students as well. That also came through pretty loud and clear in our strategic plan from our teachers as well, and wanting more professional development that exceeded maybe what their professional knowledge was, if you will. So it's important that while we're also looking at those special groups, which is the right thing to do, that we also make sure we're keeping our gen ed population where they need to be and continue to grow as well. And that's from, again, our teachers, as well as our parents, as well as other community members. I think about too, in all of this, how we have, you know, our national merit and our national merit finalists that we've honored. And I think about, gosh, a district of our size, and we've talked about this in our strategic plan, or even our SAT score, we should be even higher because some of those other risk factors we just simply don't have in our particular district to the extent as some other districts. So the way you help build, the way you help our students achieve, one of the ways you help them achieve is to make sure your teachers are not just well-versed, but they have that continuous support, our gen ed teachers as well, of what is best practice, what is research-based. We also have to remember that not every student, and I'll point out, say gifted, for instance, not every student is identified gifted, but that doesn't mean that they aren't necessarily gifted. So that's important to make sure that we're providing opportunities for our gen ed population so we can make sure we're meeting their needs. We want to value people, and we want to value all of our teachers and their requests to have more robust PD. And like you said, Director Holtzman, that was in our strategic plan and something that we're continuing to do even with our small numbers.
Okay, Director Hansen, questions?
Oh, I've been dreading this. My dread has just been growing and growing with every meeting. And I think we're at a point where we have to ask some really hard questions. I have several, and I just want to preface this by saying that my goal here is to really try and ask questions that might reveal some areas where we have redundancy in services that we're offering at a district level and services that we're offering at building levels. And my concern is that I just want to make sure that everyone knows that as a board, and especially me individually, we recognize that every single person in our district is providing value to our students. And by asking questions about a particular group or a particular department doesn't mean that we don't see the value. I think it's just mostly trying to figure out if there's an opportunity where there are two different parties providing value that could be somehow consolidated. So my first question is just to clarify the role of our PLS in our schools and how that might possibly overlap with the training department that you have, Marlena.
Sure. So our PLS are our instructional coaches, and they do help us lead a lot of the PD. We train our PLS though, and meet with them on a regular basis so they can take that back and be that instructional coach in their buildings. It's also important to note that not all of our schools are able to have a PLS. Not all of them have the budget to have a PLS. So we only have 34 PLSs, and they're not even full-time. Many of those PLSs also have dual roles, such as the GT person or the ELD person or the interventionist. So that is the role of the PLS. And many of them also wear several hats. They also do our RTI assessments as well in their particular school. So we do train them so they're able to bring something back and have that. The schools that are able to have them, they do have someone, a resource in their buildings. But that is the CIPG department, they do train them.
Okay. I have to say that I agree with Director Holtzman's comments in general. I see a lot of proposed cuts on your budget that are not acceptable for the level of academics that we want to offer. And I think that we need to take a deeper look at where some of those repetitions or that redundancy might be. I see an opportunity there to work with and to develop what that PLS position looks like. And I think that that could create some opportunities in CIPG. I also, President Ray, would you like us to just ask one question at a time and go through, or would you like me to knock out all of my questions?
Well, yeah, specifically if you have questions about Mrs. Gross Taylor's departments that she's presented, but also I think let's avoid doing too much commentary and do mostly just clarifying questions at this point, and then we can make some recommendations as we get to the end.
Sure. Second question then would be, do you have data on the number of teachers, staff, buildings that use our district library media center?
Yes, we do.
Would those numbers be something that you could share with us at some point?
Sure, I would take that back to Cabinet and Dr. Tucker. Absolutely.
Okay. I have spoken with several teachers and principals, and it doesn't seem to be a resource that is utilized at the level of the opportunity that exists. And I think that we either need to make sure that our schools are fully utilizing and possibly seeing if there's some level of overlap between what our school librarians or what resources are being used in buildings compared to what we have sitting at the media center where not all of our schools are using those resources.
Again, I'm just going to caution us not to get into editorializing. Let's really stay specific to questions because we will have an opportunity as a board to have some discussion after these presentations have been made. So let's be careful not to engage in debate with our cabinet members at this point. Let's just really make sure we got questions answered.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Thank you, Director Hanson. Director Graziano, questions?
No, my questions were addressed earlier. Thanks.
All right, very good. Director Chantra-Shore?
Yeah, just a couple questions. In regards to well, let me start with, I would not and could not disagree with you under any circumstances regarding professional development of all of our teachers. You are definitely an extraordinary educator who can articulate expertly your thinking. My questions are specific to the specific circumstances of our GT budget, and I question a proposed cut that jeopardizes compliance with the state statute. What could we do differently that would not put us in that predicament? And then my next question is obviously about reading recovery, as you saw in my email. And thank you for addressing much of what I said in my email in this presentation. So a 9% cut in reading recovery does not require us to completely defund the program, whereas a 15% cut does require us then to not be in compliance with what reading recovery would require for us to continue to have reading recovery. So what could we do with a 6% difference? Because I think you stated, and help me if I'm wrong, I think you were articulating as well that if we cut that teacher leader, that changes everything in reading recovery. But if we have a 9% cut, that does not change everything in reading recovery. So I'm just wondering about the potential for that.
Director Chantra-Shore, I want to jump in regarding gifted, given that we just had an outstanding gifted review, if you will, by the Colorado Department of Education. And I don't know if Mrs. Strayer, if Natasha is on right now to talk about these cuts, because I know being a lead in the program, she certainly had conversations with Mrs. Gross-Taylor.
Absolutely.
So is Mrs. Strayer, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Strayer is the Director of Gifted and Talented Programming. And yes, please go ahead. I think the question, and certainly we're going to ask this question of other department leads, is do you feel like the recommendations that are being presented to us keeps us in compliance with what we need to do for kids?
I think the recommendations will make it more difficult for us to maintain our level of compliance and maintain our level of excellence. So as Director Holtzman mentioned, and as Dr. Tucker just mentioned, we did just complete our Colorado Gifted Education Review, which is essentially our audit from the CDE. And since 5 years ago, we had significant places in our gifted education program plan that were out of compliance. And we have moved the needle on that and moved to a place where we only have one priority improvement target and one area that's out of compliance, which is specific to advanced learning plans, the implementation of advanced learning plans, and specifically at the secondary level. So we do have room to grow. And I think these budget cuts will make the systemic implementation of our processes and systems to not only meet compliance, but really to start to continue to implement our best practices more difficult.
So Director Chantra-Shore, to also add to what Natasha was saying, with the 6% budget cut to GT, there would be no funds from the general fund allocated to the GT DBB. So we that's where that would be. So as she said, it would be hard to maintain compliance, be more difficult to maintain compliance. And I would hate to see, like many of you have shared already, to see us move backwards, particularly in our areas of GT, ELD, as well as reading recovery. Now, in answer to your reading recovery question, that was presented at the previous board meeting, what a 6% cut would be, and even a 9% cut. Even at a 9% cut, we would need a waiver for the training, but we've already talked to the Reading Recovery Institute about that, and that is something that they feel that they could totally give us a waiver for the PD part at that particular percentage of 9%.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm asking is there a way for us then to look at the 9% versus the 15% in reading recovery? And how do we assure that we do not jeopardize our compliance with statute in GT with the 6% cut?
Thank you for that.
All right, I'm sorry. Director Chanchashore, did you feel like you got an answer?
I didn't get an answer yet, but I don't think that was necessarily, I'm looking for it to be changed by next time.
Okay, so I guess that's the question I think that we're going to hear with ELD as well, is if a 6% reduction is going to risk us being out of compliance, why are we doing that? Why are we recommending that? Or the question being, like Chanchashore asked, is there another solution within this department, within the departments that you oversee, Mrs. Gross-Taylor? Is there another solution to make sure that we're not risking compliance issues?
Yeah, Director Ray, I'm going to jump in there. We're presenting what the 6, 9, and the greater cuts would be, and that's why I wanted Natasha to jump in. We're not going to present to the board on the 23rd anything that's going to cause us to be out of compliance, and we're not, when we go to Nancy and Mrs. Ingalls presents, we're not going to present anything regarding a cut in SPED that will cause us not to provide a student a free and appropriate public education. But we'll have the differentiated ones. We'll have it finalized on the 23rd, but we wanted everyone to see what these different numbers would look like.
So these presentations are going to be further revised before the 23rd?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is for board input, and we wanted to let everyone know, because we've heard quite a bit from different stakeholders that they didn't know what the departments were at the district level. They didn't know what function or what value added that, and we've heard a little of that tonight. Folks don't know the value add that district level budgets or district level departments provide to schools, provide to children. So this was tonight to really spend time really updating our community, updating our colleagues on this is the impact and this is what a potential cut looks like. But as I said in the very beginning, we're not going to do anything that's going to cause us to be out of compliance or not fulfill an advanced learning plan for our gifted students, or not fulfill a FAPE for our students on IEPs.
Thank you. Any other questions for this particular segment of the departments? I see Director Holtzman and then Director Hansen.
And I think Director Hansen had her hand up first if she wants to go first. So
I apologize, Director Hansen.
Thank you. I actually just have a question then for Dr. Tucker. I want to make sure I'm looking at all of this in the right mindset. When I was preparing for our meeting in the past 4 days and have gone through every line item that was presented, I was under the impression that these were possibilities that we were actually considering. So hearing you say now that, no, these are just all of the what ifs because we need everybody to understand what these cuts would look like, leaves me a little bit confused as to how I'm supposed to approach this process, because I don't know what is a realistic option that we're discussing and what is just being used as an example of this would be a cut that would never happen because it would violate what we're obligated to do under law.
Again, Director Hanson, thanks for asking for that point of clarification, and I'll be absolutely clear here. This isn't our presentation of these proposed cuts as what the board has directed us to do to show some leveling of cuts. You'll see some differentiations with other departments. This is also an opportunity for us to get feedback. The budget has shifted since the last time we met, because if we were still looking at the numbers where we're modeling 15% or 20%, these things here would be on the table. There's no if and buts about it, other than those things that will cause us to be out of compliance or not for or us not fulfilling a FAPE. As we get to the 23rd, the board, the community will know what those things are. We're taking copious notes that we know that we will not be out of compliance on. And this budget could potentially shift in terms of what the state's going to do. It could shift again by the 23rd. This is very, very fluid. But when we present the final budget on the 23rd, it will be crystal clear what our exact numbers are, what our exact recommendations are. Again, we want to make sure we're capturing everything that the board has asked us to do.
Well, I know that the board would never ask you to go out of compliance. So as we go through these presentations and the next cabinet members present, it would be really helpful for me if in their presentations they could clarify what are options that they are actually considering and what are options that would be outliers that would be off the table just simply from a compliance standpoint.
Absolutely. Maybe I didn't do a good enough job in the beginning when I said that when we started this early on, when we started to have this budget discussion, that we have a moral and an educational obligation to ensure that our students do receive a FAPE. And that's beyond our kids on IEPs. And we have a legal obligation to ensure that we are not out of compliance. So I will ask, as a point of correction here, I'll ask each of the next speakers to ensure that if there is an area where we're going to be out of compliance, that we would make mention of it. But no, we're not going to be out of compliance, get fined, or get the district fined, or have to give money back to the State Department of Education or anything like that.
Thank you.
So Dr. Tucker, let me ask Director Hanson's question a little bit differently.
Sure.
So what we know is with the $31 million reduction that we need, that centralized district recommendations need to total up to about a little over $16 million is what needs to be reduced from centralized district services. So I think Director Hanson's confusion is similar to mine, is that I guess our assumption was if we were to add up all of the additional dollar reductions on each of these tables, that we would come up with around that $16 million that you need to have reduced. But is that not the case? If we were to add
that is the case. Yeah, that is the case. And that will be the final case on the 23rd. As I said earlier, this budget has shifted from the last board meeting to now.
Okay.
We hope that, there's some miracle that happens that we don't have to take cuts as steep as they are right now, but we will use the absolute best modeling that we have available. And we, as I've said multiple times, I have full trust, and the board has stated this as well, in our finance folks. And so what we will do as a major point of emphasis, if there's any area, whether it's gifted, reading recovery, our kids on IEPs, if there's any area that will cause us to be out of compliance, we will make a note of it, and we'll get the cuts to $16 million. Our goal is to ensure that we have a balanced budget.
Okay, Director Holtzman. And I'm sorry, Director Hanson, were you done, or did you have another question? Director Hanson, are you okay?
I'm frustrated, but I'm okay.
Okay, understand. Okay, sorry. Director Holtzman, did you have a further question?
Yeah, I appreciate those questions. And I do have a further question. I'm wondering, and I guess I should say I've had a lot of questions and I've passed them on for some time actually about our learning management system. And apparently the change that we're making towards something called Canvas. So I'm wondering what department is responsible for providing the learning management system for our schools?
As far as, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, we have, because of our departments are so small, there is, I mentioned the term cross-categorical earlier. Several of our departments are providing support, whether it's CIPG or technology, and within CIPG, professional development. Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, so as far as the PD for all staff and who's responsible for that, that falls into CIPG and also the PD for support staff. So Canvas is our PD arm now going into the new school year because we needed something more dynamic and to be more responsive to what our feedback was in our strategic planning sessions about having that more rigorous PD and having such a small staff. We have to have a better way to be able to evergreen, if you will, some of those courses that are either pretty standard or we know will be repeated because we simply don't have the amount of manpower with that level of expertise to conduct those particular PD sessions for all of our staff of 8,500 plus people here. So as far as the employees and our PD, the Canvas, that was already part of our budget and our process, and working with IT as well with GOTM to make sure that we're able to provide that from a PD perspective. That's where that falls. Now, in regards to remote learning, if that's what you're inquiring about as well, our high school and alt ed principals collaborated and made the decision to use that as their primary platform as far as an LMS for the students. The teacher licenses are already part of our budgets and paid for with that because we've always had to provide PD, and between CIPG and IT have taken care of that particular line item, if you will. Does that answer your question?
It partially answers my question. I'm just really confused by a lot of the questions I've received, and I think I received an answer just before our board meeting tonight that I haven't had a chance to look at yet. But I'm just wondering, whose budget is that new learning management system? Because it's my understanding it's new to, and is it only being used at secondary schools? But it's new to most of them. So I guess I'm asking, whose budget is going to cover this curriculum resource for our students?
So as far as, let me clarify again. For our professional development, we already have a system that's a bit archaic that we've had all along for professional development. So we needed to update that period before COVID happened, before all of these things happened. So Canvas is the program for all of our PD, for all of our staff, classified and licensed, and that takes care of that piece. Our IT department covers a portion of that Canvas cost, a large portion of that Canvas cost, because they're also helping to be responsible for making sure all of the tech side of that we're able to do that. But it is a joint venture between CIPG and our IT department as well. So Canvas as our PD arm is new to all of our teachers, with the exception of our schools that have always used Canvas as their LMS, because our schools have had the opportunity, as you know, to choose what they would like to do at their particular schools on many, many different levels. So Canvas is not new to our district as a PD piece. It is new because we used a different program that is outdated. As far as an LMS, because of COVID, that is something we've never truly had any clarity around. What are we going to use as our LMS? And we know that as we prepare for e-learning, that is an issue that would have to be addressed at some point. Our high school principals, because of our schools that have currently used it, are at the high school level. They decided to use that as their LMS, but everyone will be using Canvas. We were training and have been training, starting that training process to make sure that everyone will know how to access their PD with the Canvas.
Okay, so essentially, Canvas will be coming out of the site-based budgets of any of the schools that weren't already using it, at least in part. It sounds like you're going to cover the part that will cover PD, but I guess final question, how many schools were already using Canvas before we decided to change?
So all teachers and staff, classified staff as well, we were already going to be covering that cost for Canvas, because that is our PD platform, if you will. That is our platform that we use to replace our outdated system that we had for the things that we're especially needing to do now. So CIPG/IT, we were always, and I've always covered that piece of it. We're always covering the staff licenses. As far as the student licenses, and I think that might be where your confusion might be, our high schools and our alt ed wanted to go ahead and move together and have a single LMS, and were wanting and had agreed to pay for the student licenses. The adult licenses will already be taken care of between our CIPG and IT departments. So now with the CARES Act, and I can happy to let Colleen or Jana share more about that, our CARES Act now, due to COVID-19, we're able to get not only our adult licenses or staff licenses covered, but for our high schools, so student licenses.
Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna move on. Thank you, Mrs. Gross Taylor, and some good conversation here and helping us clarify some of the concerns we're hearing. We've gotten quite a few emails, like Director Holtzman said, regarding this issue, so that's helpful. But I want to move us on. We need to move on to the next second. Thank you, Mrs. Gross Taylor, for taking all our questions and,
Sure.
and engaging us in that. And this is a hard discussion, and I guess again we can't emphasize enough that this is not questioning the value of what people are providing. It's truly us trying to have enough information to help make the hard decisions we got to make in a couple of weeks. So next is our Assistant Superintendent, Ted Knight, regarding the budgets that you oversee. Mr. Knight.
Thank you, President Ray. I'll be brief. Our school leadership department is the main department that I oversee. And as you see there, that includes myself, an executive assistant, and then our 4 regional directors and their admin assistant. I also oversee the athletic and activities department, choice and the CTE department, our Department of Safety and Security, and then the foundation. And I'm going to go through each of these fairly quickly. And for a few of these, I'm going to have our director of that department jump in. We're going to go ahead and start with athletics and activities. And I think Derek is on the line. I think IT still might be having some problem getting his video on, but he is with us by audio.
Derek should be able to come in by video, Derek. He's
Am I on? Got him?
Go ahead, Derek. We
see you.
Sorry about that. I had some IT issues. Thank you for getting me on there, got him. So Ted, I missed a part. I've seen my slide up there though, so I'm guessing the athletics and activities part. And so if you look at where we're at with the reductions, the impact on a 15% reduction, we looked at 3%, 6, 9, 12, and this is our 15% one. So the total cut would be $1.2 million reduction for athletics and activities. And then of course we have the 3 stadiums: Douglas County Stadium, Echo Park, and Shea Stadium. And so the impact of the 15% budget reduction would be not adding any new sports. There's Chassis has boys volleyball out there, girls wrestling, esports, unified bowling. So not adding any new sports. We would cut the current coach sponsor pay 7% across the board. So that would be all middle school activity sponsors, middle school coaches, high school head coaches, high school assistant coaches, and high school activity sponsors. So it'd be a flat 7% cut to all of their stipends. And then an additional cut to the number of total of coaches and sponsors. So to reach that it would be 324 positions that we would cut. That would be both at the middle school level and the high school level, mainly on the athletic side, but a few on the activity side as well. And then the smaller reductions for the stadiums would be the reduction to the stadium cleanup, which is a fundraising opportunity we give our school groups to clean the stadium. We would do that. So we would reduce that. So that's the what we look at for the 15% reduction. And that really that 324 positions for coaches, you're talking like at the middle school level, about 17 per school. You have, you know, if we give like 3 stipends for volleyball as an example, we would narrow that down to 1. And then either the schools would have to pay for it, or we just want to offer as many levels. Same thing at the high school. For example, if we offer 4 coach stipends for girls basketball, we would narrow that to 3. And either the schools would have to fundraise for that 4th position, or we'd have to look at not offering that level. So that's the that's kind of the short condensed version of the athletics and activities budget.
President Ray, would you like us to stop after each of these department budgets for questions?
No, let's just go ahead and cover all the departments that's under your supervision, Mr. Knight, then we'll come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Derek. We're going to invite Danny Windsor now, Director of Choice and CTE.
Good evening, directors. Thanks for the chance to have a conversation with you about our CTE post-secondary readiness department as well as choice programming. Some of the impacts that would be attached to the career and technical education budget really were in 4 main buckets. We are looking at utilizing utilizing unassigned mill levy dollars, potentially eliminating our ACTS programming, which includes programming in cosmetology, health science, aesthetics, aviation, and auto. Again, redefining the manner in which we provide CE opportunities through the state, where we're, again, trying to ensure that we're unreasonably denying students taking CE, but having to redefine what that looks like. As well as in our 4th bucket is really modifying our teacher credentialing program that we have attached with CSU and ACC, where we would limit the number of teachers that are getting CE credentials. As far as our choice budget, which includes looking at costs within our purchase services, where one of those costs was going to incur an assistant director, that is no longer going to occur, but also reducing our budgets, general operating budgets, from travel, registration, entrance fees by 85%, reducing supply fees by 60%, as well as reducing consultancy fees with our renewals by 50%, which gives us that rough roundabout number of 15%.
Okay, in the school leadership department budget, we have basically looked at 2 cuts, and they're both vacancies. We had one of our DASA, our DOS admin assistants, move out of state, and so we're looking at not filling that position. And similarly, we had our director of Parker Schools, Dr. Carrie Stevenson, take a superintendent job in the state. And so our cut would be not filling that vacancy as well, which would mean we would split the district into 3 regions. That gives us a fairly large cut at 24%, but there's probably a little more in there. We might save some money on principals meetings now that we voted to move EDCSD. So we might have some savings there, as well as some small savings in supplies, but our operational budget is pretty slim. Most of our money is in people. So those 2 position cuts are what we're looking at. With the foundation, we looked at a 15% cut as well. That would be achieved by taking a small FTE percentage away from each employee within the foundation. Each of their positions are needed and each have a separate function the way they work. So basically their FTE would just be reduced across the board there. Next slide, Colleen. We'll now bring in Director of Safety and Security, Rich Payne, to talk through our security cuts.
So good evening, directors. So if you look, when we looked over doing the 3, the 6, the 9, the 12, and the 15, once we got past the 9% budget reduction in safety and security, it was definitely going to be an impact on schools. And so everything that we're able to do up to the 9% stayed within the security department. We had 2 vacancies. One vacancy is the assistant director position. We would not fill that position. We have 2 itinerant positions, which are school security floaters. So they help out when we have campus security officers who call in sick, and then we move those into the positions for that day so the schools are fully staffed. One of those positions we were having a hard time filling. We'd eliminate that position. And then the other position would have to move back into the schools, which our campus securities are all on each site-based budget at each school. Even though they're housed under security, they are added into the site-based budget. So we'd move the one position back over. So it wouldn't be eliminating a person. It would actually just be moving him into an open position at one of the schools. Going into some of the other areas, we would look into a lot of stuff, such as some of the maintenance stuff that we have for access control, door locks, things. We did about a 50% reduction, which is about $50,000 in that area. This would then require that if we did have something broken, that we would have to just get contingency to pay for it. And so we just wouldn't have that to sit there, but we would have the money through other means within the district to make sure that stuff is up and currently active and running to keep kids safe and schools and facilities locked. We did eliminate our professional development. We are a unique department that a lot of our professional development has to come from outside the department, outside the school district. And so we do collaborate with our law enforcement partners to add in additional trainings when they can get us in. And then my dispatch center we would just have to look to see what we can do to help them out to keep that system up and running. Since under the bond projects, we have a whole bunch of new technology stuff that's being implemented there. Other just minimal things that we were able to do was look into just office budget things like printing and some things like that, where we were able to eliminate a few things, percentages here and there. But overall, the 9% budget reduction basically just focused on what we could still manage within the security department, just to make sure that we are providing the same services and trainings to all of our schools, all of our 68,000 students, and to our staff.
All right. Mr. Knight, does that conclude the departments?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
All right.
We're ready for any questions.
All right. All right. Board directors, let's limit ourselves to one question only as we go down. And I'll start with Chancho Shore.
No questions.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Graziano.
No questions.
Director Hansen.
More than one, but I will. Let me start with foundation because I feel really strongly about this. I have had the privilege to get to know the foundation team, and I just want to ask this question in that framework of redundancy. Currently, the foundation has 78 PTOs and booster clubs that they are responsible for. And with their staff at the current levels, they could double that. And I'm just wondering how many staff, how much time is allocated in each of our individual schools that is being spent on basically duplicate work, where we could transition the PTO and Booster Club financial responsibilities to foundation and free up another possibly at least a part-time position. I'm assuming some of those are enormous hour commitments in our high schools, at least.
Mr. Knight, reaction to that, answer to that, or?
You bet. Thank you for the question, Director Hansen. That is actually something that Director Cheney, myself, and others have been working on in terms of, we want to strike that balance between dictating that every school booster club or what have you has to go through the foundation, but we've been working to try and get more of those booster clubs and other parent clubs through the foundation, which should then in turn bring in more profit, because a percentage of that does stay with the foundation. So that is an ongoing project that, again, Janice Fleischner and Derek Cheney have been working on, and we foresee more business coming to the foundation probably over the next year or two.
Do you happen to know, ballpark, how many hours are being spent? Assuming high schools are the majority of that time, but are there part-time positions that are solely dedicated to all the various booster clubs within each high school?
I might ask Director Cheney to speak to that, because we do have a couple schools that do one mega booster club for their entire school, and he might have a better idea of how those are staffed.
Just to clarify the question, you're wondering if there's some part-time employees that work for those booster clubs. Is that accurate?
I'm just wondering if we have a ballpark guess of how many hours a DCSD building employee is spending doing PTO or booster club finance work and their accounting, when we're also paying someone at the foundation to do the exact same job. Obviously, wouldn't be the same booster clubs, but just for an example, if a Rock Canyon has an employee who is solely responsible for the booster club, how many hours a week is that individual spending on booster club, when we're also paying foundation a full-time position to do booster club, when the foundation has the efficiency of scale and can take on more?
Yeah, a lot of when our booster clubs are involved with the foundation, I mean, the foundation does the bulk of the work for those booster clubs. However, we do have quite a few booster clubs that are not in the foundation as well, that, coaches, athletic directors, they're the ones working with the parent groups. We do have a few schools who do have, school-wide booster clubs that the administrators are part of, the ADs are part of, the head coaches are part of. And so it depends. That the foundation definitely, if I'm answering your question correctly, the foundation definitely takes some of the load off of the school boosters if they go through the foundation.
Yeah. Director Hansen, to answer your question, I don't think we have that answer. And again, that's one of the benefits of having this meeting here and this particular discussion prior to the 23rd, that we can answer questions like this, and we can put some fillers out to our principals to across our neighborhood schools to find out how many hours staff members are working toward the booster clubs.
All right, very good. Director Holtzman, question.
Yeah, my question is related to safety, security, and health of our students. And I'm just wondering, I look at the security cuts to the Parker Marshall, and that's one Marshall, not the entire program. Is that correct?
That's correct. What we're doing is looking to actually renegotiate that the contract to more in line with what we have with Castle Rock and with the Sheriff's Department. And so that could potentially be up to about $120,000 cost savings back to the district from what the current contract is at.
Okay.
So eliminating a position.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not actually eliminating the school marshal program in Parker. And keep in mind that Parker Police and the other agencies are also going through budget cuts as well. And so there's been some dialogue back and forth of, are we going to keep the program? Can they keep the program? Can they keep funding an officer? Because I know, we did add extra officers into the middle schools after STEM. And then some of the charter schools added folks in. And so those are just a lot of talks behind the scenes of, can they sustain the program to make sure that they're providing us the amount of service that we need in that area.
Okay, thanks. So my whole question in regards to safety, security, and health is not just that, the school security floater, but also the substantial number of fewer coaches and even stadium cleaning. I'm just wondering how you think that affects the safety and the health and well-being of our students.
So as far as, working at the facilities and everything else, I know that we're like everyone else is, everybody's taken on added responsibilities. And I think we're still providing the same amount of services. It's just with less people, and some people are just taking on a few more responsibilities. I know that we've been doing that throughout the summer with having fewer people in the building that are trying to, get the facilities clean and safe under the CV guidelines and everything. And so I know that we haven't had full staff of custodians in all the buildings. And so there's people have just been working and just added some added responsibilities. And so I think from the security standpoint, I think that our stadiums and stuff are still very safe places for our kids. They are clean. We do clean them up really well afterwards. We may have to go to some different things about how to, they're outdoor facilities. And right now, a lot of the recommendations and stuff that's outside is that you don't have to do touch cleaning and stuff like that. But those are things that we're gonna have to look at down the road to make sure that if there's some areas that are highly touched or areas that we do actually clean those areas. But as far as the health and welfare of our students and staff in the open communities at the stadiums, I think that, we are always in compliance and we do a very good job. Our stadiums, I mean, I drive around the district and check locations all the time. And, if there's trash in a can, we make a call and people come out and they pick it up. So I think we keep our facilities very, very clean when it comes to, keeping things clean, for neighborhoods and in the summertime as well.
Director Holtzman, I can kind of speak to that a little bit too. I mean, obviously with fewer coaches, we are going to have a little less supervision on practice fields and at games. And this is kind of the compromise from the feedback that we received from the system, is they did not want to see sports cut. So in trying to figure out how do we save some money here, but keep all of these options for kids, the option was truly, and Derek looked into this and he can speak more of this. It was either eliminate some programs, significantly drop the pay of the people who are providing the programs, or cut the number of sponsors and coaches that support those programs. So for instance, maybe instead of having 3 middle school football coaches out there on the field, now you only have 1. And so we are going to have to be creative in how we supervise large groups of students with fewer coaches and sponsors. But if we didn't feel it was safe, we wouldn't have recommended it. So we feel it's safe, but we are going to have to be creative.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Knight. All right, Director Long, one question.
Well, I'm more looking at the revenue side. So in slide 13, so everyone knows that, how profitable the Bronco is. They earn $160 million from the concessions, naming rights, and things like that. So for our stadium, we have 3 of them. Did we looking into, are we losing money running those stadium, or are we making profits out of that, or we aggressively selling naming rights for this stadium from the concessions, parking, and things like that to improve our bottom line? So that we are looking into. The naming rights could be very variable, parking fee, concessions, ticket. I just want to get some ideas. I mean.
All right, thank you, Thank you, Director Long is asking about aggressive ways to increase revenue for stadium use. Who Who wants to?
Director Cheney, do you want to talk about that? I know just enough to be dangerous on that, so we'll let the experts speak.
Yeah, a couple things. You know, we're in the 4th year of a 5-year contract with Echo Park. You know, very transparent. It's $100,000 a year that they pay us for the naming rights. We you know, pursued Shea Stadium, and we're trying to get more naming rights for Shea. You know, when we originally did that partnership with Shea in the Metro District 20 some years ago, that one's expired. So we are actively looking for naming rights for the stadiums, and even DC Stadium. It's on one of our campuses, but we also are pursuing naming rights for all of them, and a renewal. Now is probably not the most optimal time that businesses are looking for naming rights and such, but we are pursuing that. All of our concession profits go right to our schools. You know, so we gave over $100,000 back to our schools in the fall on concessions. So we don't see that the Booster Club works at concessions. They have to pay for the product, but that goes all back to the school. So we don't make anything at the district level concessions, and it's really been a really good process to go back to the schools on that. So, and we've never even thought about charging for parking, but you know, I know all ideas are on the table. So I hope that answers the questions about the stadiums.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cheney. All right, Director Meek, one question.
I have 2 quick questions for Mr. Windsor. First, CTE reductions that are proposed. Are we still fulfilling our requirements, or what we pledged to our voters with the MLO and bond election with these reductions?
I think the way I'd best frame it is we still are trying to sustain and develop pathway-based programming. Our challenge in some of this is there is a reduction in programming opportunities outside of our district. However, within our district, we're still trying to build and develop programming pathways that allows us to do that. One of the parts that could be temporarily is around like the cosmetology program, which again, we're working on building potentially in the Highlands Ranch area. But it still allows us we still can fulfill the pathway within the district with the bond programming that we just had passed and are finalizing this year.
Okay, thank you. And the other really quick question deals with our charter programming. Given, you know, 25% of our students attend charters, I know the reduction to the charters is just a pass through, but how are we working with that community to make sure that they understand the reductions and potential reductions in services for them?
We've actually been having regular meetings with our charter leaders as well around potentially what these implications could be around budgeting as well. And so we actually have a meeting actually set up next week to actually review some of these specific costs that could be potentially impacted on our charters. Obviously, one of the costs that we had tried to minimize and take off the table was an assistant director position that was initially approved by our charters to be able to try to minimize that impact as well. But also from a purchase services standpoint, we do want to continue to create greater clarity around those purchase services formulas with our charters, in which we're having that conversation with our charters as well as with our alliance as well too.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you so much.
All right, my last and one quick question from me then is to Mr. Knight regarding school leadership. Can you quickly just state, the school leadership has taken a significant cut almost on an annual basis. And can you tell us, like 3 years ago, how many directors did we have?
Yeah, when I first got to this department about 7 years ago, we had 7 administrators and I believe 5 assistants. And we have slowly cut over the years to where with this proposal next year, we will go in with 4 administrators and 1.5 assistants. So we have continually, and we've been lucky to be able to do all of those through vacancy savings to try to make sure we're valuing people. But I have not rehired a lot of people as they've left this department over the years. We've used those as cuts to try and help out with the budget.
Thank you for that. All right, we're moving on. Thank you, Mr. Knight, and thank you, directors. It was great to hear from you as well. Personalized learning and mental health.
Good evening, board directors. This is Nancy Ingalls. In personalized learning, I have 6 department budgets that I will review here. The first department budget is personalized learning. Obviously, personalized learning provides oversight for early childhood education, mental health, health, wellness, and prevention, and Medicaid and special education. This budget also covers the costs of the educational costs we are responsible for at the Foote Detention Center in the 18th Judicial District. We have a budget for district-wide interpreter and translation costs. We provide funding for the YES officer, which YES stands for Youth Education, Student Safety, something like that. And this is a police officer that works with some of our schools to provide some education with students, primarily at the middle school level, on substance abuse prevention and online safety and other safety measures. Also in this budget, we fund our portion of the costs for the Douglas County Youth Initiative. In mental health, this is our budget simply for the leadership team at the central level. These folks provide professional development and consultation for everything related to school counseling, mental health, and psychological safety for our schools. They monitor how safety assessments and child abuse reports are conducted in all schools. They coordinate staffing for our schools, and they coordinate the future career showcases at our high schools. The proposed reductions in these areas would eliminate the funding for that YES officer. It would reduce the amount of budget available as a contingency to use a staffing agency if we needed to fill a vacant psychologist position. The 1920 school year was the first year we ever needed to utilize a staffing agency. And so for 1920, we had built a budget for that just in case we needed to do that again. And so we wanted to propose to reduce that somewhat. There's some operational funds here that could be reduced for things like testing supplies. And also in the mental health budget, we fund our psychologist interns. And so we had budgeted for 4 interns next year. Through the process with our state to get interns in the school district, we have secured 3. So we feel safe in going ahead and reducing that 4th intern position. Next slide. The health, wellness, and prevention and Medicaid budgets combined fund all of our school nurses, excuse me. They fund a team of vision and hearing screeners and fund a lot of other health-related expenses at our schools. These budgets combined also fund our prevention teams, the Healthy Schools team and Team Up. Team Up stands for Universal Prevention. These teams provide a multitude of professional development and coaching directly with schools that are personalized for individual schools for their implementation of various prevention programs and strategies, like what you see here in the list. Staff in these budgets also provide CPR and many health-related trainings. And in this budget, we have our federal and state grants coordinator. The proposed reductions in these 2 budgets would eliminate 12 total positions, 6 of them who do prevention work with schools, and 6 who do some of those vision and hearing screens. It would also reduce the amount of training that we could provide for schools and reduces some allocated funds for prevention for schools from the Medicaid budget. Next slide. In early childhood education, I made an error here. We have 70 preschool classrooms across our district serving 3- and 4-year-olds. There are nearly 2,000 preschool students, and almost half of those students are preschoolers with IEPs. Our Child Find teams conduct roughly 1,200 birth to age 5 Child Find evaluations every school year. And of course, all special education services for preschoolers with IEPs are funded through this budget. And so this proposal would eliminate 3 preschool classrooms, and aligned with the closure of 3 classrooms, there would be positions that would be reduced, in addition to some positions in Child Find teams and central positions. It's important to note that all of our preschoolers would still be served. Eliminating these classrooms would mean that there would be a certain number of kids that we would be reassigned to different preschool classrooms, and all preschool students would still be served. Also, all Child Find evaluations would still be conducted. And with a reduction of central staff, there would be some duties that would need to be shifted to other people. Next slide. Special education, the central special education budget is quite large. And I want to point out that this central budget does not include any of the positions that are allocated to schools. There are hundreds of positions allocated to schools in their SBBs. So examples of these positions are special education teachers, speech language pathologists, EA4s, school social workers, school psychologists. None of those positions are impacted by the department reductions that we're proposing today. And with the special education budget being so large, I wanted to give you a little bit of a breakdown of that budget. 61% of the total central special education budget is our itinerant teams. And you can see the various areas listed here in the first bullet of all the types of itinerant teams that we have funded centrally, but they are working with students in schools all the time. Our budget for out-of-district tuition for students who attend school in an out-of-district facility makes up 24% of this total budget. Special education administration makes up 11% of this budget. The costs required to provide extended school year services makes up 2% of this budget, and the remaining operational makes up another 2%. Those operational expenses can include additional purchase services for students, equipment, testing materials, that type of thing. Our special education administration work with schools to ensure compliance with all federal and state rules and regulations that we're held to. And when we start talking about reductions, it's important to know that the proposed reductions we're going to see here are spread out across itinerant teams, operational costs, and special education administration, so as to not concentrate the impact in any one particular area, and also to ensure that we can shift responsibilities to still meet all of our legal obligations. So we can move to the next slide. So with this proposal, we would be reducing 17.5 positions. We would reduce the budget of out-of-district tuition somewhat. We would reduce some operational budget. And so here the impact would be some shifting of responsibilities, and schools would still have support from special education administration, but it would look different. One thing that we want to keep an eye on is the requirement that we have for maintenance of effort. And if we were to fall short with maintenance of effort in the 2021 school year, as the rule stands, we would have to pay back that shortfall later. We know that many school districts across the nation are in this similar situation, and so it will be interesting to see at the federal or state level if any flexibility will be given to this, but we will work very closely with our finance department to monitor this. And then, of course, we want to mitigate any risk with non-compliance. And we'll absolutely do our best to shift responsibilities to ensure we are still meeting all of our legal obligations. I do have Sarah Cannon here. She's one of our special education directors, and she was going to say a few words about the decision-making process that we use to come to these reductions. As you know, an area as important as special education, it's important to know that we're not taking anything lightly. Sarah?
Thank you. So our first criteria for our decision-making process for cuts was we aimed to keep the cuts as far away from the classrooms as possible while maintaining that all special education and related services would be delivered. The second criteria we looked at to see where job duties could be assumed by other licensed providers. The third criteria was that all positions are centrally held. No school positions are on this list. I cannot emphasize enough that all services will continue to be delivered.
Thank you, Sarah. And so yes, it's important to know that there is not a single student in our school district that will not have the opportunity to have a free and appropriate public education afforded to them. I think that I mentioned in the May 26th board meeting that we are legally obligated to provide FAPE. The way in which we do it is our decision. And when we are faced with these difficult decisions, we might have to decide different ways to do all of this. But we absolutely will be making sure that all students will have FAPE. So those are all of the departments that I was going to talk about today.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mrs. Ingalls. Board directors, we're going to do the one question again, and I'm going to start in the middle with Director Holtzman.
Well, thank you for all the information. And I know, I don't know, I just have to say this is feeling really hard, and I know it's feeling really hard for you too. And so I almost hate to ask questions and make it harder, but I'm still going to. So I guess, and I think it's just going to take us back to the discussion we had earlier, but I don't see how a recommendation could be made in this area where we know you're already doing your best to meet the needs of our students, and we know it's already difficult. So I'm finding it unacceptable to make it more difficult when we're saying things like we risk non-compliance with legal requirements and risking meeting the MOE requirements. So the question is, how can we make this recommendation that this would make it harder to meet the needs of our students and put us at risk?
Yeah, Director Holtzman and directors, I want to reemphasize, this is a conversation with the board and our community prior to the 23rd, where we're letting folks know this is what's at risk. And again, we will never, ever make a recommendation that's going to put our kids or the district at risk. But it's very important that everyone knows that when we're asking the department to, the district department folks in the budget to show that it's actually, Director Ray, I think it's about $18 million in cuts to get where we need to be. And I'll ask Colleen to check the numbers as opposed to 16. And what we're saying is that this is pushing us very close to the brink when majority of the cuts are falling at the district level. Colleen, is that 18 million number right, or is it closer to 16?
You're correct that these add up to slightly over 18 million, and that is because the summary of the department cuts presented here were based upon the assumption of a $35 million overall impact to DCSD district-run schools and departments, knowing that the introduced legislation is closer to 31 million. That allows for some flexibility there, and that's the difference in those figures there.
Yeah,
So
and
the
that
target-
will.
Sorry, Dr. Tucker, what is the target for a $31 million reduction for centralized services?
So we were looking to keep the percentages the same, and the percentages were roughly around 50 to 53% of the total cuts to the budget would be through departments. So
Right.
You're looking at that being around 16 million. So let's note that these slides were prepared prior to that information coming out over the weekend.
Correct.
About a $2 million wiggle room is what Dr. Tucker is trying to emphasize.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. And we'll make these adjustments. We're going to keep our stadiums clean and safe, and we're going to make sure that we are not out of compliance. We've experienced that before. A promise I made in 2018. We're not going to do that again. But again, it's equally important to let the community know these are the items that are responsible, that we're responsible in our district budgets. And as that number grows, it pushes us to the brink of being out of compliance. We'll make the adjustments and go back to ensure that we're not out of compliance in anything, but it's still a fact that as that number grows and the impact is hitting the department budgets, it pushes us closer to the brink.
All right. Director Hansen, question?
I think I'm going to save my questions for this entire department until the 23rd meeting, when we have actual possibilities for cuts rather than hypotheticals that just simply aren't even a possibility.
Great. Director Graziano.
Yeah, my question is on slide 17, just regarding the 28% reduction to mental health. Just interested in why that was targeted with the largest reduction, just given some of the things we've all been reading and hearing about regarding mental health. So I was just curious why that was such a high number compared to many of the things we've seen throughout the night.
Thank you for that question, Director Graziano. I might need Mrs. Doan to help me a little bit explain the calculation. Part of that 28% has to do with the fact that the 2021 budget was already lower than the 1920 budget. Mrs. Doan, did you want to validate that?
That is correct. It was already lower in what the department requested compared to 1920. And one thing I think that's contributing to that is kind of the circumstantial piece of the 1920 budget, including additional budget for staffing agencies. So something added in 1920 that we didn't have in previous years. And so the 2021 aligns more with the budget from years prior to 1920.
And also, Nancy, I'll also add, when you look at the impact of the 16% and 28% budget reduction, it's the elimination of staff. It's not eliminating programs that are touching kids directly. It's also not the elimination of the $10 million or so that we're able to use through Nancy's department, maybe a little less through the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to add additional programming for students. And it doesn't eliminate the substantial amount of money we're able to receive from our folks in the mental health and the medical profession to provide services to students and staff.
That's right. Thank you, Dr. Tucker. I would add to that, it also does not decrease the amount of professional development and consultation that this team does provide to schools. It does not impact that.
Right. Director Long, question?
I'm extremely uncomfortable with this, but let me ask the questions instead of giving a comment. We have a very active special ed community in Dallas County. So we have a Dallas County Special Ed Advisory Committee. And last year, we also formed a Dallas County Special Ed Task Force. Have either one of those two committee or task force being consulted when you're making this? And if not, I would love to see you doing that before you present your file number on the 23rd board meeting. Thank you.
So Ms. Ingalls, has this been vetted by any other groups besides staff, district employees?
It has not.
Okay, thank you. And Director Meek, question?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna stop there. Directors, I know all of us, including staff, are feeling a great deal of frustration. We're feeling sick to our stomach because of the things we're confronting. We're frustrated because we feel like that we're also looking at some numbers that will change between now and the 23rd. And we have to realize two things. One is that we just got an update about a more favorable reduction. And these slides and this information was developed before that information. And the second thing is that we have to take into account that this is what we asked for as a board. We asked that departments take a more significant hit than the building level. And so, I know we're frustrated because we feel like, that we're still not getting the clarity we need to make our decision. What I hear from Dr. Tucker is that he's definitely listening. Staff is listening, and that there will be another revision based on our conversation tonight. So I just want to give us a little bit of a break right now, because I know we're all we're tired and we need a mental break. So I'm going to ask that we take about 5 minutes and just clear our heads, and we'll come back and finish the departments out. So 5 minute break real quick, and we'll be back after that. Okay, directors, I'm seeing, I think I see 4 of us.
I'm number 5.
All right. So we got a quorum now. All right. So we're gonna come back, and again, thank you, Mrs. Ingalls, and all the others that have presented, Ms. Cannon as well, that helped present our personalized learning. I think we've addressed a lot of questions for staff to come back and revise and help us as we continue this enormous challenge. So next on our list is the assessment office. Mr. Reynolds, are you there?
I am.
All right. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
Well, thank you for joining us at this late hour. And I've seen that I think Chris or Gotham needs to not share their screen and get up your PowerPoint. So we'll give them a moment to do that. Hopefully they didn't. There we are. All right. All right, Mr. Salim, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Reynolds, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, board directors, for giving me the opportunity to provide a summary. So in short, the assessment office provides oversight and support for state and federal mandates. If I were to classify it into 3 different buckets, you have state and federal accountability, state and federal assessments, and then state and federal reporting. As you may recall, earlier this year, the Student Data Information Systems team has been absorbed by the assessment office, and so they're part of our overall budget. And you'll see that on some of the different amounts, dollar amounts on there, as well as responsibilities. So in front of you, we also have, in addition to looking at state level mandates and federal mandates, we also support assessment and data needs in schools and their staff. Listed on the screen here, you've got a few of the different things that I've kind of captured in terms of the work that we do. And each one of these on the screen, if you guys are interested, those are active links. So if you want a little bit more information about each one of these tasks, they're available. But our office supports the implementation of state and federal required assessments. That would be your CMAS testing, SAT, PSAT, Access, your alternative tests of DLM, a COALT. We support COGAT testing, as well as the data responses for AP. We are involved in educator evaluations, both on implementation and on data side, which we manage the data for around 3,600 employees on that side of our house. Unified improvement planning, we support all buildings in our district. So largely, all the things on your list here are supported in all of our schools, both charter school and neighborhood. Our office is part of the Charter Purchase Services Agreement. So as we support charter schools, they pay for that service on a per pupil basis. We do have more of a hand in state reporting as we've taken on the SDIS team. This is the big one. Normally people think all about October count. That's usually where we generate our revenue. But we do have a variety of other reports that are part of either snapshots or interchange files. And there's a great deal of information that we share with the state on students and staff. We are involved in alternate education campus reporting. That's both on the accountability sides and also their applications. A recent addition has been parent excusals, that our parents now have the ability to excuse from assessments. We have to manage that data, which ranges between 10 and 20,000 data points a year. We're involved in the implementation of the READ Act and school readiness. Those are 2 newer acts that have been added for data collection on our elementary students. A new one that has been added for the next graduation class is the graduation competencies. This is the idea that our seniors have to demonstrate competence in both English and math. We support schools in the data collection and management of that to help them track which students have met those requirements, which ones haven't. We also support the assessments that are associated with those competencies. Other things that we're involved in is student academic records. That's specifically our SDIS team. That's a group of 5 individuals that are housed over in West Support. They handle about 10,000 calls a year and process 5,400 help desk tickets a year, transcript requests, academic records. They help with open enrollment, and they support student enrollment as well. We also do research projects and special requests, whether that's from schools, from other staff, or from the Board of Education. We've had the pleasure of providing projects for the Board of Education, whether it's the teacher time study, or whether it's the charter school analysis or different surveys. We've had the pleasure of being able to provide that for our Board of Education as well as other staff. Next slide, please. So from a budget standpoint, we have the SDIS team incorporated in the assessment line item. And you'll see that our reduction is 17%. We opened this budget season starting with a 10% cut, and then the additional 7% has been included for this session. For educator effectiveness, we have an 85% reduction in the budget. That's a relatively small budget in the grand scheme of things in our organization, but we wanted to capture that cost savings to show what our reduction is for that section. So for an impact, we have the elimination of a 1.0 FTE, and that's the REDAC coordinator. This is a vacancy savings. This is a position that we're not filling, but we're taking those responsibilities and dividing it among other staff members, myself included in that mix. So we're taking that to make sure that we're still in compliance with the REDAC. We've eliminated the high school assessment per pupil funding. This is an allocation that was added to the budget, I want to say 8 years ago. The idea that this would help offset the cost of assessments. We have eliminated funding for stipends for staff implementing state mandates. This is something that was added to the budget a few years ago. And stipends are one of those things that do fluctuate in time. If the budgets are in a position where you can offer them, then you do offer them. When budgets get tight, stipends are typically the first thing to go. Some other things that we have a reduction, certainly as we reallocate our responsibilities, our ability to provide support for research and special projects will be impacted. We know that that's something that we may not be able to do as much support in research projects and special projects. And we also know that we'll have reduced data analysis support, both in-house and out in our system as well. Just as the limited staff that we have as we take on additional responsibilities, those are things that will be impacted.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I'm going to take the first 3 hands that have a question. We're only going to do 3 questions on this one since it's a smaller department. Director Hanson, I saw your hand first. Go for it.
My question is actually about teacher evaluations, and this may somehow tie in with Ms. Gross-Taylor's department as well, but we'll start here. I just want to ask if you would reconsider transitioning from the site evaluation system to the state provided option. I understand that the 21 unique rubrics that we have developed within DCSD would cost money if we transitioned to the Colorado system. And I know at one point, I saw an email that said the CDE recommends that DCSD engage its stakeholders prior to making any changes to the system. And I just wanted to just draw attention to the Hanover survey that was conducted just this year. And there isn't consistent support of the site program. I think 39% positive about site, only 27% of high school teachers feel positive about that. That is not something that is a significant enough, does not have significant enough support in my mind to justify continuing that expense when we have an option that is completely free. and could transition to that option. So to put that in question form, President Ray, I just want you to reconsider your no on transitioning over to the RANDA system.
Right. Any other questions? Director Long, yours. Director Long.
Yes, I would love to see a comparison. I mean, understanding you answer my questions through my email, that the board is the one who asks you to create by virtually, make some our own criteria, so that we need to use our separate system. So just in case, if the board decided not to do that, can you tell me what's the cost saving if we use the state system, which is free, versus our viewers? Can you tell me what's the operating cost right now for our current system that we have to decide it, versus if we don't have the board's requirement to do that and we use the state system, how much would that cost? I just want to get some ideas on the cost of both sides. Yeah.
Is there a cost difference in using RANDA versus our own?
If the board did not mandate, the 6 different criteria that or 7 different criteria that we asked you to do.
Right. Mr. Reynolds?
Absolutely. So in terms of the state's RANDA system, there's different levels of implementation with that specific system. One implementation is to take on the state's level rubrics with that. So you take the system and you take the state's level rubric. That's when the system becomes at a zero cost. There are residual costs when you implement a new system. There'll be implementation costs of training folks. Especially if we want to train folks right now, there would be significant training that we would have to do for leaders and for teachers. So we would have to cost out what that professional development cost of implementing would be. As for our own system, we have those independent rubrics. And so I answered the question earlier regarding that cost, and we've gotten some cost estimates from RANDA itself. And it does range in price between $3,000 and $5,000 per rubric, depending on what your implementation is. There's the rubric side, and there's also the side for measures of student learning, which is the data associated with teacher evaluation per SB 191. So you do have additional costs on both sides of that. But we can explore this in more detail. I mean, we've obviously reached out to RANDA already to get some cost estimates for that implementation. And we can also look at our own internal costs for our own internal system with GOTM.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. And I'm going to move on to thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for that presentation. We're going to move on to the information technology presentation now with Gautam Sethi, our Chief Technology Officer. Mr. Sethi.
Thank you, Director Ray. The information technology team, the crew of 53 strong, provides support for all of district's technology operations. More so in this COVID-stricken era, we've worked to support almost every virtual classroom, online PD session, virtual meetings, virtual conferences, and the need continues to evolve every year from what we were doing 3 years ago to what we plan to do in the next 3 years. So as we looked at our budget cuts, we wanted to obviously minimize the impact to our classrooms, but we wanted to be strategically positioned to support what's going to happen in the next 1 to 3 years. Much of it is fluid, but it is kind of reading a little bit of the tea leaves and planning to be where the ball's going to fall. So as part of that, next slide, if I may, Colleen, we strategically looked at our team setup, and while giving up positions to move from 53 headcounts to 46 for the next school year, obviously such a cut will have an impact. As we were just talking about it, we are focusing on things which we feel we may not be building or investing in, but maybe just operate and maintain, such as Cite and Lead, things like elementary progress report cards, student check-in, open enrollment. Some of those tools we have built over the past year, so we can continue to operate and sustain them for less cost and with less resources. but not necessarily invest in building them or adding additional rubrics or doing any of that work. So there's a reduction in headcount to support or not support that work. We are also eliminating budgets within the IT team, such as for small local hardware purchases. We generally had a line item to buy things like UPS batteries, networking and cabling equipment, things which we use throughout the district. We'll be eliminating that. We're also eliminating a key position, but something we can handle with our existing resources, which is in the realm of cybersecurity. So we had built a portfolio to add a position for a cybersecurity analyst, which nowadays is really important to almost any IT organization. We will work to train our own staff and kind of build that capability. This slows us down a little bit, doesn't necessarily stop us, but we know that in the future, we will potentially be looking at how do we keep investing in creating secure platforms so we do not risk exposing the district to things like ransomware attacks and cybersecurity incidents. We will also be eliminating, obviously, all training and professional services budget for this school year. This kind of creates a double challenge when you're eliminating positions and capabilities, but also not investing in training your own staff. So much of the training comes from free resources, working with our existing vendors and trying to do the best we can in the means we have. So the cuts, as you look at our presentation, are going to be almost close to $1 million when you look at our initially proposed budget, which was 6.5 in comparison to our last year's budget, which was 6.7. And then we have another 900,000 added to it. So that's almost going to be $1 million from a 2019 budget position reduction. Questions?
Good evening, Mr. Sethi. Okay, first two hands. Not, let's see, Director Meek, sorry.
Thank you, President Ray. I just want to reiterate seeing the breakout for actually how much we are spending on the site lead technology. And you'd mentioned like the EPR technology, the open enrollment systems, all of those. Do we have all of that broken out and how much we're investing in all these various systems?
So we have resources who kind of invest in working towards building it. The initial investment in having built them over the past few years is now sort of plateaued. There's no new investment in them, but we have common set of people who work across multiple applications supporting that. We can certainly bring back what those resources look like, but know that they are doing a bunch of things and not necessarily just focus on site lead tool or focused on a specific aspect of it. They're common teams which work across multiple systems.
So maintaining the site lead tool, do you just have an estimate of how much it costs to maintain that?
I can bring back some numbers.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, I didn't see another hand go up very fast, so we're going to keep moving to the Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Rich Cosgrove.
Thank you, directors. Can you hear me?
Good evening, sir. Yes, we can.
So thanks for the opportunity to give an overview of the operations portfolio impacts. Basically, our department plans, designs, and builds and modifies and maintains our facilities to support student learning in environments that are safe and that optimally support learning. And basically, in planning and construction, we have 7 FTEs. In planning, we have 2, one planning manager that manages all of the enrollment projections, all of the referrals, probably about 120 a year from the authorities having jurisdiction to make sure that we obtain dedicated school sites, cash in lieu, and capital mitigation fees, and making sure those sites are supportive for future learning, easements, dedications, license to enters, things like that. Most importantly, enrollment projections. We also have one facilities capital planner who manages all of the QA/QC for the bond as well as the bond planning, the capital improvement plan, and the large component of the master capital plan. In construction, we have 5 employees, 1 director, 1 accountant, and 3 project managers. They're responsible for managing all of the bond, building modification, and capital projects, in addition to the director managing our bond owner's rep NV5. So that comprises 2 of the 4 departments. In operations and maintenance, we have 119 staff, and there's basically 5 divisions within ops and maintenance. There's maintenance, the day-to-day preventive and corrective maintenance actions on all of the building's infrastructure. We have grounds. We have 1,600 acres of grounds, and that's not only snow removal and sand and salt, but it's also the irrigation, the fertilizing, and the maintenance and cutting of all of our sites. Custodial at schools, as well as centrally managed in operations and maintenance for the day-to-day cleaning, literally almost around the clock till about midnight in our high schools. Environmental health, we have 1 staff, environmental health manager, and that staff person is critical now in these times, and he's been taking the lead, for example, creating all of the protocols which we've been using to date and continuing to support the task force and the sustainability departments for not only utilities verification, but we have 2 staff working educational grants and programs in schools. Transportation, by far the largest outside of the learning environment in schools, over 400 staff consisting of bus drivers, transportation, educational assistants, schedulers, trainers, dispatchers, supervisors, and our terminal managers. And transportation and operations and maintenance is, they're located in 3 regional sites, and there are certain central departments to maintain the entire district that's located in Castle Rock. The scope is significant. We have over 100 facilities, 800 million square feet. That's almost 4 times the size of Park Meadows. And we have 1,600 acres. We have over 350 buses, significant number of routes every day. Last year was 4 million miles run in a year. And right now, our biggest program for capital is the $250 million bond to make sure it's on schedule, on budget, as reported to the Mill Bond Oversight Committee and to our leaders and community. We have over 70 dedicated school sites for future growth. We continue to make sure that we facilitate the Long Range Planning Committee to have that land inventory updated and to make sure our school capacities are balanced and or reported for future decisions for the needs for enrollment projections. Okay, next slide, please. With the big department, the budget cuts are big. While we do not directly support in the classroom, our custodians, our maintenance staff, our transportation have day-to-day direct support for learning. And so the impacts here, while not in the classroom, they are significant. So for operations and planning, we only have 3 staff. And for operations and planning, 82% of our budget is people. And so we would have to eliminate the administrative assistant, and that support for the 3 of the 4 board committees would have to be transferred to another department. And we would plan that to make sure it's seamless, but that is a change we would have to make. For construction, 95% of the department's budget is people, because in essence, we outsource all of our major construction projects. We would be forced to eliminate 1 to 3 construction manager positions, with more fees as a result go into our bond owner's rep. And as a result, those fees would mean less projects. We would continue to provide projects on schedule and on budget, but it would be a financial hit because we would not have the same ability to manage in-house. We would have to, unfortunately, reduce hours of the director of construction. And I cannot overemphasize the day-to-day decisions that are needed to make sure change orders are within reason. The contingency is held, the scopes are maintained on budget. And so this would compromise the ability to complete the projects on schedule and within budget. They would be completed. The scopes may not be always what we want. We may not have the timely decisions, and we would have to delegate more to the owner's rep and contractors. They would be completely code compliant and safe, but there would be less oversight. For operations and maintenance, we would have to eliminate 17 positions in the following trades: life safety, fire alarm, including elevator maintenance, electricians, HVAC, custodial, maintenance, and grounds. And if I could give some examples here, grounds, we have 20 positions, currently 10 of which are filled. And we would have to cut 6 of grounds. So that would be 4 out of 14. Right now we have 2 irrigation techs for 1,600 acres. We can bring the sprinklers up, but it's not like our house. It takes 3 weeks to activate our sprinklers across the district. So if there's a significant heat wave, then we're going to have yellow grass until we can activate those sprinklers. We're not going to lose the landscaping or grass. It will be completely maintained, and we will protect our assets, but the aesthetics will be impacted, for example. The big impact is reducing the contract services and repairs and supplies. And when we cut asphalt and concrete, we will have potholes, we will have cracks in the sidewalk and the parking lots. They'll be safe, but these are tier 2 and tier 3 projects that we would have to defer till another funding climate. Maintenance supplies, from motors, belts, from gypboard, all supplies would have to be cut 25%, as well as custodial supplies. We will keep our schools clean, but it'll be with less supplies. We will manage basically to the supplies. Now, we also have contract cleaners, and the contract cleaning basically would be furloughed or delayed in the month of June. So our schools would be clean, but we will not be able to do deep cleaning in June. And what deep cleaning means is stripping and waxing of floors, getting debris out of lights, cleaning the exterior windows and all the blinds. So I think most people would not see that, but we would have to reduce the deep cleaning in the summer. And I already mentioned the grounds and sprinkler maintenance. We would have to cut that by 50%. So everything will be code compliant and safe and healthy, but it will be less clean schools. It will be some yellow grass. We got complaints this year, and we started turning on the sprinklers as soon as we could. But and we hit the high schools and middle schools first because they have the largest turf, and especially for organized sports. And then we hit the elementary schools, but it will be noticeable depending on the weather. The inability to plow all snow. We have a $500,000 budget for snow removal. We used $650,000 this past year. Now, albeit the last 2 years, winters were significant. We think $500,000 is enough, but with lower staff in the grounds department, the ability to augment that and lay sand and salt down will be impacted. But we will have the snow removed when school opens. We may not start on a Saturday. We may wait till Sunday and Monday morning before school, though, in order to complete that mission. And delays for emergencies, primarily because of reduced contract services and reduced supplies. Typically, in any given year, we'll have about 5 plus or minus building systems that will go down in a school. For example, Trailblazer gas leak, Mammoth Heights chiller, various middle schools boilers will go down. And we will have to get a contractor to respond on the spot. For example, Castle Rock Elementary School last year, the electrical subpanel crashed. We repaired it, but that takes a contractor. So we would have to prioritize whether we can do things in-house or by contract, but contract is the most expedient method. And so with the reduced contract services and supplies, we will have some slower responses. And while not probable, it is possible there will be some school closures. And we're talking a matter of days till the system can get repaired. That's the worst case. And again, it's not a safety issue because we would only occupy a school with water, with hot water, with full power and AC in the summer. But there will be some impacts. And unfortunately, these are the impacts. With large departments, we're going to have large budget cuts. And we have prioritized these and looked at every way to balance employees, vacant positions versus contract supplies and materials in order to minimize to the best of our ability. Next slide on transportation. Transportation is the biggest. Last year, we had 216 routes. We need a little over 230 drivers to perform those because of daily call-ins, leaves of absence, sick employees, things like that. And so in order to achieve 15%, we would cut 38 vacant driver positions. That's typically about how we run this past year in the mid 30s. But on top of that, we would have to eliminate 15 additional drivers, along with the support staff that you see listed there. And with that support staff, there's a further complication in that that's less central transportation staff with CDL drivers that can augment drivers when we're short on routes. And the result basically would be we would have to eliminate what we call the special routes. So it's the extended field trips, it's the midday field trips, it's further reduction, consolidation, and lengthening of routes. And many of our routes are already 45 minutes. We would have to increase magnet stops. And we do have stops within gated communities, which require more time, within walk zones, and routes for band IB programs. For example, the middle school expo. That's all hands on deck during the middle of the day that we would not be able to support. We have some routes that support before and after school. And we estimate with the 53 driver positions cut, and note, we're not cutting any TEAs because that supports students with transportation, with special needs. We think in addition to the special routes here that would be 11 drivers and routes provided, we think it could be as much as 20 general education routes. So that's basically 1/10 of our general education routes that would be eliminated with this cut. And that concludes my briefing. One last note, we will know for sure what the cuts would be in the first week of July, because that's when our enrollment and matriculation is fed into our route system. So we would know particularly what routes, and we would mitigate the routes to the best of our ability for the least impacted students with the shortest distance, and those routes that are the least impactful, if I can put it that way. And at this point, I'll answer any questions. I do have Donna Gertino, Director of Transportation, Matt Van Duzen, Director of O&M, and Leela Rajashekar, Director of Construction, if you have any specific questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Director Long, see your hand first.
I'll limit my question to one question. We are obligated to spend our bond money every year, right? So by eliminating that many people that can supervise constructions, will that affecting our ability to spend our bond money according to the schedule?
No, the bond draw schedule would still be maintained because we are outsourcing the majority of the owner's representative project management services to NV5. So we are using our 3 project managers to manage bond projects, but we would simply shift 1/3 of that to NV5 at an increased fee. So it would not impact the bond. The only impact would be offsetting those, I don't want to say de minimis, but the small amount of fees in comparison to the scopes and cost of projects for NV5 to manage that additional workload. So we would execute everything like we promised the voters. It would just be more fees that we would have to outsource to NV5, which are included in the bond.
Very good. All right. See no other question. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Thank you also to your leads and directors that were also available to us tonight. We appreciate you guys spending the late night with us. Next is back to business services. Mrs. Doan, Mrs. Schleichner.
Hello again. So our business services department ensures that the district's financial resources are collected, protected, invested, and distributed in a fiscally responsible manner that maximizes tax dollars in the classrooms. So there are various functional teams within the business services department, all under the leadership of the chief financial officer. So these departments are accounting, accounts payable, before and after school enterprise, budget, business and HR information systems, facility rental, nutrition services, outdoor education, payroll, strategic sourcing and contract management, and the warehouse. So our three enterprises, before and after school, nutrition, and outdoor education, they operate as their own funds. So they are not included within the budget reductions contemplated here because they receive minimal support from the general fund. So when we exclude those departments, we have approximately 50 full-time equivalents within business services. So the budgetary reductions that we are proposing for business services equate to a 15% budget reduction. So across all functional teams, we would reduce their supplies and equipment, eliminate any travel for conferences. This is for professional development and networking of our various business services staff. Eliminate purchasing new Kronos clocks. So Kronos is our timekeeping system for our classified hourly staff. So not purchasing new ones as various clocks need to be replaced around the school district. So having to refurbish or have less clocks, so less sign-in spaces throughout the district. And eliminating our award applications for our budget book and comprehensive annual financial report. We will still provide those two publications. We just would not be submitting them to the reviewing agency, the Association of School Business Officials, for review and potential award, as there is a fee associated with the submissions. Because our business services budget is predominantly staffing, it makes up the vast majority of the $3.3 million in the current year. We will be looking at staffing reductions. So we would eliminate one vacant position that's devoted to special projects. This position's been vacant for most of the current calendar year, and it's been a hard to fill position from that respect. We would eliminate a mail route to only one school delivery from warehouses per week, and then eliminate 6 existing positions, which would impact the financial services provided to schools, community and vendors, and limiting services and response times to those respective groups. Are there any questions for business services?
All right, thank you, Mrs. Doan. Questions, board director? Oh, sorry, I can't see you guys. So if you have a question, if you'll just, there we go. Anybody raise your hand at me if you have a question? All right, seeing none, we're gonna keep on moving on. Thank you, Mrs. Doan. And next is Chief Human Resource Officer, Amanda Thompson. Ms. Thompson.
Hi, hello again.
Good morning. Good morning.
Or good morning, yes. So in terms of what services we provide, we provide all things employees, customer service support for all of our employees, a lot of one-on-one personnel conversations and support regarding their benefits, regarding direct assistance relative to their personnel files, et cetera. We have employee relations matters involving all of our schools and departments, inclusive of investigations, policy and practice interpretation and implementation, hiring, recruitment, retirement dismissals, performance improvements are just a few of the things that we offer in human resources. We have several functional teams under the leadership of HR. That includes benefits, so management of our benefits plans, our leave processes, working directly with our employees, helping implement and encourage usage of our employee assistance program, our wellness program, which includes wellness champions that are volunteers in each of our buildings, workmen's compensation, unemployment processing, in hearings, all things ADA, so all of the accommodations that employees bring forward and request, customer care support for all of our applicants, all of our employees, all of our substitutes, New hire processes, onboarding, applications, I-9 fingerprinting, reference reviews, licensure. We also have employee relations directors. We have 2 right now with a 3rd vacant position who support all of our schools and departments. And then implementation again of employment policies, laws for all employee groups. Part of that is also compensation, CDE reporting, etc. Next slide, please. So in human resources, this slide details the proposed 15% reduction to our overall budget, which encompasses both dollar and staff reductions. Although these reductions include an impact to recruitment, job posting advertisement, job coaching support for our current employees, our displaced individuals, and our applicants, we will utilize our current recruitment leaders and human resources to support the hiring needs for our schools and departments. We'll continue to find new and creative ways to ensure that needs are met. Also, as part of human resources reductions, it includes elimination of a few positions. So our benefits manager position vacated, I believe, in April, and it has remained vacant at that time. And the duties are absorbed by one of our current directors. Another elimination would be of our 3rd employee relations director. That would be for our Parker region. That was previously held by Lydia, and that position would be absorbed by our other remaining 2 employee relations directors, and they would divide up the entire district for support to all of our schools and our departments. Also, our HR customer service specialist role is currently vacant, and we would look at eliminating that position. That supports with all those new hire processes that we previously shared. And although the remaining staff in HR and benefits would absorb all of these tasks, including myself in these current roles, we remain committed to not pass any of it on to buildings and departments as it has previously been done under different leadership in the past. So HR really believes it's important to keep those roles and absorb it across the team, because we want to ensure that we continue to partner effectively with our schools and our departments so that they can focus on teaching and learning. Do you have any questions? We do have a couple HR staff members around as well, should you have any questions for them as well.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Questions for Mrs. Thompson? Director Long?
Well, with this budget cut, this school years, we have an effort to trying to have a new employee pay system that we're trying to implement. So with this new budget cut, will this effort stop in the next school years? Trying to do a step and lane or the other things that we're trying to do this.
Great question, Director Long. None of the roles and responsibilities of HR will stop. That is a commitment we have in our, the compensation project is something that will continue when our board and district determines it's not on pause anymore. But we've done a lot of background.
Questions? Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. Yeah, we've done a lot of background and data gathering regarding that. So we would utilize our current staff to ensure that we would continue on in that process.
All right. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
The directors that were also there. Next presentation is Communications Department. Mrs. Rader.
Good morning, almost.
Indeed.
I'll go through this fairly quickly. The communications office is really a customer service support department. So we're involved in a variety of different areas. We are wanting to work to get the word out with our general public about what the district's all about and get people invested in the school district. We work with crisis and emergency communications, and we support our schools We work with the media. We're available to help schools with marketing. We work with community relations, parent engagement, event production. We offer graphic design and video production, not just for the district, but also for schools. So related to school marketing, videos, logos, that type of thing. We're live streaming the board meeting right now. We also live stream graduations, internal news, event coverage. So really trying to help with morale and letting internal folks know what's happening. We coordinate the student and staff board recognitions like you saw earlier this evening. And we also do what we call a rockstar recognition program where staff can nominate other staff and they get a water bottle that says that they're a rock star. So just lots of different things. We're available for special projects and to help out where needed. Next slide, please. Fairly small department. We're 7 people right now. We would be looking to get to about a 12% reduction, and we would do that with a cut to 1 full-time staff member, plus some other miscellaneous various reductions to department expenses. Very similar to what Amanda said, we're committed to just making sure that our services, especially to schools, do not change. We're not going to do anything or make any cut that would not, or make it to where we're not available to school leaders, and we're available to them day and night in case of an emergency. So we're not going to cut anything that would affect our principals, our school leaders, or our ability to communicate and engage the public. It will cut us, of course, you know, we have to just move some things around, but that's the nature of the game. So 12% is where we end up. Anything beyond that would, we'd start looking at cutting out advertising and printing and things that help to support schools and departments. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Rader. All right, board directors, any questions? Again, thank you. All right, seeing none, we're going to move on then to Legal Services Department, General Counsel, Mrs. Klimisch.
Hello, good morning, Board of Directors. I think we're finally there. I will briefly, I think as all of you know, our Legal Services Department provides legal services to all departments, all schools, and we represent the district, including the board, the administration, and we handle the full scope of legal services impacting our public schools, and we manage the outside litigation brought against the district. We have identified in our slide all of the different areas, which is a very broad scope of services that we provide to our schools. We're a large organization, and as such, there are a whole variety and scope of legal services that are required to be provided. Our staff is comprised of 5 personnel. We have 3 attorneys, myself, and 2 deputy general counsels. One whose primary responsibility is to advise on special education and student matters, and the other whose primary responsibility is to advise on personnel matters. We have a paralegal and a records assistant. We do not have any administrative support for our attorneys or our staff. So we work very efficiently. Our paralegal's primary responsibilities is to manage all of the pleadings, the service of process, the managing of the docket for truancy petitions. We are at approximately 90 petitions this year, which has grown extensively. Our records assistant is responsible for managing all CORA requests, all subpoenas, researching documents and supporting our schools and responding to subpoenas, supporting searching of documents and information for administrative teams. And she is responsible for managing our legal department's records and assists with managing our litigation holds and our preservation memos, along with a variety of other supports for records management. Our budget for the legal, next slide, please. Our budget for the Legal Services Department required us, by nature of the fact that we anticipated our proposed needs for 2020 to 21 to be higher than our budget for 2019 to 2022, to reduce our budget in an amount which approximates about 30% of what we anticipate our legal services needs to be. In that regard, I want to say that about 60% of our 2019 to 2020 budget, it represents costs related to personnel, and then only about 3% represent operational costs, and the remainder of the budget represents our costs related to outside counsel services. So the impact of our budget reduction, it is my view that our personnel cannot be reduced, and in fact, if they were reduced, the cost for outside legal services would be increased. In fact, I believe that each of our attorneys saves the district between $500,000 to $600,000 worth of outside legal counsel expenses if you were to equate what we do for our services if that were sent out to outside counsel. So we preserved our personnel, but then cut our outside counsel services. The impact of that, obviously, is that we can't anticipate with any level of certainty what our needs will be for outside counsel services. The potential is always that, to the extent we are bringing in those services that we would send to outside counsel, we would then be eliminating some of the preventive counseling services we provide, which, and maybe some of the services we provide to our schools and departments that could expose our district to increased risk of legal liability. Clearly, we strive to not do that to the maximum extent possible, but whenever you reduce what is budgeted for legal services and we try to minimize those costs, the resulting impact is that there is additional exposure to increased risk of legal liability. I'm happy to answer any questions that any of the board members may have.
Director Hansen.
Yeah. I was trying to take notes and I think I missed something. If you could just go back to slide 35.
Okay.
I think you mentioned the number 90 and I'm just not sure where.
Oh, that's truancy petitions.
Truancy petitions.
And I'm not, truancy petitions is involved. It's part of what we do. And there's so many things we do, I couldn't fit them all on this slide. So it may not even be listed there, but Wendy Jacobs handles appearances every Wednesday for those petitions. And then our paralegal handles all of the pleadings and the service of process and the communications with each of our schools to gather all of the information that needs to be presented to the court, and then all of the filings that are presented for each of those truancy petitions.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you happen to know just a general number, or even just a yes or no, have the number of cases, whether OCR or actually filed in court, have the number of cases consistently increased over the last several years, or are our caseload numbers pretty stagnant?
I believe it's hard for me to judge because I haven't done an analysis of the increase over the course of the last 5 years. I can tell you that the number of state complaints, OCR complaints, CDE, and CCRD complaints, in my opinion, and I haven't looked at those numbers specifically, but they have increased based on my general impression of the caseload we're handling. We do keep a chart of all of our open litigation. We do keep charts of the number of lit holds, for example, or preservation memos we send out. And it would be my opinion that we clearly have an increase in the extent of litigation and the anticipated litigation that may be brought against the district that we are seeing at this time.
Well, the only way to control the legal fees that we have is to control the amount of litigation that we are involved in. And I appreciate the numbers that you have put together, but like you said, I just want to reiterate that it entirely ties into what we have on our plates in terms of litigation. And so I think that that is something that we really need to dig into and see what the source of the complaints are and use that as the starting point to try and control the legal fees incurred.
So I would like to respond to that further, if I could.
Absolutely.
Because if we have litigation, for example, that is covered by our insurance, then that we don't incur outside legal counsel costs for that litigation. So there isn't a direct correlation between the extent of litigation we have or the number of complaints we have and the need for outside counsel. A lot of our need for outside counsel has actually resulted from the fact that we have increased during the course of this past year the need for reviewing our form contracts, master services agreements, things like that, related to the fact that we now have dollars to expend for construction and MLO work. We are dealing with a lot of counseling, review of contract issues, very sophisticated contract issues, to minimize our exposure and to add value to the district for the investments this district is making. These outside costs, in many respects, do not directly relate to litigation and complaints. We handle many of our state complaints on an in-house basis, the administrative complaints. And we also have legal fees related to any declaratory relief that's being requested, such as requests for special education due process hearings. So for special education due process hearings, those are costs that we cannot handle in-house because we do not have the level of support necessary to handle them. Those cases go to outside counsel. Additionally, I want the board to understand that our budget gets billed for all outside counsel expenses related to special ed due process hearings, including those that get filed against a charter school. We pay those bills, but the charter school is then billed for those, but those dollars do not come back into our budget. They go into the general fund or someplace else. So even though they're charged against our budget and we pay those bills, we get reimbursement from the charter schools that is not necessarily realized to replenish our budget in legal services.
Excellent information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Klimisch. Moving on to risk management. Are you doing that one as well, Ms. Klimisch, or is
Kate? I am, and after I finish, our risk manager, Katie Van Horn, is available to answer any questions to help with clarification. But our risk management department includes our risk manager as well as an administrative assistant. And they essentially manage the risk as well as working through contracting for and managing all of the insurance that is maintained for all of the district, including all of our school buildings, all of the property, all of the internal property that is owned, and all of the vehicles. Our risk manager identifies, evaluates, controls, and makes every effort to minimize district exposure to loss or damage to the assets of the district, losses arising out of liability. She manages the acquisition and management of our insurance and all of its schools. She implements risk assessments and investigations post-incidents for potential risk exposure. She coordinates the reporting of liability and loss claims to insurance carriers. She does project management of large insurance claims and audits the related financials for accuracy and cost savings. And as an example of that, when Meadowview School was flooded, she managed that project management for that, audited the related financials to the extent of approximately $3.8 million worth of proceeds and work that was provided to the district through the insurance carrier. Another example is for hail damage to the schools over the course of years ago. Last year, she was able to recover for our district about $387,000 that came back into our general fund. She manages and implements our litigation and preservation holds. She assists in developing policies and administrative regulations to support our risk. She works as responsible for one of our risk management committees in the district. She assesses risk and safety of playground equipment, or is responsible for that, and play areas at our schools. And she actually retains outside independent contractors who work to make sure that our playgrounds are safe. Additionally, she, along with support from our risk manager assistant, assesses applications for all of the student field trips. And that includes doing the background checks on volunteers who participate in those overnight trips. She has also assisted with respect to field trips this past spring through the COVID-19 area with getting reimbursement on deposits that were made back to our schools related to field trips that had been booked but were not realized. She reviews our contracts. Of course, we conduct a legal review, but Katie also reviews them to ensure that we're complying with our insurance obligations when we contract, and that our contracts are consistent with what we would expect to have in terms of indemnities and insurance capabilities provided to cover risk related to entering into contracts. With that, I'm going to hope that Katie is online with us to answer any questions, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have as well. Oh, with respect to, next slide, our cuts, with respect to budget cuts. I want everyone to understand that approximately 70% of the risk department's budget is attributable to paying for the district's insurance for all of the buildings and all of the property and all of the vehicles. And that's about $1.77 million. So once you back that number out and we make the reduction of 15%, about $500,000, it really cuts the available funds to be cut about 50%. And so again, there are only so many buckets within the risk department's budget. They include the cost for the personnel, the cost for just operational expenses and expenses that are used to cover.
I'm here, Mary.
Oh, with respect to, next slide, our cuts, with respect to budget cuts.
So somebody,
I want everyone to understand that approximately 70%.
Katie, do you have your computer on? Or someone had, oops, maybe she did. Yeah, so Katie, I think if you'll silence your computer, I don't know if you can do that because the YouTube presentation is 30 minutes behind actual, so, or 30 seconds behind. So Katie, do you want to try again to chime in? Katie, are you there?
It really cuts the available funds to be cut about. I will try to see if I can answer the question. Again, there are only.
Go ahead, Mary.
I will try to answer the questions, and to the extent I can't, I'll ask Katie to text me a response to provide on to you. Right. So working with our risk manager, we have looked at reducing the fundings available for repairs and mitigation of risk. That covers expenses related to, for example, if we see that there is a risk at a particular school building, risk department has set aside a fund to pay for that repair or to mitigate that risk exposure for whatever it might be, whether it be really the available funds. Yeah, I will try to see if I can.
Go ahead, Mrs. Clemish. Finish.
And then we have also cut, there are two funds where there are essentially reserves set aside to cover costs related to unfunded liabilities. We have a $100,000 deductible with respect to our insurance with SIDSIP, And we have reducing the fundings available for repairs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so with that regard, we've reduced those funds to the self-funded insurance losses to $100,000 that originally was proposed at $350,000, and our property self-insured fund to $50,000. And with that, I will take questions. And I will be pleased to respond to any other questions I can't answer in a memo to the board that I can forward after this meeting. Thank you. And I'm sorry for the
Thank you, Ms. Clemish. Any quick questions? No, I don't see any quick hands going up. So thank you, Ms. Clemish and Mrs. Van Horn for your many attempts as well. All right, we're going to move on to, I think, the last department, which is just district-wide operations. Who is presenting this one?
That'll be me. So
Mrs.
yes,
Dunn,
this is our last of our department budgets. So the district-wide operations are items that are centrally managed expenses that are to the benefit of all students and staff across the district. So there are various departments who oversee these operations, but no one truly owns them. It's a kind of a centralized holding place for these pieces of the budget. So those areas are within operations and maintenance. It's things like our utilities out in all of our physical buildings, our planning and construction departments. These are things like our mobile moves and leases that we pay for sites that we do not own. Business services for things like paying fees to the county for property tax collection services. Human resources and legal for items like settlements or workers' compensation. And information technology for our software that's deployed across the district for our schools and infrastructure. So it is a very large budget. When you look at utilities, is about half of that total amount. So we are proposing here a 9% reduction. And with that reduction, the proposal includes an elimination of the tuition reimbursement for staff. That is a program sponsored by the Human Resources Department. Eliminating the professional membership stipend for our administrators. That goes to principals, assistant principals, and department directors, in addition to their salary. Reducing our electrical and natural gas utilities. This would be to align them with historical actuals in order, due to some of the energy efficiencies that have been developed over the last few years. The risk with that, though, is if rates go up, for example, we are at historical lows still in our natural gas, as you're probably seeing when you go to the prices you've seen when you go to fill up your car the last couple of months. Gas prices have been extremely low. So the risk is if those prices go back up, we may need to seek additional funding from the contingency for coverage of those utilities. Reducing the snow removal contracted spend. So Mr. Cosgrove spoke about snow removal in the operations and maintenance budget. And this is the contracted spend in addition to the snow removal that's done in-house by his staff. And then reducing that contracted spend for that snow plowing during storms. So anything beyond 9% would dig into contracts that have already been finalized for the year, such as in software. Many of that software very integral to running the operations of the school district, which is why this is presenting approximately a $1.8 million reduction to the district-wide budget.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Doan. All right, board directors, any quick questions regarding that overall district-wide budget and the items that Mrs. Doan presented? All right, I'm not seeing any, unless if I'm missing your hand, shout out, but I'm not seeing any hands. All right, thank you. Ms. Doan, oh my word. Thank you everyone who has endured and worked through this with us. Directors, I think this is where I want to go for just a very quick round down the dais, is just if you could pick one thing that you need resolved in order to feel like that you can vote on a proposed budget, what would that one thing be? For instance, I think we heard that one of the things we need resolved is that none of these reductions can cause us to be out of compliance with how we meet the needs of our vulnerable populations. I think that's one of the things that we need to see resolved, because tonight we saw a couple times where those risks were identified, although we've heard from Dr. Tucker reassurance that that will go away, but that's one thing we need resolved. So if you have one thing that you feel strongly that needs to be resolved to help you for June 23rd, what would that one thing be? Okay, so I know she hates me when I start with her, but Director Chancho Shore, is there one thing you can come up with that you need resolved before June 23rd?
I like being started with thank you, David. I'm totally fine with it. And you reiterated what I needed resolved. So thank you.
Okay. So we echo the non-compliance issues are concerning Director Graziano. One thing you need resolved before June 23rd.
I don't know if it's one thing. I just would say that in looking through this tonight, and thanks for everything, I see there's some things that if we could tweak to have money out of one other place to not be out of certain places. But then I get that's not the work of the board here, but that's to me, if I would have one ask, there's certain places where maybe the cuts seemed light in some areas and could have been different in others, is the way I would look at. But I know what we saw tonight was not final numbers, so maybe those adjustments will show up in the final cut.
So one thing you need resolved is to really have some confidence that the departments that are taking a bigger hit, there's rationale behind that versus the departments that are taking a lesser hit.
Yeah, I guess again, and I'm sure if we went through all 7 of us, we'd probably have areas that meant more to us, or we could relate to more. So that's kind of, the way I see it, is if just wanted to be, I could see adjustments across certain areas on how the cuts were made.
Very good. Thank you, Director Graziano. Director Hansen?
I'll do my best to just share one thought. I have 3 babies who have been very heavily on my mind tonight, because every single decision that we make is going to impact them every single day. And I think as a board, we have 68,000 students that we are impacting with our decisions. So one thing right now is a challenge for me, but my biggest request, Director Graziano touched on it, but separating the board's responsibility from Dr. Tucker's responsibility is probably the ask that I would make. I had asked that Dr. Tucker share his personal thoughts, recommendations, feedback. Ultimately, this budget is, he's the one that is ultimately accountable and responsible. And I know that I was hoping to see some realistic numbers this evening that could give us the opportunity to proactively use the next 2 weeks to really dig in to make all of the fine-tuning to our numbers. And I am leaving a little deflated, feeling like we have a long ways to go. And so I guess if I had to narrow it down to one thing, I would like to see Dr. Tucker step up and own this. And I would like him to be the one to make the final recommendations, knowing that several of the things we saw tonight are just simply not an option.
Very good. So needing Dr. Tucker to give us his final recommendation on the 23rd. We need to hear Dr. Tucker's recommendation after putting all of these pieces together. All right, Director Holtzman.
Yeah, so I'm going to have a little bit more than one thing, but I'll do my best. I have about 3 bullet points and I'll be quick. I just have to preface it by saying that I do feel like there was a little bit of an exercise in futility tonight with presenting some things that Dr. Tucker has made clear. We're not going to put the district at risk of not meeting our legal obligations. So spending so much time discussing those things felt a little futile, and it feels like a loss of opportunity that it's 12:30 in the morning, and we've listened as we've been reading these presentations for 4 days. I'm sure we all have been, and now we've listened to them be read and expounded upon, and we're getting about 5 minutes to give feedback. So it feels like a lost opportunity, but I will give my little bit of feedback that I have time for, which is I appreciate that we're continuing to protect as much as possible the site-based budget and at-risk students. I think we may have missed asking that we also look at security, safety, and health needs of students and staff. I would just say, to explain a little further, that I expect that we will mitigate risk, even if that means that some cabinet departments are decreased significantly more than others. And I would want to see a reduction in redundancies of things that we are able to do in schools, or that we're already doing in schools, or that specialized departments are already doing. We don't need to have another huge expenditure of resources for those things. All that to say, there's some departments that really effectively support our schools and make them more efficient. And I would not want to see those reductions to those departments. So I'll stop there.
Got it. So redundancies, efficiency is high on your values list in terms of what you will be looking for by June 23rd.
And the security, safety.
All right. Yes, security and
health.
safety. Got it.
Mental, physical health, cybersecurity, cleanliness, that sort of thing.
Got it. All right. Very good. Thank you, Director Holtzman. Director Long.
Well, I want to outline a few principles for myself. One, I don't want us to be a penny wise, pound foolish. I don't want us to make cuts that will ultimately cost us more money. For example, I look at the risk management, that cutting some of those things could be getting us more trouble later. I mean, just that's one example. So I want to be careful of when we make cuts instead of across the board. I think several doctors mentioned that already. We make sure that we need to make a cut strategically, and also looking at whether we cut this, immediately, how would that affect things, in the longer term. So that's principle number one. And the other one is that, well, for example, special ed. I'm surprised that we have some committee over there that we are not being consulted on that, knowing that we have a very vocal special ed committee out there, and we have 2 committee, they already formed it. And I don't know about whether the GIF and talented committee is also being consulted on the area. So, and also the SAC, we have 70 SAC for neighborhood school. So I just want to make sure that on the specific area that we cut, we do adequate consultations, so we get more people involved and get a better buy-in from the community.
Okay.
2 things.
Thank you, Director Long. And I do need to apologize to Director Meek, because I think Director Long, your specific need is to have more vetting by the community. And I know Director Meek, I cut her off earlier when we were to hear back from either Mr. Reynolds or Dr. Tucker regarding how staff were being allowed to weigh in on these kind of cuts as well. I think you, Director Meek, you were requesting more employees than just the cabinet members and department leaders. So I just want to capture, one, my apology to Director Meek that we didn't get there yet, but I'm sure that's a need that she still has, similar to Director Lung, of having more people vet the recommendations that are being made. Moving on to Director Meek.
Thanks. So I think first off, I just want to thank the staff for all of the work. You have all done so much work to pull this together, and I know it's not easy. So I think I would just encourage continuing to refine your thinking and how to keep evaluating this in the way where we are going to certainly stay in compliance. I think that's kind of my number one issue. I feel like we've given you a little bit of contradictory message sometimes with, like, is it a 30 million or is it a 35 million, goalposts that we're trying to go towards. My own personal opinion is, and when you listen to the conversations at the Capitol, they all say next year is going to be horrific. And we know there are budget concerns a year from now. So as difficult as all of this is, I would steer more towards like a 35 million scenario, knowing that next year we still have more cuts to make unless somehow new revenue comes in. And I've been working really hard to engage the public with feedback, with the simulations that I launched, and thousands of people have been on there, hundreds of people submitting comments. And I think it's really, really helpful to allow people to comment on what they've heard tonight and provide feedback on that. So I just encourage you to think about that over the next 2 weeks. And that was really why my recommendation for putting those numbers on the slides, so people who look at the presentation can see what are the transportation fees that we're talking about. And so that kind of feedback and transparency is really important. And we only have 2 weeks and we're going to be making decisions.
Very good. Thank you, Director Meek. And I'm not sure, and I could actually bring up any additional needs for me other than what's been stated, but compliance is my number one. And number two is the path, a clear path that shows that we have hit that $16 million mark, or whatever that mark is, that we have a very clear path for what the recommendation is. And I do know that Dr. Tucker will be presenting that to us on the 23rd. Dr. Tucker, I'm going to give you the final word, though. You've heard our reactions. Anything that you would like to comment on at this point?
Yeah, very, very fair reactions. But I want to. I'll be remiss if I didn't say this, and I think majority of our people appreciate this. This is an unprecedented time. This was a surprise. No one knew that this was coming, and this is tough work. I mean, if it were easy, we would have submitted a budget the first time around and asked the board to approve it. And this is why I asked the board if we had time tonight or during a work session to walk through each line item for each specific budget, so each board member had a deep understanding of each item, and that each building principal and director, that's one thing I heard consistent, is that DOS and a couple building principals said to me that they wanted to know what are the various line items in each budget, so that they could see very clearly what potential impact would be on their particular building. And so this was a very, very valuable exercise. Again, this is tough work. And we wanted to do this as opposed to presenting a budget to the board for approval on the 23rd and having to walk back all of these steps. And I've done this for years. This is my 14th year in the central office. So I've had budget cuts and there hasn't been a single one that's easy. I don't have a single magic potion to create an easy way to do this. I know it's tough, it's passionate, and it causes a whole lot of consternation. But I want to assure our community, assure the board that each director, each cabinet member, each person who spoke tonight is committed to ensuring that the cuts do not hit our kids as best as we can. And Director Meek said it best, this is a moving post. When we created this slide presentation, this slide deck, we had not gotten the new information about the budget cuts. And it would be not professional on our side to not let the community know, not let each of our board members know that as we are asked to shoulder $18 million of cuts of the $35 million, more than half of the cuts at the district level, we're going to get pushed up against some programs that may put us in jeopardy. With that said, as professionals, as educators, as parents, we're not going to find ourselves out of compliance. We're not going to do that. And we're going to address the concerns that the board has.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Tucker, and well said. And in terms of it, this has been really just very difficult work. And but we like Director Meek also captured, we can't thank all the staff enough for joining us in this really difficult work. And so I think we, at this point, I think everything's been said that needs to be said at this point. We'll just look forward to the continued process of revising, and hopefully we can get to a place where we all find some common ground to say, you know, that this is not our desired state, but it's something that we can live with. I think Director Hansen mentioned we all walk away a little unhappy, you know, is kind of the sign that we've been able to do the work that we need to do, because it's like you said, no one anticipated that we would be in this position. So thank you again to all your staff who hung in there with us till the wee hour.
Thank you. And they're still up, and we will continue to refine this to the last minute. And what board members, what you've heard today, Director Hansen, what you've heard today is our budget. It's the cabinet's budget. It's the DOS's budget. It's building principals, because our folks have had some input. We're going to continue to get some input. And once these numbers are finalized within the next week, I'll sign off on it.
All right, directors. Thank you, Dr. Tucker.
Thank you.
We're going to wrap up real quick. Agenda planning this Friday. We pretty much have a clear idea of what our agenda looks like for the 23rd. Hopefully it won't be near as heavy as it was tonight. But anything else, board directors, that you feel like are burning needs to share at this wee